Ah, that was odd. The microphone appears to have disconnected from OBS, but I just fixed it. Don't know why that happened. Anyway, that was strange. I'm gonna need that. Why? Because it's Comic-Con Day. Not for everybody else. That happened months ago. A month ago? 2 months? Today's my Comic-Con Day. Because I've actually finally found amateur video captures across YouTube of all the Comic-Con panels. So I'm going to do a big Comic-Con catch-up today and watch all the panels on a 12-hour stream. Because it'll take about 12 hours to get through every big Comic-Con panel that was in San Diego this year. 2022, the year of Stray. Anyway, it's going to be a long day, so I'm oodied up. Space Jam oody. Anytime we're chilling, watching some crap. That's the rule. That is the rule. I made that rule, and I'm sticking to that rule. No one can convince me otherwise. So, I was thinking I might, just to start off easier, I might bang through a bunch of one-off trailers. I found a webpage, an article that collected a lot of one-off trailers. So I might bounce through a couple of one-off trailers that might be interesting. And then jump straight into panels. The panels go from anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half. There's quite a few of them. So I'm going to have to take a break maybe around 6, 7 p.m. today. Just to go pee and make a coffee or something. Then come straight back. So whenever I do that 5-minute break, after that, I'll go into the bigger stuff like Marvel and DC. But to start off the day, I was thinking of kicking off with some real nerd shit. I'm going to do all the dragon stuff first. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Dungeons and Dragons. 3 big dragon-focused franchises. There's a lot of dragons, apparently, going around in pop culture fiction recently. So yeah, all dragons. All dragons, all from midday to 3 p.m. Then I might look at the 2 other big nerd franchises, Walking Dead and Star Trek. I used to watch Walking Dead. And I used to watch Star Trek, even earlier than that. But neither anymore, so I'd be keen to see what they're doing lately. Then break. Then Marvel, then DC. Sandman and Berserker I'm going to count within the DC. DC doesn't have much to show this year. Pretty much just Shazam and Black Adam, for whatever reason. So, and Sandman I think comes from, that's a DC Comics extended universe property. Not like part of the superhero stuff, but just DC label in general. And then Berserker is not DC, but that is... who does Berserker? One of the other comic producers does Berserker. But that's Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves produced and wrote that, and I believe the main character is based on him. So that should be cool. Haven't read it. Haven't heard much about it, except for the fact that I think he's meant to be immortal or something. Which is funny. Because that's what people say about Keanu Reeves. He doesn't age. Legit, though. The man doesn't age. Alright. Let's have a look, see what we've got here. Bah. Hello. Gizmodo. Gizmodo were nice enough to make a giant all trailers release a Comic-Con 2020 reaction bullshit thing. So, I'm going to ignore all the stuff that we should be seeing in panels. Everything from a panel, I'm going to ignore from this list. But I might bounce through and have a look at some one-offs that aren't going to be talked about in the panel. Just out of curiosity to see what's in there. What is this bullshit at the top? Is that making noise? No, it's not. Let me just check to see if the Elgato's picking up noise. It is. Good. Very good. All right. Dungeon Dragons. Teen Wolf the movie. What? Teen Wolf the... Jesus Christ. The first thing I've... In a 12-hour stream looking at nothing but Comic-Con stuff, the first thing I scroll past is the Teen Wolf movie. Is this for real? Paramount Plus. I gotta be honest, I have not heard of a Teen Wolf movie until this very moment. Hang on. Teen Wolf. Wait, 2011 drama, 6 seasons? This is a TV show? Nah, bro, Teen Wolf is a movie back from our childhood with Michael J. Fox. What's this shit? Again, I need to look into this. Teen Wolf is an American supernatural teen drama series developed by Jeff... Who cares about Jeff Davies? Loosely based on the 1985 film of the same name. Okay. So a loose adaptation remake in TV series format of the Michael J. Fox movie. Fair enough. Tyler Posey pays the main... That does... generic, sexy teen heartthrob. That ain't no Michael J. Fox. A young werewolf defends his California town from supernatural creatures and other threats. I thought Teen Wolf was just about a teen kid that turns into a werewolf and then wins a basketball game. But I guess if it goes for 6 seasons, there need more to happen. Okay, so it's drama between him and a girl from a family of werewolf hunters. So they basically Romeo and Julieted Teen Wolf. Teen Wolf the movie is scheduled to be released on Paramount. Oh, so the season started in 2011, ended 2017, and they're coming back for a movie in 2022? What the fuck? Why? I'd never even heard of the show. Is it really that popular that it got to come back for a fucking movie? For real? Bruh. Okay. Let me just double check that original movie synopsis real quick. To all our readers in Australia, but please, not right now. Don't ask for money right now. It had mixed reviews, but was a commercial success. I did not know that it was not universally praised. I guess it's a cult classic. No, for real. Scott renounces using the Wolf and quits the basketball team. During the championship game, he arrives to rally his teammates to play without the Wolf. Despite the odds, the team begins to work together and they make ground against the Dragons. The opposing basketball team's name would call the Dragons. During the final quarter, behind by 1 point, Scott is fouled by Mick. He makes both free throws, winning the championship. Brushing past Pamela, he kisses Booth as his father embraces them both. Mick tells Pamela they should leave, but she tells him to drop dead and storms off while everyone else celebrates the victory. So, I don't remember this movie well at all. But it appears like the whole Teen Wolf movie culminates in him deciding not to turn into a werewolf. And then going and winning the basketball championship on his own accord. So the Teen Wolf movie ends without any werewolf action. Interesting. Bold. Original. Brave, even. So I guess the makers of the TV show looked at that and said, fuck that. Metaphor for puberty or whatever the hell it probably is. Let's make a Twilight television show from the werewolf perspective. Let's turn it into that. You know what? I'm curious enough. Let's roll it. I should probably get some headphones on so I can hear the bullshit. Bleh. I bet any shit talking I do of this is probably not going to be taken well. I bet there's probably some kind of like massive movement behind this show. Oh, 100%. 100%. I bet there's... Sorry for bumping the mic around. I'm just trying to move it more in front of me. Alright. Alright, Teen Wolf, show me what you got.
You want retribution.
Alright. Not off to a strong start. There are Shadow Samurai. There's a lot more going on in Teen Wolf nowadays than I gave it credit for.
Set me free.
This sounds familiar.
And we'll play a new game.
That music sounded way familiar.
A game of chaos. Strife. And pain.
I can't take the voiceover seriously, I'm sorry.
Hey,
Oh
Allison,
god.
she's alive. She's back.
Vampire Huntress. Wow. It only looks slightly more expensive than a fan film. Slightly. I want to see how much people nerd out about this. Still hoping Dylan makes a surprise and shows up. Would be so hype. Grew up watching the show, truly love it. So this does have a legion of fans that were 13, 14 years old between 2011 and 2017. Okay, everyone is hardcore into this plot. All these comments are talking about stuff I've got no idea. My wife and I watched this back in high school. That's cute. After so many fake trailers, this was everything. Okay, there are people that are definitely well stoked. Oh my god, I have tears in my eyes. I'm literally crying. This is everything. Everyone keeps saying this is everything. I guess it doesn't matter if your show is cheesy as fuck, hokey even, and looks like it was made with 20 bucks and an oily rag. But then again, CW does really well, and that's pretty much them in a nutshell. Look a bit dim in here. No, it's fine. It's gonna turn the brightness up on the light, but who cares? I first watched the show in 7th grade. So many of the fans are people who were kids between 2011 and 2017. I think that's the key. Get them young. I'm still waiting to see the first person roasting it. Roast? Roast? Already my favorite movie and I haven't seen it yet. My birthday is today. This video and how to avoid being a prisoner to your thoughts on YouTube are the two videos keeping me sane through these tough times. What the fuck is that? I'm curious. This one?
Try to relax. Breathe in, breathe out, relax. Now listen. A thought means absolutely nothing. A thought in you
What
has
the
the
fuck?
potential to turn into an emotion.
Wait.
It has the potential to turn into an emotion.
Alright. Cool. Where's this going?
Mind,
Is there a punchline?
relax.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. Wow. I think this is going to be... I bet this movie's going to suck, but it's not going to matter. Judging from these comments, it's not going to matter. There's not been a single negative comment, despite how trashy the trailer looked. Especially that voiceover. I can't take that voiceover seriously. I mean, any one of these people would be mad to hear me say that, I bet. No one likes hearing something they like getting trashed, but it's just like... It honestly, as long as you hook people early and keep them invested for years, still no negative comments. I'm so happy I'm literally crying. Wow, Allison's alive. I'm crying. This is crazy. It's all people saying either this is everything or I'm crying right now. And people wanting a new season of the show. These people would have aged out of this show by now, surely. Oh well. I guess they're guaranteed to make an absolute fortune. See, that's the key. That's the key to success. Make something that's cheap, but that has such a fervent fan base. They'll make you rich, no matter how low grade your actual output is. It's kind of like how horror movies work, especially the Paranormal Activity thing. Make a movie on 20 grand, make 20 million. It's that profit margin, son. That's life. Okay. Wait. Hang on. Let me hear that again.
You want retribution.
I know this. Ignore the dude talking. Listen to the music.
Him. His friend.
Na na. Na na. Na na. That is Black Widow. They've lifted this trailer soundtrack from the Black Widow trailer.
I tell people my sister moved out west.
That's the song.
You're a science teacher.
They just...
Your husband, he renovates
They legit
houses.
lifted the same music from Black Widow.
You're thinking about moving, but you're gonna wait until the interest rates go down.
That's not my story. Before I was an Avenger.
Although, Marvel put a lot more brass into that. But that's the same jingle, man. You cheeky buggers. You cheeky buggers. Alright. Moving on from fucking Teen Wolf. What else is not from a panel? John Wick Chapter 4. Hell yeah, I'll have a piece of that. Alright. I have things to say about the John Wick franchise. Oh god, my hands are all over the place. Slightly controversial, but, you know, Still somewhat positive. Let's just jump into this.
Have you
Damn.
given any thought to where this ends? The table will never stop.
As long as the
You
choreographers,
know this.
the action choreographers are trying their utmost, the screenwriters don't really have to try very hard. They're the ones with the easy job.
Not even you
Damn!
can kill everyone.
That dude got Hawkeyed. This is all you need. Donnie Yen! Point blank range.
You ready, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Damn! Damn! Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck. Okay, I don't know if you've ever been hit by a nunchuck. I don't know if you've ever been hit by a real nunchuck before. In the skull. That shit hurts, man. I'm not saying that I fought ninjas or anything, but if you've ever actually played with a real pair of nunchucks and tried to flick it around and accidentally hit yourself in the side of the head, Jesus. It hurts so much. Seeing that guy get wailed on? Hang on. Hang on. Bro. This dude getting wailed on 3-4 times in a row against the head with a pair of nunchucks? That man dead. That man dead.
That man dead.
Is that Donnie Yen? Hang on, I gotta scrub through this. Who's that guy? Okay. Asian dude with glasses gets murdered by Donnie Yen in this scene. Because we see him in the final fight. This is 100% the final fight of the movie. The final fight scene of the movie always takes place in a giant museum-y looking room full of artifacts and glass and neon lights. Nothing but reflections. I don't know what they do with the camera. Must be a nightmare for the rotoscopers. Clean up the camera. So I'm guessing they're both wearing those Kevlar threaded vests. Not vests, the suits. I mean, that's well established in the John Wick universe by now that all the assassins get these tailored business suits that are Kevlar weaved so they can take bullets. This is the first time I've seen them go this hard on how bulletproof these suits are, though. Point blank range gunfire into each other? What the fuck, man? Fuck, Donnie Yen still looks... How is he still so young? Donnie Yen's been around... I mean, I guess same for Keanu. Kind of clever, actually. Pitting Keanu versus Donnie Yen. Two of the most immortal, ageless action heroes there are on the face of this earth. I have a feeling this car scene where they're shooting each other through the car windscreen is the same as the one where that dude gets hit by the car. Hold up. I just realized he's using the bulletproof sleeve of his suit jacket to deflect this guy's bullets inside the car. Interesting. There's a man getting an axe to the head. Goodbye, whoever you are. He goes for the full flip, though. In real life, you wouldn't need to do all that, but, you know, he's nice enough to make it look good for Keanu. He had no idea what he was just... The fact that he's fucking bracing to charge face first at Keanu Reeves with an axe. This man wanted death. Rain. Neo-noir. I don't know who she is, but she's giving this guy the business point blank range with that bow and arrow. I bet they watched the Hawkeye TV show and thought, you know what, let's R-rate that up a little bit. What's going on here? Wait. There's Donnie Yen hanging out with It the Clown, Pennywise. And Pennywise's bodyguard. Looking real chonk back there. Looking like big boy. Donnie. Scowling. That's a nice shot. The Eiffel Tower like that. The symmetry, mate. The symmetry. The beginning's all just faces. Is that the guy that gets killed by Donnie Yen? I think that is. There's a man getting bitten in the cock by a dog. Canine to the balls. I'm guessing maybe Halle Berry comes back. Pennywise stabs a black man. Hate crime. This guy gets a fucking explosive shotgun. Point blank range. This is a good bit. Hang on. These two dudes. Let's look at this in super slow-mo. Two guys get hit by a car. Keanu shoots him mid-air. Oh, Jesus Christ, John Wick. Overkill much? At least 2 shots. He gets off 2 shots into that guy. There's the dude from earlier. This is the scene where he dies. There's Keanu surviving a 3 to 4 story fall. Mr. beat to death by nunchucker. Anything else we missed? I was clicking around quite a lot. Before the dog. Can we see Halle Berry? No. She's not there. So I guess this Pennywise dude is probably the main villain. Donnie Yen's the main fighting villain. He's the main plotting villain. That hired Donnie Yen. Why does everyone have bows? There's a chick with a bow and arrow, now there's 3 henchmen with bows and arrows. There must be an entire scene that's all just bow and arrow focused. Hey, bulletproof vest. Bulletproof suit. He gets it from Morpheus. A fresh one. Alright, so. Cool. John Wick. John of Wick. Now, to touch on what I mentioned before, I have words about John Wick. I'm worried about this franchise. Because John Wick is a good franchise. The first one, brilliant. Bunch of dudes kill a guy's dog. He goes and fucking murders them all. It's perfectly relatable mass murder spree action movie. Amazing. Why is my hoodie doing this? My hood. My hood's being a little stupid. Yeah, perfect. John Wick 2 and 3 I feel like are stretching the taffy a little bit. They're a good excuse for some amazing stunt teams to do some amazing work. There's some great choreography in there. I feel like the problem is, by the third one, I feel like the plot was starting to turn a bit into nonsense. Admittedly, I got really bored during the third John Wick. Not in the way that I wanted to stop watching the movie because I was enjoying the action. I mean, the John Wick 3 has some great action scenes. Some brilliant action scenes. But there was a point where I thought to myself, I could almost just watch the action scenes clipped out on YouTube and pretty much get like the best part of what I'm here for without all the nonsense. It's just, it goes on for so long for what it is. Like, there was so much plot and so much of it just felt like, who gives a fuck? And because the movie was so long and because there was so much plot that I just, couldn't care about anymore. It got to a point where some of the action sequences, as much as I was impressed and respected them, they were dragging on a bit. Like, the action scene where he teams up with Halle Berry and the dog in those, like, Arab market-looking areas. That scene kind of goes on and on, man. I gotta lie. I can't lie. Like, there's some amazing choreography moments in there with the dogs and the two of them taking out henchmen. But like, after a couple of minutes, it's still going and it's still going and it's still going. And it kind of becomes comical just how many henchmen there are. They just keep pouring in, like, single file, coming from directions that they could perfectly keep handling. Like, they're all just these little choreography set pieces. Like, stuntmen running in to do their little stunt. Like, get shot in the head, flip over a wall, whatever, next guy comes in. And then let the dog do something. And it went on for so long. And I'm like, that was like 500 dudes in one fight scene. And like, I feel like I'm complaining about too much of a good thing. Like when you eat too much cake. But if you have ever eaten too much cake, it does make you feel like shit a little bit. No matter how much you love cake, at a certain point, you're just like, fuck, I can't have any more cake, dude. The same goes for the final fight scene in John Wick 3. Once he's fighting in that big glass museum room, which is like where every single John Wick movie seems to end, against those two Asian assassins. It's a cool fight, but it goes on for ages. And then the next henchman above those two henchmen comes in. The final fight. And then that fight goes on for ages. And I was just like, I get it, man. I still want all of these amazingly crafted fight scenes. I'd prefer it if each one of them were their own little short film. Here's the Halle Berry dog short film in the Arab markets. Here's the two twin Asian assassin short film. Here's the final boss short film. And just have it be these cool little self-contained like action shorts. It's just like, by the end of that movie, I'm like, I'm here for the action scenes, but I've gotten to the point now where like I'm trailing off. My mind is wandering during the action scenes because like I've had enough. I'm tired. And I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be like that if it was the fact that they keep escalating it. The scenes get longer, more elaborate. The movies themselves get longer. The plot gets more elaborate. And I just wish it would go back to shorter, but more equally as creative and well-made fight scenes. And a simpler plot. Man is getting revenge for his dog type plots. Not all this assassin underworld intrigue. Like, miss me with that shit. It gets super silly. What are the people saying about it? John Wick series is one of the greatest escapes out there. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I feel bad coming off so negative about the John Wick franchise because I do generally like it. I do genuinely like it. I can't think of any other franchise or series that perfectly defines the idea of too much of a good thing. Too many movies and too much movie per movie. If that makes sense. How is it the fandom like ours is treated so well? This is the fourth film and it still looks consistent as the other films. That is true, they are consistent. They do escalate and build on what came before. I just think maybe they've built too far. Like, if every film you're gonna make the fight scenes longer and more elaborate, at a certain point they're gonna be too long. And I kind of feel like we're already hit that point with 3. That's my only concern with 4. Brevity. There's something to be said for brevity. An action scene that's short, but a really cool idea and really well pulled off is perfect. Get in and out. And while people are still reeling from how cool it was, you take the story in another direction. Bring on the next set piece. Looks like it's going to be positivity around the board too. I love the fact that Keanu Reeves is John Wick because of all the firearms and martial arts training he does and continues to do. Yeah. It's a great vehicle for Keanu. I would be happy with the John Wick series continuing just to keep him employed because he deserves it. I can't wait to see Donnie Yen in it. That's probably my favorite thing that I'm most looking forward to about John Wick 4. Donnie Yen's edition. The scenes with Keanu and Donnie are probably going to be spectacular. I know I'm not really going out much on a limb with that one. Kind of preaching to the choir there. Wonder how long this series can last. So far, so good. 2 trilogies, maybe 3. Yeah, a little bit worried there. I don't want this to be one of those franchises that basically lasts until it fucks up. That's unfortunate when that happens. I like it when a franchise only exists for as long as it has things to say or things to show you. Some franchises don't know when to stop. They feel like they have to keep making it as long as it keeps making money. And if you do that, eventually they're going to make one that completely drops the ball. It's going to go like this, and then eventually it's going to go blah. And I don't want to see John Wick do that. Like, they need to find a point to get out with a still ahead. I'm willing to accept that they're still ahead at this point, even though I'm a little bit exhausted by all the story periphery nonsense, but if at some point the choreography gets boring, stale, and overlong, they're gonna tank it. I just don't want them to get there. I want them to they might get to John Wick 6 or 7. I want them to look at that script, look at their list of ideas for action scenes, and if it's not good enough, I want them to go, okay, that's it. Let's not even make it. Let's kill it before we kill it. Bill Skarsgård, that's Pennywise's name. I just totally forgot for some reason. Anyway. Yeah, crossing my fingers for that. I'm hopeful. They haven't fucked up yet, but I'm feeling the John Wick fatigue a little bit, so positively, hopefully, optimistically crossing my fingers. Please God. Don't kill it. Alright. What's next on Comic-Con list? National Treasure. The National Treasure? We talking Nicolas Cage here? We're talking Nicolas Cage. Come on, we're talking Nicolas Cage. Wait. I'm just gonna jump right in because I need this answered. I need this question answered. That is not Nicolas Cage. That is Nicolas Cage. That was it? Oh, Disney Plus. Okay, so without hearing or reading anything more about this, I'm gonna guess National Treasure soft reboot in TV show format without Nicolas Cage and a female lead. Disney never fails to fail. Uh-oh. Right off the bat, this isn't getting a good reception. It's not National Treasure without Nicolas Cage. Yeah. You can't make the National Treasure series without the National Treasure itself. No lies detected. Nicolas Cage is a National Treasure. Agreed. Nick Cage is the only reason I watched this show. He is a National Treasure. So everyone's pretty much in agreement here. A, probably going to be shit. B, Nicolas Cage equals National Treasure. Both TV show and in real life. This is the equivalent of trying to make a Pirates of the Caribbean sequel without Johnny Depp. Now that you should mention it, buddy. Pirates of the Caribbean. Margot. There it is. If you hadn't heard yet, Margot Robbie, let's just... Bam. I read this the other day. This is literally 2 or 3 days ago. Margot Robbie was officially confirmed. We all kind of heard the rumor before, but she will be the new lead of the Pirates of the Caribbean reboot. I think I read that she's going to be Jack Sparrow's daughter, or something like that. I don't know if that was just... Is this all Photoshop? I think it is. She kind of looks like oh fuck! There's a Pirates of the Caribbean porn parody, and the blonde porn star that plays the lead in that looks a lot like Margot Robbie when she's in Pirates of the Caribbean getup. God, what was her name? Pirates XXX? Jessie Jane. That was a risky thing to type into. That was a risky thing to type into Google on Twitch. Yeah. Jessie Jane. Her in the Pirates porno looks pretty much exactly like this. It's uncanny. I'm not gonna come out and be negative about this. I don't like where the Pirate series went after the first one. I think the first one's great. I'm not a big fan of where 2 and 3 went. And obviously most people don't like 4. Was there a 5? How far did this series get? I can't remember. Pirates, Dead Man's Chest, At World's End. Holy shit, there's 5 of them. Salazar's Revenge. Okay, so I've seen up to 4. I don't think I've seen 5. Because I don't remember an absolute second of what that movie was. If I have seen it. I do remember 4 though. That's the one where... That's the first one where Jack Sparrow basically becomes the main character. Not Will Turner and his love interest. With Jack as kind of like the co-lead / secondary comic relief. I've got no fucking idea what 5 is about. But yeah, so the Margot Robbie one will technically be number 6. Soft reboot. Everything's a soft reboot nowadays. So yeah, even though people only really started to dislike the Pirate series from 4 onwards, 4 and 5, when it became the Further Adventures of Jack Sparrow, I wasn't into 2 and 3 either. Number 1 is the only one I really respected. I just hate it when one perfectly self-contained movie is successful, and then they turn it into a trilogy where the second and third movies become one long movie cut in half with a cliffhanger. I hate that. It's one of my most disliked film tropes. The Matrix suffered the same thing. Once the first one, which is perfectly self-contained as its own movie, was successful, they decided to turn it into a trilogy rather than make a second movie that was also perfectly self-contained, which builds on the last. They made one long movie chopped in 2 with an awkward cliffhanger between the 2 and 3. I don't know why so many trilogies end up making that mistake. It drives me up the wall. Why are we talking about pirates again? Oh, that's right. National Treasure. They didn't tell us anything about the actual show though. All we really got was this lady turns and looks us dead in the eyes. It makes me extremely uncomfortable. I guess they're just revealing the fact that it exists and that this is the lead. She meant to be Nicolas Cage's daughter. National Treasure: Edge of History original series is streaming only on... Venture continues. I guess it's meant to be Not a reboot, but a continuation. So maybe she is Nicolas Cage's daughter. Okay, does Disney Plus have more information? Disney Plus. Don't you even talk to me. National Treasure. Why is my caps on? There's a behind the scenes featurette. Alright, run it.
We're talking like an honest to God treasure map.
I have an idea where to start.
Oh, ensemble cast.
About the National Treasure movies and now TV show is that it uses American history as a jumping off point for exciting treasure hunts.
I was a huge fan of the National Treasure.
Catherine Zeta-Jones?
It just holds up. It's a
Is
classic.
she the
Still
villain?
one of my favorite movies ever.
They
What
legit
sets
dressed her up like a
television
villain.
show apart
Oh,
is
she's the
a different
villain.
World now. Exploring American history was a lot different 20 years ago, and I was a young guy on set. Now I'm not.
I'm excited for the
Wait, is he, like,
to see this
from the
group
original
of
movies, but
friends
grown up?
coming together to
I don't remember
help
much
our
about the
girl
original
go on this
films.
journey.
Been a while.
You guys are still in this with me?
Yes, for your dad. And all that gold.
For your dad. So one of them is the child of Nicolas Cage. Doesn't sound like her. I think it's the younger guy. But they've gone with Scooby Gang of National Treasure Hunters in a van.
Go on this journey. You guys are still in this with me?
Yes.
They Scooby Ganged it.
And all that gold.
Makes sense, I guess. I mean,
Jess is a 22-year-old dreamer. She is tenacious, and
She's tenacious.
she embarks on this Pan-American treasure adventure.
Everything I thought I knew
why is every lead of every young teen focused show tenacious? Why are they always tenacious?
about my mom.
My dad is a crazy riddle that can only be solved by finding this treasure.
Wait, so it's wait, fuck.
That can only be solved. My dad is a crazy riddle that can only be solved.
So
by
is
finding
Nicolas
this
Cage her dad?
Oh, no.
Why do they all have
That
missing
girl
treasure hunting
has
dads?
a very big clue.
Yeah, see, this is the absolute definition of how movies and TV shows dress up female villains. Take a star from way back that's slightly older now, middle-aged, put her in like a silky suit, smart casual, give her that wig. Villain.
I play Billy Pierce. She's a
No nonsense villain. Suit pants.
black market antiquity dealer, and she plays a cat and mouse game with Jess.
We find the 3 boxes. We find the treasure.
And the audience, they're figuring it out as we are figuring it out.
The situations we're getting into is absolutely bananas.
Someone following us.
There hasn't
They don't have much to work with to make this behind the scenes. That one kid, the situations we're getting into is absolutely bananas. Yeah, it's a TV show. It has drama. Things happen.
lost that historic national treasure vibe.
Once I start something, I can't stop.
Because she's tenacious, you see. She's tenacious. This is not a good shot. Hang on. This. Right here.
That historic national treasure vibe.
This right here. Ouch. That is some flat, cheap TV show cinematography for your ass right there. I don't know what room this is supposed to be in. But if this was an actual National Treasure movie, this would be an ornate cathedral. Moodily shot. Lighting wise. This looks like a Nickelodeon show right here. So the trailers don't give me much hope. I'm not going to rag on it for the lead. She seems charming. I'm not going to rag on it for going the Scooby Gang route, because if you're going to TV show a concept like this, you're going to need an ensemble of characters to bounce ideas and clues and banter off each other while they uncover conspiracies and whatnot. Because here's the thing, and this is something that a lot of people that probably are going to be roasting this show without having seen it are going to be doing. I bet you. They're going to forget just how ridiculous and stupid the National Treasure movies are. We like them because we were younger then, and we like Nicolas Cage. But if you watch a National Treasure movie, it's ridiculous. It's batshit insane. All the finding clues in the back of the Declaration of Independence and tombs in Mount Rushmore, kind of all that crap. Like fucking, is it Richie Rich? Is Richie Rich the movie that had the treasure vault inside Mount Rushmore? I think it was Richie Rich. It's been a while since I've seen Richie Rich. Yeah, it was dumb, but it was fun dumb, and part of that is because we enjoy Nicolas Cage doing anything. So I wasn't like a fan of those movies, but I get what they're about. I get it. Like, it's fine. So don't come out here and start railing on this for looking dumb. Like, it's National Treasure. I have a feeling most people are just going to be pissed that Nicolas Cage is not in it. And then maybe a couple of incels in here whinging about the female lead. Blah, blah, blah. I would be excited if Nicolas Cage is in the series. 4 exclamation marks, you know he's serious. I just feel like this falls into the camp of neutral reaction. There's not much to really be excited about there. Because it looks kind of cheap. And it's not terribly an original way to deal with it. This is pretty much exactly how you turn anything to a TV show. And the missing Nicolas Cage. But at the same time, it's like, there's not enough going on here to be angry about either. Some people are going to be probably livid in these comments, but it's just not worthy of excitement or anger. It's just a completely, like, lukewarm reveal. You know, I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, what else has Comic-Con got for us? It's all got panels. Interview with a vampire? For real? Whoa, hang on. I did not know they were doing an interview with a vampire. Reboot? Remake? Season 1, it's a TV show. Oh my god, everything's getting turned into a TV show. They're taking all old movies and making TV shows. I don't know how I feel about this. Alright, let's give it a chance. Give it a chance.
Help me, please. He's in my head, Father.
Oh, AMC. Alright.
The year was 1910.
It does have a Walking Dead color grade.
You could say I managed and operated a diversified portfolio of enterprises.
Dear God, I hope you got the letter and I pray you can make it better down here.
I was being hunted.
Well, he was not. Is that meant to be Lestat? He was not subtle about that. This man turned on him when he walked past, like he's thirsty for that dude. Oh, here come the homoerotic undertones. I mean, it's vampire shit, so that's par for the course.
And I was completely unaware it was happening.
I feel like good vampire stuff needs to have, like, a grasp on all-encompassing sexuality. There's something about good vampire stuff that has, like, a unrestrained sense of sexuality. Like, there's homoeroticism, there's heterosexualization, you know, there's vampires hypnotizing waifish, virginal young girls in flowing white dresses and turning them, sucking on their necks. And then there's, like, dude on dude, the same, basically, what I just said, but also men. In a nutshell.
We've been watching you for some time now, Louis.
These are dudes that have been alive for decades. It's like you'd get to Roman levels of decadence if you were
swap it out for a dark gift.
Underworldly. Ooh.
You just have to ask me for it.
Okay, they're leaning into it hard. Points for that. Are they doing the little girl? Oh, they are.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I lay down with the devil, and I can't think nothing anymore. Lord, help me. I am weak. I want to die.
Oh, damn. So much for that priest. Cool.
Fear me, Louis. You feel soft.
I don't like the music in the trailer much.
I ask the questions, you answer the questions.
Bit of a Lifetime movie type vibe.
My researcher. So, how long have you been dead?
Don't know what that stinger was necessary for. I guess they're just introducing the framing device, same as the old movie. Man interviewing vampire about his life, and then it flashbacks to the rest of it. I have to admit, I was more impressed than I thought I'd be. It still looks like something that could end up being kind of shitty. But they're doing things with that I think are interesting. Because the kind of homoerotic vibe in the first film with Tom Cruise and Christian Slater and Brad Pitt, it was like there, but it was too subtle by half. It was just in the tapestry of the vampire-ness of it all, but it wasn't overt. I feel like this TV show is going, okay, let's not do the overt. Let's actually like lean into it and make it part of the text, not barely existent subtext. Okay, so what was the little girl? Who played the little girl in the original? It was Mary Jane from Spider-Man. What was her name? Kirsten Dunst. She played the little girl that got turned into a vampire and was basically like a older woman in a child's body who was like a psycho because sexuality had been denied her for her entire life because she got turned into a vampire as a child. It looks like she's still in it. Looks like she's still in it, but very, very... There she is. She's a bit older than Kirsten Dunst was. Also black. Same as him. There's probably going to be a lot of whinging and whining on the internet about the race flipping of the main character and the little girl. But, like, whatever. I don't think it's really important to the story what color they are at this point. I mean, where does it take place? It was like a bayou area. What's that place where Mardi Gras always happens? New Orleans? Looked like it was taking place in New Orleans, maybe. Period New Orleans. So there would be quite a mix of color and race in that particular location at that time. I want to see the seductive side of Lestat and the relationship that was ignored in the movie. This will be darker than the normal series, and I hope the fandom accepts it. It looks like they're doing the thing that all reboots like this should do. Rather than making a new version of the movie, they're going back to the original text and kind of doing their take on that. So if this TV series leans closer to the book, that would make this all pretty worthwhile. Oh, the main character's Grey Worm from Game of Thrones? I did not even recognize him. Holy shit. That's awesome. Kudos to that guy. What a role. The only part of this that really requires some thought from me on this is the change of the time period. They're starting in a time period with electricity, cars, telephones, and photography. That'll change a lot. I did not realize that. Okay, so the time period is a lot more further along than what the original started in. I mean, these are all good changes, though. If you're going to change stuff in order to, you know, mix it up a little bit and do something different for the fans, so we're not just watching the same thing over and over again, those are the kind of things that make sense to play with. Just watched the movie, 5 out of 5 stars. Is it out? Oh, someone else has already watched it. Maybe it just came out. They changed far too much to keep its namesake. Oh, it looks about the same to me. With the time period slightly changed and a couple of characters race flipped, the rest of it seems pretty much on the money. There's a guy entering a vampire and he tells him about his past with Lestat. That's the whole thing in a nutshell. Another beloved film franchise massacred. Claudia is too old. She's supposed to be an eternal child. She did still look like a child, though. Yeah. That's a child. That's a fucking child. It looks like they just cast someone a little bit older than what she's supposed to be, but I bet in the actual show she's supposed to be the same age that we know her as from the other film. Historically, Luis was a slave owner. Okay, so that's one of the reasons maybe why the time period flipped. Because if he's black, he can't also be a slave owner if that's what he was in the original text. I won't say it's changes for the better. It's more like changes for interest's sake. Like, the changes that I find interesting and that I would watch the show to see how it turns out. I was looking forward to this, but wow, they fucked it up. I think this is mostly negative people with a couple of positives mixed in. Yeah, some people are being way too slave into the original source material. They can't look past the original book or even the original movie. See, this is what I said. Apart from the CW-esque song, I think this looks good in its own way. Yep. The music kind of cheapened it a little bit, trailer-wise. But I did not know that was a thing. That was a big surprise to me. What did I go past? Bunch of Walking Dead, Sandman. Okay, those are all going to be panels. Those are going to be Comic-Con panels. I'll see them later. What was before that? Bunch of DC and Marvel stuff. Okay, cool. Alright, Comic-Con. What else you got? Interview with the Vampire. Chucky Season 2. I actually kind of forgot that they made that Chucky series. I heard some good things about it. But also heard some bad things about it. Should I watch it? I haven't seen the first season, so if I watch the trailer for Season 2, it'll probably have spoiler. You know what? Who gives a fuck? I'm curious to how this turned out.
Whatever happened to Chucky?
What did happen to Chucky? Tell me spoilers, Sci-Fi.
Where the hell are you? You're the only one I can talk to about what really happened.
It's been a really tough year.
Is that teenage girl doing cocaine?
Are you as happy as you made me?
How she can afford that? How can she afford that?
Who is this? And why the hell are you calling?
To make sure you're home.
Chucky can use telephones? Oh, I suppose he could. What would stop him?
Miss Cross, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Wheeler. Do you know why you're here? I know your history. It's just a doll.
Nope. Actually, you know what would be a good plot twist? If it was just a doll.
When do we get to start stabbing people?
To be honest.
No matter what, he's gonna come for us again.
Oh. Ooh. Hello. Interesting twist. The main character and his black friend are gay. I wonder if that's a revelation in the first season that I just spoiled for myself.
Hate that doll.
She gonna die.
Tiffany, to get what's coming to her.
Is that Jennifer? Wait, what's her name? Is that the bride of Chucky back in human form? I thought she got put into a doll herself. What the fuck's going on?
Glenda,
They, them.
come to Mama.
Let go.
Dear sweet godmother, Hail Mary, Jesus.
This is for Kyle. No, no, no.
Hi, I'm Chucky.
Alright.
Wanna pray?
Oh god. I forgot how bad Chucky's jokes are sometimes.
Just looking at me is scary enough to give you a heart attack? Oh my god, thank you.
That was kind of funny, actually. The follow-up was funnier than the pray joke. It almost sounds like he was making a really bad, he was making one of those really bad racist Asian jokes. Wanna pray? As in wanna play, but with an R, because the accent, yeah. I know it wasn't, but it sounds like a racist joke. I bet some people hate this because it's a all-child, preteen-led show. It does look a little cheap, to be fair. Can't wait to see Glenda again. Who? I hope season 2 does just as well or better than season 1. So the first season was well received. Okay. If I'd just seen trailers like that, I wouldn't have assumed that it turned out that great, but people seem to like it. Excited for the season, mostly for Glenn and Glenda. What the hell does that mean? Giving huge Child's Play 3 vibes. I can't remember if I ever saw Child's Play 3. All those movies bleed together, though. So this has a fan base. This has a similar fan base to that Teen Wolf thing. People are generally on board. This is an underrated show. It's so good. Okay, underrated, I'll believe, because I haven't heard that much in the, you know, in the general grapevine about it. I had to come here to hear people praise it. Nowhere else is anyone actually talking about Chucky. Who is Glenda? Okay, I need to look into this. Hang on. Chucky Season 2. Is there a wiki? Yeah. Glenda. Where? Search Glenn. Chucky is used as a metaphor of the real-life bully, guising himself to be charming and funny and manipulating people. By making him close to Jake, whose struggles are related to those of the metaphor of the real-life bully... Wait, what? No. Relating to those of the LGBT community, the series also acknowledges that Chucky himself has a queer kid, Glenn/Glenda from Seed of Chucky. Wait, Chucky gave birth to a trans kid in one of the movies? I did not know that. Queer characters have been a Child's Play mainstay ever since The Bride of Chucky's ill-fated David back in 1998, but the series marks the first time they have such prominent presence. Okay. Jennifer Tilly foresaw the... Okay, so Jennifer Tilly is definitely in it. That is her. Okay, I recognized her. That's fine. Glenda Ray. Wait. Glenda. Oh, I have seen this before. This motherfucker. I have seen this on the internet before. Okay. I've not seen the movie, nor knew what this was. But I guess that's their kid. How did Jennifer Tilly go back from doll form back to human? Holy shit. Chucky series adds non-binary actor Lachlan Watson as Glenda. So he also turns back into a human. That is actually really good casting. Not gonna lie. That is great casting. Yeah, that with the exception of the shark teeth, that seems pretty dead on. Except the puppet may be a little bit more David Bowie. Yeah. It's interesting how LGBT community friendly the Chucky series of all things is. Like, this series is chock full of trans and gay characters, including amongst the villains and the heroes. To the point where we now have a TV series that has a villain's kid who is trans. And a main character who's gay and has a black boyfriend. It's such a trashy horror exploitation franchise to be so progressive. Like, those two things are an odd mesh. But kind of impressive because trashy, violent horror exploitation franchises and movies have a history of being the opposite, of actually being kind of offensive in their depictions of things. So it's kind of cool that they flipped it with this. So what's Jennifer Tilly's role in all this? Tilly? Okay, so she's definitely in the series as a recurring character. Tiffany Valentine. All right. Tiffany. Somewhere at a hotel at Hackensack, Tiffany and a possessed Nika Pierce are seen living with two male victims. One already dead, held hostage. Tiffany and a possessed Nika Pierce. It doesn't say anything about, she just appears in human form? Okay, this is confusing. Tiffany Valentine. Chucky TV series. What's the one before? So she was in Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Cult of Chucky. And now the Chucky TV. I did not know that Chucky's girlfriend was in so much of this show. Wait. Hang on. Tiffany is stabbed in the heart by Chucky and avenged by Jade, who shoots Chucky to death. As she lies dying, she gives birth to a bloody baby doll and attacks the... Okay, that's the birth of the kid. Chucky and Tiffany are both brought back to life by their child when he reads in. So Seed of Chucky is the trance doll bringing his parents back to life. Tiffany plans to transfer her soul into the body of Jennifer Tilly. Wait, what? Hold on. So, Jennifer Tilly plays the character Tiffany, who dies, and whose soul then possesses the body of the actress Jennifer Tilly. That is hilarious. That's amazing. She leaves Chucky and takes her trans kid with her. Tiffany and Glenda go to Jennifer's hospital. Chucky follows him, hits her in the head with an axe for leaving him, thus killing her. At the last minute, she passes her soul into Jennifer before dying. 5 years later, she's happily living in Hollywood while inhabiting Jennifer Tilly's body. Oh my god. And raising their twin kids. So she's still evil, but she now is living in the body of the actress that actually plays her. This is like fucking Ocean's 13 shit. Where, what was the actress's name? You know what I'm talking about. Ocean's 13. No, it was Ocean's 12. Yeah. Julia Roberts. That's right. When Julia Roberts plays a character that pretends to be Julia Roberts, the actress, as part of the heist. That's that level of gag. Curse of Chucky. Tiffany Stoll still possesses the actress Jennifer Tilly's body. Does not appear on screen until it's revealed she's the one responsible for mailing Chucky out to Nika's home. So it's basically Jennifer Tilly possessed by Tiffany, mailing Chucky to the home of people that she hates so that he can kill them, is the whole of Curse of Chucky. Four years after Nika Pierce is falsely imprisoned, the protagonist of 2 of the 7 films. So she's part of the family that Chucky blames for his human death. And they frame Nika for it. For all Chucky's kills. And then Nika goes to prison for 4 years. Fuck, this series is so much more complicated than I realized. She is in a mental institution where she was framed by Chucky for the murders of her family, which Tiffany helped orchestrate. Wow. Chucky starts a cult in the insane asylum. So Chucky, that film ends with Chucky possessing Nika's body and Tiffany and Chucky in Nika's body leaving the insane asylum. So in the TV show, it picks up with Tiffany and Chucky on a crime spree, possessing Nika's body. And she briefly gets away, and then it all just... Fuck, there's so much plot at that point. Okay, so that's all spoilers for the TV show. Maybe I should do a catch-up on the Chucky series at some point, because this stuff goes off. This gets so wild. I wouldn't actually mind catching up on that and just seeing how it all... Wow, Child's Play 1, 2, 3... Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Cult of Chucky, the Child's Play reboot, which I have seen. It's not great. And then the TV series. Okay. We're caught up.
God, thank you.
I like that they're using what seems to be a practical doll that they're puppeting. That's kind of cool. Looks a little jank, but it's in the spirit of the old stuff. That's a decent Chucky doll. Come on. Aside from the fact that it seems super interesting that the main character is gay as like a main thematic plot point thing, with the whole metaphor for Chucky being like his manipulative school bully, blah 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 blah. That's all pretty cool. Aside from that, the main characters all seem a little dull. All these preteens. But it looks like all Chucky's human trans kids all get gathered up again under Jennifer Tilly. That's the doll turned into a human. I could recognize that hair anyway. That's the freaky looking doll. The one without genitals. Glenn/Glenda. He's gonna die. This priest that keeps trying to convince him the doll's not dangerous, he's gonna die horribly. Calling it now. Okay, well, I wouldn't say that the trailer 100% convinced me to go back to actually watch this series, but I feel like the deep dive into Wikipedia definitely convinced me to maybe catch up on all the Chucky movies and then give the show a chance. Just the absolute madness of the Chucky franchise in general has got me kind of interested. So there's that. Dragon Ball, nope, get fucked. Honestly, couldn't be bothered. Sorry, He-Man and the Master Universe Season 3. Oh, that's the new He-Man show for kids, the 3D one. Yeah, not too keen. I'm holding out for the new Masters of Universe Revelations Season 2, if anything. Not too interested in that. Mythic Quest I haven't seen any of. I've heard it's kind of cool though, so I won't spoil that for myself. Never heard of that, but I heard this is a bad trailer because it's just like a scene from the show. Family Guy Season 21. There's no point in watching a Family Guy trailer because it's just funny clips that spoil jokes if you're actually going to watch the show. American Dad Season 17, same diff. C Season 3. What was C? Oh, that was that, like, period tribal thing where Jason Momoa is part of a tribe where they're all blind? Okay, wait, not period. Post-apocalyptic future where all humans are blind. That's right. I didn't realize that was still going. That's what that is, right? Science fiction, Jason Momoa offered, yeah. Yeah, that's... Something about a tribe in a future where all humans are blind and have to use all their other senses. And then I think they give birth to the first human baby that has eyesight. How an entire tribe would know that their baby has eyesight if they're blind and can't see the evidence of that fact? I guess you'd have to watch the show to know that. It looks kind of cool though. I'd watch it. I just don't want to spoil it if I do end up watching it. Oh my god, Vampire Academy looks trash. Batwheels. Is that a Disney Pixar's Cars style kids show based on Batman vehicles? What? Interesting. Transformers kids show. Alright. Barbarian. Okay. I did not realize that this was a Comic-Con release trailer. I do know what Barbarian is, though. I am kind of interested in this. I'll run it. Oh, this is a clip. This is a clip. Wait. I don't want a clip. Ah. Yeah, here we go. Trailer. Much better.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Hi, Skarsgård.
This
You're
is 476 Barbary,
creepy
right?
motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm renting this place.
No, I booked it a month ago.
Are you sure you have the right place?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
Why don't you come inside and we'll call these idiots?
No. If you go to an Airbnb
Why don't
and
you just crash here?
Bill Skarsgård opens the door,
I
run.
don't know if you got a great look at this neighborhood, but I don't think you should be out there by yourself. It's dry and there's a lock on the door. By the way, I'm Keith.
Tess.
Hi, Bill.
You take the bedroom.
You're not
and I'll
Keith,
sleep
you're
out here on
Bill.
the couch.
Keep an eye on that man. Good job.
God.
Why is she so chill for so long? Wouldn't you'd look immediately if you heard your door open in an Airbnb?
Keith?
She lays there for so long thinking about looking up at what the sound was. From the producer of It and the lead actor of It comes a film that does not star It. Or does it? Don't go into the basement looking for Bill Skarsgård. This isn't even a basement, dude. This is a dungeon.
This process might seem overwhelming, but with a little practice, it can soon become a pleasurable experience. This is perfectly natural.
That house was during the daytime is some Stepford Wives shit. See, that's a solid horror trailer, right? Like, I'm a bit disillusioned by horror nowadays. Most horror trailers you watch, you just kind of eye roll. It's all kind of hokey jump scares and look, it's a creepy thing being a creepy thing. That trailer, I think, that is... Oh, what's the word? That has potential. In the way that something like It Follows was interesting. Like, it feels like a more small-scale kind of indie horror that they've put a lot of effort into, like, nailing. Like, all the cinematography in that was mint. And it was just one house and some tunnels underground. Can it be a trailer that shows just enough to hook your interest without completely spoiling the film? Inconceivable. Exactly. Right there in a nutshell. Exactly what I'm thinking. I wish more trailers were like that nowadays. Don't tell me what the movie's about or what happens in it. Just tease the tone and the vibe of it. That's good enough. Just from what I saw there, I have no idea what the movie's about, but I'm on board. Whoever cut this trailer deserves a major raise. Perfection. Yep. Agreed. Also, yeah, I did spot Justin Long in there too. Unless that was someone who looked like Justin Long. Poor Justin Long seems to get just thrown as like meat for the grinder into just random horror films. Usually they're straight to DVD type horror films, but this one looks tasty. Ugh. Oh, I need more of this. Okay. There's not enough of that left in the can. Oh. the comments are all either people going, wow, what an excellently made trailer, or, hey, that was Justin Long. Those are the two reactions. This film has two reactions and that's it. Also, Bill Skarsgård just can't take a break. He is the Scream King. He sure is. He's just that right combo of like weird attractive, but also creepy as fuck. Creepy as fuck. Creepy as fuck. It's the face, man. It's all in the face. He's like Jim Carrey if Jim Carrey was a stalker. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm putting that right up there. Of all the one-off random stuff to come out of Comic-Con, I'll put that one right up there. It's probably one of the most interesting looking. Big thumbs up. All right, Comic-Con, what else you got? Dragon Prince Season 4? No. Is that it? That's everything that's not panel-based. I think. Hmm? Oh, no, wait, Prey. I think I spotted it in there somewhere, but I've missed it. I've lost it. Hang on. I think it's... If I go to Barbarian... 20th Century Studios... Videos... Yeah, Prey released some content at Comic-Con. I know it did. Let's see if I can find some info on the other... Hang on, I've got another window open here of Comic-Con information. Prey. I know Prey's out already. Like, you could literally go watch it right now. But Comic-Con did release... like, have some footage and stuff about it there, so I might as well have a quick look at it. Because I haven't watched it yet. I don't know if it's the trailer they released at Comic-Con. I think that might have already been out. Or if it was just some, like, clips and some BTS stuff. Whatever, I'll just pull up the trailer. Whatevs. Might as well.
Why do you want to hunt?
God damn, she's got a good Comanche look.
Because you all think that I can't.
She's got the look of like Comanche,
I saw
but
a
also
sign in
with
the sky.
big-eyed Hollywood
I'm ready.
actress face. Emotive actress face. The perfect combo of the two things. And she has a dog. She has a pupper. She has a doggo. She's not doing too well with the whole survival in the wild thing. I feel like a Comanche should know not to poke a bear. That's literally what she did by firing an arrow into it. She just poked it. Like, it probably barely felt that. That was pretty dope.
There's something out there. I'm coming with you.
You can't.
I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me from what?
It's a pretty solid setup for a Predator movie. The Comanches don't believe the Gatherer girl who wants to be a hunter, so she has to go hunter mode herself to prove that the Predator is actually real and out there and a threat. It looks like she does succeed at getting them on board with the Predator hunt.
I know how to survive.
Fuck yeah. Oh my god, the scorpion. Get over here, tomahawk on a rope thing. It's so badass. Also that was badass.
I can kill it.
insane. It's just such a solid fucking concept for a Predator movie. Like, for real though. Like, the fact that Predator hasn't been this for so long, they keep on trying to extend the lore and make science fiction films. We don't want science fiction films. We want simple hunter becoming the hunted monster slasher films. The Predator is a monster. It's a creature feature. It needs to show up, fuck with some people, get some cool kills, and then have some sole survivor actually succeed at finally killing it at the end. That's the template. That's why the first Predator is still, like, the best after all these years. That's all it was. Here's an archetype of human beings. A bunch of mercs. Here's them getting their asses turned inside out by a Predator. And here's the smartest, most survivalist one of them actually pulling off a win at the end against all odds by going tribal. Perfect. Perfect film. How has it taken this long for them to just take that simple, perfect template and just drop it on a different time period, on a different subset of human? We had mercs in the first movie. All right. What is a interesting survival-focused archetype of human being? Comanches. Back in the colonial periods, when colonists were still colonizing America. Comanche Indian warriors. Like, those Comanches, man, they were serious business. Like, they were hiding in the dirt and the shrubs and jumping out and scalping cowboys. Like, if there's any kind of human being you want to see go up against Predator, it's a Comanche. Comanche hunter-gatherer. They know how to survive in the wild. That is perfect challenge. That's a perfect challenge for a Predator. And then you get the extra, like, screenplay drama of having the main character be one of the gatherers that dreams of being one of the hunter sect, so that there's a character arc there to build up. That's great. That's great. Like, if I was going to write a script based on this, that's probably the exact same thing I would want to do. There's meat on that bone to play with. But yeah, I haven't watched it yet, and I know it's out right now, so that's probably something worth jumping on at some point. And I've heard really good things so far. It's been mostly positive feedback. There's some whiners on Twitter that still can't get over the female lead thing, but I mean, they show up in every movie, every single fucking movie where there's a single female character, no matter what they're doing in the film. If it's not making sandwiches for the male leads, they have a problem. So fuck them. They can go complain about wokeness till the cows come home. No one gives a fuck. Honestly. No one gives a fuck about your woke bashing bullshit. It's not woke. It just is what it is. You don't have to put a label on it. There are men and there are women. And both exist in stories. And both can be leads. And both can be survivalists. Both can be action heroes. It doesn't matter. There's no wokeness. When you look back at the past, when these people look back at the past and they complain that movies aren't what they used to be, you know, back in the glory days of their childhood and their teens, where men were men, it's like, bro, look at the actual movies from that time period that you're claiming aren't woke. Ellen Ripley, the sole survivor of the Alien franchise, female, badass. Terminator, fucking Sarah Connor, was a pregnant waitress, and she was the only one that could stop a Terminator. Not even Carl Reese, a soldier from the future, trained to fight Terminators, couldn't stop the Terminator. Random pregnant waitress that had never seen action in her life and spends the most movie panicking. Sole survivor, kills the Predator. It's the Predator, the Terminator. There ain't no wokeness this stuff has always existed. You're just pointing it out now because you're trying to make some kind of like point or agenda out of it. It's ridiculous, man. It makes no sense. Like, honestly, get over yourself. But yeah, I don't need to say that looks great and a good turnaround for the Predator franchise because everyone already knows that and it's already out and people have already watched it and confirmed that it is a good time. It's as straightforward as it should be. I mean, I guess some people have slightly given it some negative feedback about it being maybe too simple, but what are you gonna do? You're either too complex or too simple. I'm on board though. Can't wait to see it. Okay. I think maybe that's it. I think that's it for the one-offs at a Comic-Con. I'll put that window aside for now. I gotta start actually watching the panels. That trailer, that one-off trailer watching sesh went way longer than I expected it to. It's almost 2:30 already. Far out. I have so much more to get through. Where's my window? Blip. Okay, yeah. So the schedule. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Dungeons and Dragons, Walking Dead, Star Trek, Marvel, DC, Sandman, Berserker. Yeah, that should see us through the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So I guess controversial decision, but I'm gonna kick off my watching of Comic-Con panels with Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Why not? It's one of the nerdiest things on the slate, so let's just dive right into that. I found this dude that's got 5 clips. It's basically the whole thing chopped into, I don't know why. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he wanted to keep them short. But there's a playlist of them, so I can just let them run through. Part 1 of 6 appears to be missing. It's got parts 2 of 6 through to 6 of 6. I think that's because I had a quick read about what happens during this panel. I think it's because Bear McCready, who's the guy who did Godzilla. Is it? Wait, Rings of Power music? Bear McCready, yeah. Nailed it. Yeah, I think the whole show opens up with him doing a big Lord of the Rings orchestral piece, which is probably copyright, which is why they dropped part 1 of 6. But yeah, it's just basically the music in interlude. Prologue? Prelude. One of those words. Wowter. I'm gonna need snacks for this, I think. Hang on, let's put all the snacks up on my desk. I got chewy caramel Tim Tams. I got pizza shapes. Always with the pizza shapes. You know it, buddy. And I've got limited edition cheesy garlic pizza shapes. Baby. Wait, let me give one of them a taste. Mmm. Cheesy. Also garlicky. Exactly what I wanted from my cheesy garlic pizza shapes. Maybe too garlicky. Nah. Hi, Jeannie. It is a Space Jam hoodie. Sorry, not hoodie. Oodie. It's a Space Jam Oodie. the dressing gowns with a hood, and it's very, very fluffy. Whenever I'm doing long streams, just watching stuff and hanging out, I'd like to wear my Space Jam hoodie. It's very comfy. I wouldn't call these crackers. They're more like biscuits. Shapes biscuits. Probably the most popular Australian biscuit brand. There are so many different flavors of these things. Sorry for munching on mic. I shouldn't do that. These are the ones. Shapes Original Pizza. That's the one. Some people like barbecue better. Pizza's my favorite. These are a new flavor they've been doing recently. Cheesy garlic pizza, so I thought I'd give them a try. I'm going to be sitting here for like 12 hours watching Comic-Con, so I need biscuits and crackers and chocolate. And the Red Bull I had before. Yummy. Look like a cracker to me. Yeah, kind of. I just realized I left the text. Let me fix this for a sec. I left the on-screen text of the chat. How do we do this? Stream Labs? I want to lower that chat text real quick. Log in. Hopefully it doesn't show any important information of mine. How do I do this again? All widgets, chat box. Here we go. Disable custom CSS. Yes. That should do it. Let's see if it does it. Let me type in the chat. Wait. Me type test. Yeah, cool. That's better. Also, boobies. Test successful. Booby test successful. That's better. I like the text coming up out of that window more. Not stuck at the top of the screen. I had that from my previous stream where I had to keep everything pushed up in the top corners because it was getting in the way of the game's UI. That's a whole lot of April O'Neil's. Wait, is that? Hold up. Is that April O'Neil with cleavage? Am I seeing April O'Neil cleavage? The emoji is very small. I can barely tell. Does an April O'Neil have big titties? I don't remember her having big titties. April O'Neil. Oh, that one's got big titties. Okay. There's the original. Medium. Nothing like unrealistically nerd culture massive, but dear God. Some of these statuettes are getting a little sexualized. They got the full unzip going. It's April from Turtles in Time. Her top's unzipped just enough to show her cleavage. Just enough, you say? This one's got it unzipped all the way down to her fucking belt. Just enough to show her cleavage? As much cleavage as she can get out there. Look at this one. I feel like this is the popular April O'Neil look now. It's having the half unzip on the yellow suit. I gotta be careful with Google Images because I don't have safe search on, so April O'Neil Rule 34 could easily pop up if I'm not careful. That one's kind of hot. She's about to drip hot melted cheese down her cleave. I don't think that's going to feel great. Damn, April. Damn, April. There's the one from that 3D Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle show. This one. A little bit meh. What the fuck is... Hang on. Wait. What is this? April's seen better days in the live action movie. Alright. Getting a bit distracted by April O'Neil. There's no turtles in this Comic-Con. Alright. Back into it. Alright, Lord of the Rings, what you got?
Stephen Colbert.
Wait, what? Oh, there's a little intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephen Colbert.
There's Bear McCready. He looks like a dude whose name would be Bear. Yeah, so the only thing we missed is the big orchestral opening, which would be copyright Lord of the Rings music. Stephen Colbert is the absolute perfect person to host the Lord of the Rings panel. He's a huge Tolkien nerd. I'm impressed they actually got him.
Colbert, and I'm excited to be here to host this panel on the Prime Video series.
That dude on the right
Lord
is
of the
creeping me
Rings,
out, dude.
The Rings of Power. But
I don't know what instrument he plays in the orchestra, but
round of applause for series composer
he's looking
Bear
hella sinister
McCreary
back there.
and his orchestra.
He looks like a villain from Lord of the Rings.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you
Like
so
he's
much.
about to eat Stephen Colbert's skin.
Well, I am here today as a fan of J.R.R. Tolkien and of all things Arda. And I don't think most of you would be here today if you didn't share that passion and a deep curiosity of how the artists we will meet today will, over the next 5 seasons, take us all into the cataclysmic events of the Second Age. My introduction to Tolkien was when I read The Lord of the Rings when I was around 12 years old. My friend Keith Sargi gave it to me. I was instantly absorbed by this world. I remember lying on the couch one day and I was reading The Two Towers. I was in the chapter The Uruk-hai. And at one point I suddenly sat bolt upright, gasping for breath because I realized that I had been holding my breath for the last 2 pages. Because reading Tolkien is swimming in deep water.
Better than April?
I've now read the trilogy innumerable times. I lost count around 50.
Mika.
And 46 years later,
Is she from
I'm
a fighting
still
game? I don't
discovering
recognize her.
New things about it and from it. And here, I just want to take a moment to give a very grateful hat tip to the Tolkien professor, Corey Olson. I'm now on episode 178 of his Exploring the Lord of the Rings podcast, which is a page-by-page,
Oh, Street Fighter.
word-by-word.
Yeah, I thought she looked like she was from a
exploration of the
fighting
story.
game. I just couldn't
I'm
pick
about
which one.
300 hours into his lecture series, and we haven't quite made it because the depth of the text and the implied depth of Tolkien's text is one of the things that's so extraordinary about the professor. You feel like any question that you have, old Tollers had that question first, and he wrote
Oh,
about
she was
it
from
somewhere.
Street
But
Fighter 3.
one of the places where the information
Wonder why they
is
left her out of
thinnest
4
is the
then.
Second Age. And that is when the Rings
I haven't
of
played
Power
Street Fighter in
set
ages.
thousands of years before Frodo and Sam, when the world had not yet lost the light and the music of the Elder Days. That's a story of hope and encroaching darkness, unlikely friendships, of home, and this being Tolkien, it's a story of loss.
Why is the spotlight
I've
so
seen a
hot
little
on
bit of
Stephen
it,
Colbert right now?
But I have declined.
This is the
their
widest
offer
he's
to
ever been.
watch the entire season because I want to discover, along with you and everybody else, what parts of that known story are going to be told and how that implied world is explored. Who here has a copy of The Lord of the Rings on their bookshelf? Okay.
I do.
Who here has read the appendices?
I tried.
Okay, who here is lying about having read the appendices?
I tried.
Now, you
I was
probably
honest.
Know this, but for those who don't, The appendices are where most of the unique source material for the Rings of Power series comes from, and they were very important to Tolkien. He wanted to create a Gesamtkunstwerk, a complete work of art. Yeah, Gesamtkunstwerk, baby. A complete work of art painted on the grand backdrop of a mythic, undiscovered culture. And one of the things that got me so engrossed
Is he reading from a
about the Lord of the
teleprompter?
Rings are
Keeps,
the casting
Luke keeps looking
references.
down to a very specific
The
spot.
little unexplained windows into the past. Who is Elendil the Tall, and just how tall was he? Who is Fëanor, and why did Gandalf want to perceive his unimaginable hand and mind at work? What does Gildor and Glorian mean by the House of Finrod?
He's really dropping his
What the
Tolkien knowledge
hell
right
is
now.
a flammifer of Westerness?
But he does this on his
So I'm
show
looking
as
forward to
well.
all the
Late
possibilities.
Show with Stephen Colbert.
I want to see Moria.
There's been multiple times
before the
that I've
fall.
watched that show where he dropped
Will
random
we,
Tolkien knowledge
in the next 5
just for
seasons,
fun.
get to see the doors of Durin being made by Narvi and
He ain't no fake
Celebrimbor?
fan. He knows what he's talking about.
And how did Sauron fool them with his Anatar disguise? Of course, it can be challenging to have something you love as much as the Lord of the Rings and that entire world taken on by someone new. And I've gotten to meet showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. We had lunch because I'm fancy. And I am struck by their sincerity and their love of this world. So I'm going to bring them out here in just a moment and ask them simply, what is the story you are telling? Who are these characters? And how does all of this fit into the lore of Tolkien? But don't worry, I'll also ask the hard-hitting, important questions like, why do some elves have haircuts? And where is the salon? And do female dwarves have beards? Today, we'll get some
Have we seen any
answers,
female dwarves in
showrunners,
Lord of the Rings? I don't recall
and some
any.
surprises along the way.
Although I
You
might
ready
be
for
wrong.
this?
I might just have a bad memory for that.
Me too.
I can only picture the male dwarves in my head
Let's get
from
this
having watched The Lord of the Rings and all The Hobbit.
long-expected party started.
They had a lot of dwarves in The Hobbit, in that party. And they were all male.
In 1951, Professor Tolkien wrote to a friend about his plan to give the world a complete legend, noting, I would draw some of the great tales in fullness, and leave many only placed in the scheme and sketched. The cycles should be linked to a majestic whole, and yet leave scope for other minds and hands, wielding paint and music and drama.
What?
So let's bring out some of these other minds
fuck was
and hands.
Tolkien
Please welcome
talking about?
showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, and executive producer.
That is some twisted
Lindsay
Tolkien
Weber.
talk right there. Tolkien always be talking. He talks the way he writes, which is a problem. Because he writes excessively. All those jokes about it taking an entire chapter, like 15 pages to describe like a beautiful scenery, setting up a scene, is like no joke. I've read that book.
I think I'm here.
He loves describing environments.
Please have a seat.
But he was a visualist. He
Holy shit.
Yeah.
he had a definite vision for what stories he was telling, and he couldn't help but describe all of it.
Welcome to Hall H. Have you been here before?
No, we never got in before.
Yeah, they look like the kind of
and we've
nerds that
certainly
would
never been on stage.
come
We
to
are
Comic-Con just for fun.
scared shitless right
if they weren't up on stage.
We're frankly surprised they let us in now. We're waiting for them to come pull us out any second now.
All right, I would like to throw this out to each of you. I'm curious what Tolkien means to each of you, and is anyone
A pretty hefty paycheck, that's what he means to
That's
me.
for us. I was telling you. We only got a few minutes. Let's go
We're literally
What's
making like the
Tolkien mean to
biggest,
each of you?
most
When did you
expensive
first
TV show of all time.
encounter him, and why do you love Arda?
Great. Just have to acknowledge the awesome for a moment. We're like, whoa. This is a very emotional and overwhelming moment for us. Thank all of you for being here and like giving this show a shot. Should we say something to like invoke the? For sure, yeah. No,
Is there anything you'd like to start with?
I would actually, yeah. To acknowledge the awesome and to invoke the proper spirit of Artie here, I'd like to say something very serious for a second. Ael bereth gildoniel si levrin penamiriel o menel aglar elanath na chaired palendiriel o galadrin min enrath fanuilos leilinathon nevair si nevairon.
Did he just speak Elvish in like perfect dialect?
Well, What
How
was
dare
the
you.
question again?
The question is, when did you first encounter Tolkien?
We're just gonna ignore the fact that he
take that
just
one, Lindsay?
spoke in Elvish for like
I was a kid who loved to read,
30 seconds
so
straight
I
then.
went through the books early
I'd like to know what he
and
just said.
just never stopped reading them. They've sort of always been there for me.
I read The Hobbit in 5th grade, and I went straight on through Lord of the Rings, and was waiting every moment for those movies to come out, and have done the deep dive, and we really,
When's the
really love
TMNT
this
Cowabunga
material in this
collection?
world.
What's that?
I came to the party through the Jackson films, and
Hang on. Hang on. What's the TMNT Cowabunga collection? Let me search this. Upcoming compilation of video games developed by Digital Eclipse. Oh. 13 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video games developed by Konami during the 80s and 90s. 13? I know there's a new game out, Shredder's Revenge. I've been keen to try that at some point. Holy shit. It's even on a box. There's a box copy at JB Hi-Fi. Looks tight. Looks tight. Holy shit. Okay, there's a fighting game. That one looks familiar. Manhattan Project. I think I might have played that. Definitely played that. The arcade game was classic. So was Turtles in Time. Tournament Fighter I've never heard of. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe there's 13 games. Is there a list? Wikipedia. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection. Upcoming compilation of video games developed by Digital Eclipse. They're just a publisher, aren't they? Oh no, published by Konami. Here's the 13 games. In order of the year they came out. Ninja Turtles Super Nintendo. Ninja Turtles Arcade. Ninja Turtles 2 Arcade. Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan on Game Boy. Ninja Turtles Turtles in Time Arcade. Turtles 4 Turtles in Time, the Super NES, Super Nintendo version of the arcade game. 2 Back from the Sewers, Game Boy. Ninja Turtles 3 Manhattan Project, classic, Super Nintendo. Hyperstone Heist, Sega Genesis, never heard of that one. And I had a Sega. Ninja Turtles 3 Radical Rescue, Game Boy. There's a few Game Boy games on there. Tournament Fighters. So, that's a bit lame. Yeah, so the last 3 are kind of lame because it's basically just 3 different versions of Tournament Fighters. The Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, and the Sega Genesis versions of the same game. So that's basically one game. I have a feeling the Sega Genesis might be the superior one. It usually was. Like when Mortal Kombat came out on the Nintendo and the Sega version was vastly superior, both graphics and it actually had gore, which the Nintendo censored. Not that Ninja Turtles would have that problem, because obviously there's no gore in Ninja Turtles. Although it'd be rad if there were. Imagine with the weapons they've got, Leonardo's got 2 katanas. Raphael's got 2 sais. Like, they could really stab and chop people up. Also includes the Japanese versions when they exist, which is all but 2 of them. Also, you can like switch most of these into between English and Japanese version. Well, that's pretty cool. It sucks that they didn't put the new one, Shredder's Revenge, in there as well, just to make it a full Ninja Turtles package. But then again, there are other. The comics can be gory. Yeah, the original comics were a bit different from the kids' stuff that came out later. Like the original comics where they all had red bandanas. They weren't separated by primary colors. But yeah, I guess you can't really include Shredder's Revenge because after the 90s, with all the Game Boy Arcade and Sega and Super Nintendo stuff, There are a whole bunch more Ninja Turtles game in 3D that came out on like Xboxes and PlayStations and PCs. So I guess they don't count because that's like the next era. And that's when they kind of got a little shitty. Not too many of those of that era is actually good. Is Mutant Nightmare from this list? It's not. See, on the Konami list down here, there's more that aren't accounted for. Tournament Fighters was the last one on the compilation. But then in 2003, there was Ninja Turtles, the cel-shaded game based on the TV show that had the same graphics, where they have the white eyes. Game Boy Advance game. A game called Battle Nexus 2. Mutant Melee. And then Mutant Nightmare. Which was out on PS2, Xbox, and GameCube, and Nintendo DS. Oh, that's not counting Ubisoft, Activision. Wait, let me switch this real quick. There's a remake of Turtles in Time on PS3 and Xbox 360. Oh my god. Yeah, see, that's all the Konamis. They stop at Tournament Fighters, and from 2000 onwards, they don't include these games. The new TV show, Battle Nexus, Mutant Melee, and Mutant Nightmare. Then Ubisoft has their TMNT stuff. There's Turtles in Time Reshelled. That was the remake you just mentioned. Smash Up, which is basically Smash Brothers, but all Turtles based. Which is kind of lame. I have that on my Nintendo Wii. There's Out of the Shadows. I also own that. There's the Nickelodeon show game. This is all Activision now. Danger Zone. Don't even know what that is. Mutants in Manhattan. I remember seeing the trailers for that. That's by Platinum Games. Interesting art style. Ninja Turtles Legends. A role-playing game based on the Turtles franchise in 2012. Released for iPhone, iPad, and Android. Oh, fuck off. There's Shredder's Revenge by Dotemu. And then Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 had some Ninja Turtles in it. Some Ninja Turtles showed up in Brawlhalla, Injustice 2, Smite for some reason. That's weird. And I guess in Nickelodeon Kart Racing 3 Slime Speedway. I like how they've included all the games that have Ninja Turtles appearances. That's adorable. You regret not getting Mutants in Manhattan? Yeah, I think that would be a good one. I don't remember what the reaction to it was, but it's by Platinum Games, who make amazing action games. They have a really good track record. I just can't remember what the reaction to this... Oh my god. Is that it? I have to admit, I prefer the look of the box art more than how it actually turned out in-game. But I bet the gameplay is solid. Platinum Games, they don't make trash. I mean, they sometimes make trash, but even their trash has got solid gameplay. That looks pretty wild. Yeah, I want to play this one. Most people hated it, but most people hate everything. Yeah, that's... No lies detected there. User reviews are pretty high. Audience rating summary on Google. What about Metacritic? Completely butchered that. Oh yeah, that's not great. That review average is pretty dodgy. 44 average out of 100. The highest from critics was 68 out of 100. Serviceable co-op brawler infused with plenty of fun nods to long-time TMNT fans. High price point, lack of couch co-op, and repetitive gameplay are hard to ignore. One of the biggest disappointments of the year. Boring, dull, feels like a wasted opportunity to do something that lives up to the old beat-em-ups that these turtles gave us. Even with the super short running time, the repetitiveness that pervades the game takes this fight a slog. So apparently it's super repetitive action, and the game is really short, and it was very expensive when it came out. So that's not really a good combo. I'm not surprised that some of the reviews were hard on it, based on that alone. Oh well, I'd still give it a shot though. If it's as short as they say, I could probably smash it out in one stream. If I can come across a copy of it. What does it go for digitally? Steam. PlayStation. No, wait. Wrong game. Teenage Mutant Manhattan. How to buy? How to buy? Xbox. Is it not available digitally? What the fuck? Steam? It's been delisted. Oh, you have to see if someone's selling it physical. Oh, that sucks. Here's something. Samurai pack. Mutants in Manhattan. Nope, not even on Steam. That's why you regret not buying it? Yeah, I can see that now. But why? The title has been removed by Activision, with the publisher yet to give any reason for the sudden delisting. So they never gave a reason for why it was removed from the internet and all digital stores. It's just dead. Activision won't be making a comment on the Steam removal. So they really just didn't explain themselves. They just said, yep, Mutants in Manhattan, gone, dead skis. Doesn't explain further. Doesn't elaborate. Well, that sucks. Oh well. Maybe I'll try to eBay that someday. That would make a fun stream. A dead and rare game.
And
go back to Lord of the Rings.
Did the deep dives on books, Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, the whole 9 yards, and fell in love to the point where Lord of the Rings became part of my, not just of literature, but just of life. It's something I go to in the biggest, most difficult moments of life. You know, Tolkien makes its way into eulogies for loved ones who have died. Tolkien makes its way into birth announcements. My son, Ethan Everest Payne, on his birth announcement, it also said, Alien Taur Enorath. Tolkien speaks the language of the soul, and it's there for us in those moments.
You know, it's a really rare thing for an author or a director or anyone making, you know, collective art to truly create an optimistic work of art, and that's really something to be valued, and that's what this is. Because so often it becomes, right, like Hallmarky or saccharine, and Lord of the Rings is not that. It's born of pain and struggle and evil, and still comes out at the end saying there's a reason for hope, and friendship and bravery are greater powers than evil. And that's something that I think we just hold really dear.
Resonates with everyone across times.
One of the things that speaks to me about Tolkien in the same way is that he
But what he basically just said is that Lord of the Rings is not about the journey or the destination, it's about the friends we made along the way.
So I'm curious.
It's that old chestnut.
This is a dream job for you three. The most simple and most important question, when we look at the Lord of the Rings, we look at the trilogy, we know that story. We know the story's being told, and sort of the judgment is like, well, how are they going to visualize, bring to life the things that we know are going to be told? The Second Age is more of a question mark. What story are you telling us?
Do you want to take that one?
Sure. Well, it's a human story. You know, we want you to just sort of step back.
A human story. So there's going to be no dwarves and elves?
Imagine your home.
What are you getting at
Imagine
here?
your family. Imagine your job. Imagine your cosplay costume. The things that matter most to you. And then suddenly imagine all that's about to be taken away. It's all under threat. How far into the darkness would you go to protect the things you care about the most? That's at the core of what this story's about.
Well, I heard that.
So for this first season,
I heard it's
we
about
want to reintroduce
Sauron's
Middle-earth.
rise to
We're
power and how
thousands of
it
years before the Third
how
Age.
and why he created
The
all the
societies
rings,
and kingdoms and peoples are very
and
different.
how
The
he
world
was
is a
ultimately
different state.
defeated. The rings got spread
And,
amongst the races.
Gandalf says in The Shadow of the Past, as you and the Tolkien professor, hi Corey.
So I guess him
Noel,
rising to power is kind
he
of a
says,
doomsday clock.
After a defeat and a respite, the shadow.
But we do know how that ends, unfortunately.
Roughly.
So that kind of takes away some of the
It's about reintroducing this world and
some of the stakes in a way.
Was this always going to be a story of the Second Age? When you first went in and sort of pitch your vision of how this story would be told, was it always going to be basically the same events?
Absolutely. The field was wide open. I mean, Amazon bought the rights to basically 10,000 years of Middle-earth history and then said, all right, guys, let's take all comers and see what you have to say. And we felt like the Second Age is freaking awesome. And it's Tolkien's amazing untold story that is so iconic with the forging of the Rings of Power. It's the rise of the Dark Lord Sauron, right? It's the rise and fall of Tolkien's Atlantis, the greatest kingdom of men ever created, Numenor. And then finally the last lines of elves and men to come together and defeat Sauron. Well, almost defeat.
You've never read Tolkien, just
the
seen the
ring
movies?
survives, so evil can continue into
I'd
another
read
age. But that
both The
story
Hobbit and Lord of the
serves as
Rings,
one that
the
could,
books before the
really,
movies
live up to and match the
were
grandeur
even
of what,
announced
we knew
to be made, to be honest.
It's going to be a 50-hour story for the beginning. So if we're going to tell 50 hours of story, we want to really.
So I was lucky to have
just as fans and as viewers,
have done
and
all that
lovers
before the movies
of
came along.
Middle-earth and
So I had
Tolkien,
some of that
we
background
didn't
in the
wanna
back of
do,
my brain.
like a side thing or a spin-off or the origin
It
story.
was kind of
is
cool
something
watching
else,
something
like
like that
trying
being
to
done
fuse
so well.
Tolkienian
When you
meta.
know everything that's in the book,
and
you're actually
Amazon
seeing it done
were
really well on
wonderfully
screen,
crazy enough to say,
even though they had to
"Yes,
take a lot of
let's do
stuff
that."
out to be able to make it actually work.
And really, guys, like no BS, they have let us make the show we want to make.
Seeing them actually nail it, like you don't see that often in pop culture.
Well, you said that the Second Age is amazing. What is if you have one, do you have a favorite, I'll say canonical event? Things that, that is in the text of Tolkien from the Second Age that is your favorite moment?
So I love this moment that he talks about where Sauron has forged the One Ring in Orodruin. And then he, puts it on his finger and he reads the ring poem, and his words and power are felt across the world, and the elves instantly perceive they've been had. What is?
How do you say "oh shit" in Elvish?
Oops.
That is pretty funny though.
Quenya or Sindarin?
It's Celebrimbor, so it would be Quenya.
How does this guy know so much actual Elvish?
We have it backstage. We should break. JD,
He
what's
can
your
actually
moment?
speak Elvish, I
But,
swear
for
to
me,
God.
it's actually more of a sort of like
What a party trick.
phase.
I don't think he picks up any
it's-
chicks with
it's
it,
the
but
downfall of Numenor.
it's still a hell of a party trick.
Watching this kingdom in which there's this factionalization. These groups.
Can't help but imagine the elves
are pulling apart
in that
the
moment,
vibrant
though.
Numenorean society. It seems it's so timely.
The second Sauron
not
wins and
for
forges
our-
the
just for our
rings,
culture, but for any
and the
culture around
elves
the
just
world, we
feeling
see
that
all these
vibe. The
divisions
vibes are just
happening.
off, and they just look around at each other and
Tragedy can
like,
be so
"This motherfucker."
Deeply cathartic for us to
This
experience
motherfucker.
and see what are the hopes people have, what are the mistakes they make, why did things go wrong. And so I think that story of the downfall of Numenor is deeply painful, but also
elves are so much the kind of race that would just basically feel the
I think
vibes
the
in the
word
room
Tolkien might
change
use
and
is
just know
applicable.
something's
I think
up.
that was, yep.
They're
Now,
vibes type
Lindsay,
people.
Because there is such a sort of a sparse description of the events in detail in the appendices of the Second Age, did that sort of open field running there make it, was it a benefit or was it a challenge in terms of creating the series?
The real challenge in creating the series is keeping up with the imagination of J.R.R. Tolkien and J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. It is a boundless sea of creativity, and so for me and a team of very, very talented craftspeople and artisans, it's just keeping up with everything they aspire to do in the written word on the page from all three of these fine guys.
What she means is this show was very hard to produce. But she did a really good job, and so did some other folks.
I had a lot of help.
How long have you been working on it?
I joined the project in 2018. Yeah.
We're at 4.5 years
Yeah.
here. This is a big moment, you
The
guys.
labor of love.
We're like super emotional
Holy
right now. I
shit,
don't know if you
dude.
can tell.
4.5 years
Cry, shit, or go blind.
working on one project. Oh my
That
god.
would make for a memorable panel for sure.
Can
I
you
promise, I told
imagine
like
if
15
AMC
times not to
cancelled
swear up here
it
for anyone
after
that's
putting
kids in the
4.5
audience, but-
years of effort into creating something?
If any one of you, if any one of you could be a race,
Like what Warner Brothers just did to
Let's go around the
Batgirl.
horn.
Imagine
What would you
working
be?
on something
Well,
for
this
this
is gonna
long
sound weird now
and
that
just
Jamie
having them
talked
write it
about
off as a
Downfall, but I
tax
think I'd go
thing.
Numenorian. They're tall and great looking. They live in
Youch.
this beautiful island kingdom. They live a long time, but
It's
not
such a
too
fucked
too
up
long.
and evil thing to do
I've
to
gotta get
people.
my
They're
book.
really tall.
They're really tall.
Yeah,
They're
Scooby-Doo as well.
8 feet tall.
Have you seen
And
these
animation
guys?
takes so
my
long
dream
as
is to
well.
be
They
as
would
tall
have
as
been
they
working
are.
on Scooby-Doo for
As
like
if I
the
could
last
get to
2
8
years,
feet,
at
I'd be
least.
thrilled.
Lindsay, do you want to be a Numenorian so you can die because you're so sick of producing this show?
Not yet. Maybe season 3. Yeah.
Patrick?
Let me think about it.
You haven't thought about it? It's been 4.5
I want to live
years.
forever. I want to be an elf.
Did he?
Stephen, did you not hear?
Everyone who wants to live forever has not thought that through.
I would want to be.
Sure.
We love elves, but we really love dwarves. Dwarves
Nobody
are
who
so
wants to live
awesome.
forever realizes quite how much they're
That's
going to
it.
get
So
sick of
we
life
feel like
after a
dwarves,
couple
often are
generations.
just a butt of jokes, and we're going to take dwarves really seriously. They're a really cool culture with their own mythology, spirituality, history, and we think there's cool things to be able to be done with dwarves.
Anyone want to be a hobbit?
I would want to be a hobbit. Thank you for asking.
Steven, there's time.
Yeah.
The
Stephen,
CEO
I
wants
would
to
have asked,
invest
but I
in
didn't want to cut you
scripted
short.
stuff. Yeah, that's because he's a reality TV show producer. Hang on. That's because he's a reality TV show producer. He's the guy that made like Honey Boo Boo. And that show about the family that had all the like 19 babies. He makes trash. So I don't know why they let him get in charge. What did I just miss? Hang on.
Dwarves. Dwarves are so awesome too.
They're really cool.
So we feel like dwarves, often are just the butt of jokes, and we're going to take dwarves really seriously. They're a really cool culture with their own mythology, spirituality, history, and we think there's cool things to be able to be done with dwarves.
I would want to be a hobbit. Thank you for asking.
Steven, there's time.
Yeah.
Stephen, I would have asked you, but I didn't want to cut you short.
Okay, I rewound because I thought someone said it's Zinger, but it's actually a dad joke.
Just like that, the
I
series
regret
was
rewinding.
It's okay, he
Cancelled.
accomplished all he was ever hoping to accomplish.
Lord of the Rings series cancelled.
Okay.
Sorry.
How daunting is it? Okay, so look at this. How many people are here today? 7,000, 6,500, 7,000 people, something like that?
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you.
You guys are awesome.
How daunting is it to take on the material knowing how sacred it is to the legions of Lord of the Rings fans out there? What is the thing that has been most nerve-wracking about tackling?
I mean, all of it, but people do sort of ask us about this, and the honest to God truth is, there's no one who can put more pressure on us than ourselves, because this means so much to us. Getting this right means so much to us. We've been the fans who've been disappointed, maybe many times over, and we didn't want to disappoint you guys, and hopefully lots of other people. That's a hard thing to live with and constantly feel like, oh my God, is it good enough? It's not good enough. It needs to be better. It needs to be better. It needs to be better. And that's what we've lived for 4.5 years. It's sort of nice to take a moment and actually celebrate it here with you all. Thank you.
Well, there are characters played by actors who will be out here in just a moment who are not canonical to Tolkien. Okay, and that must be one of the greatest challenges. How do you fill out that world with characters that are implied, they're implied cultures that you're drawing from, but they're not necessarily described to the depth that you're going to represent them. What guidance did you take for those characters' creations?
Well, so we had the privilege of working with Tolkien scholars like Tom Shippey and amazing linguists, and also had lore masters that were part of our writers' room that would always be there to help us make sure we were really honoring both the letter and the spirit of Legendarium. But Tolkien gave us all these amazing clues about cultures in the Second Age. Concerning hobbits, he talks about the ancestors of hobbits, where there's Stores, Falahides, and Harfoots. And he gives us just a couple tantalizing paragraphs about Harfoots. But then you take those clues in there and you say, okay, cool, what kind of society would, he talks about their wandering days. So you say, okay, imagine these sort of migratory, like, wandering, like, hobbits. Like, what would they be like? How are they similar to hobbits in the Third Age? How are they really different? So like pieces
I was
of
just
those
saying
together,
when
and
I
then
forgot
also
to
do what
unmute.
Tolkien himself did, which would be
I
go
feel like the
back
guy in the middle
to,
needs
our
to
world and
grow
look
some
at
stubble
the
or at least a bit of
heroic
a beard.
sagas and myths and stories.
Something about his
draw
chin and whole neck
inspiration
area
from them
bothers
to sort
me.
of help bring
I think
the
he'd look a lot
verisimilitude
better in a
to the
beard, a
characters
little bit of
he
hair
was
there.
creating. So we, one, always back to Tolkien, and two, when Tolkien was silent, we tried to invent in as Tolkienian a way as possible.
Go back to the book, go back to the book, go back to the book.
Yeah.
All right. This is Hall H.
Also, before when they were saying
we promised the people some surprises.
we're fans of Lord of the Rings and we don't want to, we've been disappointed
What have you
before,
brought us to see?
and we don't want to disappoint people, and that's why
we have
they're
a
working
thing.
so hard on this
You guys
show.
want to see a thing?
I feel like that was some sly shade
So,
at the
there was
Hobbit
a trailer
movies.
last week that maybe, I don't know if some of you
Because
might have
aside
seen.
from the original Lord of the Rings trilogy, which is perfect,
There's a new trailer today.
the
that we're
Hobbit
gonna
movie
show
is
you
the
all
only
right
other
now.
Lord of the Rings thing that's been made.
This is the San Diego Comic-Con
And it was
trailer.
kind of,
You guys
it
will
was
be
kind
the
of
first
rubbish.
people to see it, so this is a big, real privilege for us to see it with you. Thank you.
Let's do it.
Oh, we're gonna run the trailer? Oh, we missed it.
There's a lot more to come to, It's just a little
Hold up.
bit of it. Just a couple.
Okay, so they clearly can't run the trailers in the panel. The recordings of the panels look like they had to cut the trailers out for, I don't know, copyright reasons? DMCA or something? But I wants it though. I wants it and I needs it. Hang on, wait. Bam. Found it. Wasn't there more than one trailer? Let me just double check. I'm not going to go looking for it. Rings. Oh, there was a teaser. The Comic-Con trailer. Main teaser. Teaser trailer. What the fuck's the difference? Q&A line, blah, 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 blah. Lots of bullshit. I don't recall seeing the teaser. I don't remember what could be in the teaser. Let's run it.
There was a time when the world was so young.
Oh, just right into it.
There had not yet been a sunrise. But even then, there was light.
I want a story set in a time before there was even a sunrise. I want to see what that looks like. We know what this looks like. We see beautiful Lord of the Rings vistas all the time. You can't make Lord of the Rings without
Elves
this.
have forests to protect. Dwarfs their mines. Men their fields of grain. But we Harfoots have each other.
It's a Hardfoot. Are these
We're safe.
pre-hobbits?
You have fought long enough, Galadriel. Put up your sword.
That actress looks a lot like Blanchett,
The question now is where?
who played older Galadriel. But if her lifespan is as long as it's
over.
supposed to be,
You have
wouldn't
not
she
seen
still
what
just
I've
look like Kate
I have
Blanchett
seen
even
my
now?
share.
You have not seen
Dear God.
what I have seen.
I think they said something like every episode of this show is like $20 million. And I think it's really showing.
Darkness will march over the face of the earth.
Some of the actors look a
It will
bit
be the
goofy,
end,
but
not just of our
the cinematography and the visual effects aren't letting anybody down.
all peoples.
I am sorry, but their time has come.
The past is with us all.
The past is dead. We either move forward or we die with
So
it.
the halflings don't have any
This could be the
stake in
beginning
the
of a new
story,
era.
right? Damn! This is way more teaser than I expected from a teaser. This is like a straight up trailer. Tease my ass. Phrasing. Neat. Well, my first worry that it wasn't going to look as expensive as it should for how much money it costs, but it definitely does. They did keep showing halflings in there. I kept seeing hobbits, but I thought that if the plot was about further back in the past, Sauron's rise to power, creating the rings, and the nations of man, dwarf, and elf coming together to stop him, taking the rings from him and spreading it amongst themselves to keep the rings safe. I don't think the halflings are supposed to have any stake in that. I don't know enough about the extended universe stuff, the appendices, to know for sure. But I feel like the importance the halflings end up having in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, when it comes to finding the One Ring, taking it to the volcano and destroying it. That, I feel like, is where, after everything the worlds of man, elf, and dwarf have done to stop Sauron, keep the rings away from him, just do whatever they can to save the world, that all eventually almost comes to a head. Like, they almost lose. And it's the halflings that pull through at the end. I feel like if the halflings have any kind of stake in the story in this early part of it, it kind of nullifies or weakens slightly their importance later, where suddenly the one race that no one gives a shit about or thinks can have any impact on the world because they're just a bunch of friendly halfling midgets. I shouldn't call them midgets. But that's how, you know, shitty humans and dwarves would look at them. You know, they'd be probably offensively derogatory towards the Shire. Like, they're the race that no one suspects and comes through at the last minute and ends up being the only ones that can actually get the job done. The little guys. Perfect underdog story. I don't really want to hear from the halflings in this story. I want to see the humans and the elves and the dwarves fighting amongst themselves while trying to fight Sauron and only just kind of pulling it off. Except, you know, not defeating Sauron and having to keep the rings for themselves, which was a bad choice. It needs that. This series needs to culminate in why the hobbits were needed in the first place. To be that one pure race in the middle that goes, hey, no, let's finish him off. Let's actually finish Sauron off for good. Let's actually get rid of the rings. Let's not keep them for ourselves. It's not about power. It's about love and togetherness and friendship and the friends we made along the way. Hobbits. I don't want to see that in this movie. This movie needs to be everyone else fucking up and only just kind of half winning in the end. Because there's nothing else really to be excited about, like, honestly, because we know how it ends. Because we know how Lord of the Rings 1 starts. Like, the stakes are a little bit wonky, but, you know, still keen. Where's the trailer? Yeah, big trailer.
We thought the war,
Is that Galadriel again?
at last, was ended.
She kind of looks a little bit like generic blonde girl. Nice helmet collection, though.
Today, our days of
She's a bit of a hoarder.
begin.
I give you the wreath
We
of
thought our joys would be
Queen of the Hoarders.
We thought our light would never dim.
The skies are strange.
That's definitely Shy speak. That accent.
It is here, Galadriel. The moment we feared.
Galadriel. I like how they say her name. I like how the elves pronounce their names. It's hot.
Evil does not sleep.
Those white blossom trees.
It waits.
Hold up. Sorry to rewind so early. These white blossom trees, we've got them in real life. We had them in South Africa where I lived, and there's also some of these in Australia. These flowers smell like cum. I know that's probably TMI to some people, but if you know, you know. If you've ever been around these as they're blossoming and filling the air like that, with all those petals,
Evil does not sleep.
it smells like semen.
It waits.
Nothing like leaving your house on a lovely spring day and it's smelling like someone just had an orgy outside.
He has not one name, but many.
Sauron. He does just have one name.
Have you heard of him, lad?
If you heard of Sauron.
I love crazy old men that just love to torment children. There was no reason for him to act like that. Is that Sauron? Has he got a lizard hand? I thought it was just a dude. Until he went all Dark Lord. That sword was dope.
If the evil rising is left unchecked, it will take us all. Find the light, and the shadow will not find you.
Definitely Sauron.
Together
Recognize that gauntlet anyway.
Fight with me.
There's going to be a lot of Galadriel in this shot, I just noticed. And elves kicking
Each
rocks.
of us must decide who we shall be.
Damn!
There can be no trust between hammer and rock.
What was that
Eventually, one
supposed
or
to
the
be?
other must surely break.
That guy looks like Grey Worm from Game of Thrones. That's not Sauron, is it? Doesn't look like Sauron.
You have been told many lies of Middle-earth.
I feel like Sauron is such an invisible in the background villain that they're probably going to have this, or whoever that was, as a more... Jesus Christ. As a more front and center villain. That was a real horror beat for the end of a Lord of the Rings trailer. It's kind of intense. Hey! It's Ballsack, the demon. I mean Balrog, sorry. Ballsack the Balrog. I named him. There you go. Hi, Tanky. What's up, dude? I'm just hanging out looking at some Comic-Con stuff. Wait, pause. I want to see that Ballsack. Balrog. Now I can't stop doing it. Oh, he's a big boy! He's a big boy! It looks about as good as it did back in the first Lord of the Rings. God damn, that movie's visual effects hold up. Some of it. There's a couple of moments that are a little jank, but most of it holds up. Even today. Yeah, this dude. Hang on, let me spin this screen real quick. This dude looks like a little bit like Grey Worm from Game of Thrones. Someone's doing a scorpion get over here to him, and he's taking advantage of the situation. Oh, nice match cut. Look at this match cut. Someone's a professional editor. Damn, boy. Such a pretentious movie title. There is a lot of the repetition of the word rings in the title. I feel like instead of calling it Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, they could have just called it Rings of Power. Not The Rings of Power. Just Rings of Power. That would have been fine. TV show, not a movie. Yeah. That's a good looking orc. Good makeup. This person I'm really curious about. Witch? Warlock? I think it's a witch because she's got those... She? I don't know what to gender this person. I don't know if that's a she or a he. Or if it doesn't matter. Maybe it's a they, them. It's got the black hands, like in WandaVision, when she almost gets corrupted by the Scarlet Witch power. Definitely a side villain. Probably going to take up most of the villain screen time until Sauron does more stuff in the last 2 episodes or something. There's some cool shit going on here. Someone's in a volcano. But why? Galadriel, I guess it's going to be an ensemble thing. Mostly, I'm imagining. But, it looks like Galadriel, younger Galadriel is going to be, like, quite a focus. Like, if you had to pick a main character out of the ensemble cast of lots of characters, she might be the one that we spend the most of the time with. Which is interesting, because she's one of the more interesting characters in the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. Because she's in charge of the elves, she's super powerful and goddess-like. And there's that really creepy moment where she sees the ring and almost goes like full sorcerer witch out on Frodo, but then stops herself. So I hope her character, her younger character in this, has some like depth to her in terms of like her potential for like being the most powerful elf, crossed with how dangerous that makes her in terms of like how easily susceptible she might be to the power of the ring, and having to balance that problem. Like, she's trying to do the right thing, but at the same time, she has to be careful of herself, because she could be just as bad as Sauron if she's not careful. She can fall easily to the dark side. They could really play with that. There's some meat on that bone. There's Grey Worm. That is definitely a different actor, I think. I'm sure. It's just weird. It's a bit off-putting seeing so many, like, actors you don't recognize in a series where we recognize everyone usually. Like, Elijah Wood, fucking Aragorn, what's his name? What's that actor's name? Viggo Mortensen? Legolas, Lando Bloom. Like, all these actors are, like, burnt into our brains. Like, we see them, we think Lord of the Rings. So when we look at something that's supposed to be Lord of the Rings and we see, like, no name, who the fuck is this people? It trips you up a little bit. I feel like it's an unfair criticism, though. Like, I can't really hold that against the show, because the show is doing something new in a different time period. So there's going to be, like, nothing but people you don't recognize. With the exception of maybe, like, Gandalf. If he rocks up for a cameo at some point, he'd probably look exactly the same. Immortal wizards and all that. Your main problem is that doing anything with Lord of the Rings, you're going to be compared to literally the best series of movies in existence. That's true, but the key to that problem is to be self-aware of that in your own brain. Like, that is not really the show's problem. Like, whether the show is good or not is on them. Like, they do have to put in the effort to make something decent out of this. But we have to be careful not to hold that kind of stuff against them unfairly. Because Lord of the Rings, the first trilogy, not The Hobbit, are classics. They're like perfect movies. You can't go into this with that in the back of your mind looking for reasons to hate this. Because then you're just there to hate it on purpose. Like, that's not really fair. That's not really fair on the show. Like, you got to cut it some slack. You got to meet it halfway. But what you just said is basically exactly how you do that. Like, what you just said is half the battle. You just have to be self-aware that that's the issue. And that's going on in your own head. Put that aside. Just go, I'm not going to sit here and nitpick. I'm going to eat popcorn. I got my vanilla Coke. I got a bag of Tim Tams. Maybe some Maltesers on the side. I'm just going to watch some, like, fucking fantasy shenanigans. There's going to be 6 shadow swords. Like, look at this sword. Look at this sword. Look at this shot. That's dope. I don't know what's going on there, but that's pretty cool. Discount Lord of the Rings camp. It's so ironic, though, because this is literally the most expensive show ever made. And it actually shows. Like, for a TV show... Oh, there's that creep. There's that freak. I want to know more about this character. This character's interesting. The Hobbit trilogy was better than the Lord of the... That's a controversial statement. Oh, God. Genie, holy shit. Someone's going to roast you for that, that's for sure. Hang on, let me move this text box down. Let me move my box down too. Yeah, that's better. Oh, shit. Yeah, see, Tanky's already triggered. I knew it. You can't say that shit on the internet and not get tarred and feathered. So I definitely think... I think the consensus is that the original trilogy... Like, this is consensus. You're allowed to disagree, Genie, but The consensus would be that the trilogy is perfect, and that The Hobbit was fun but flawed, I think. You can watch all the Hobbit movies again without skipping the first half. The thing that I like about the Hobbit movies is that they've got some fun set pieces. The green screen and CG goes a little bit wonky during most of them, but like I didn't really give a shit. I just watched it, you know, anyway for what it's meant to be. Like I'm tired of basically taking issue with movies and TV shows CG. Just let it be what it is. Like things like the barrel scene, the river scene in The Hobbit is kind of fun. Like it's crazily overly choreographed and it's wacky and cartoony. It's just fun. Like I enjoy scenes like that in that movie. And some of them, a lot of them feel like long tracking shots. Which I guess is why they turn into like a bit of a CG mess at some points to be able to make that work. But they're really enjoyable. But I wouldn't say... I do think they're a fun mess. I wouldn't say that they're as good as or could even surpass the original trilogy of movies. But you have a point about the rewatchability thing. Like, I can see how someone might appreciate Lord of the Rings, but then find it easier just to throw The Hobbit on and let them run in the background and just, like, watch it repeatedly. Specifically for the fact that a lot of it is sort of like a cartoonish sequence of set pieces. Like fun set pieces, like rollicking adventure. But yeah, what Tanky was saying before, the people with the discount Lord of the Rings vibe. Like, I kind of get where that's coming from, but at the same time, it's kind of insane because of how good the movie looks. I mean, sorry, the TV show. Like, there's some amazing shots in here. There's some amazing locations, just like in the original movies. And like, look at that shit.
Our days of...
Something about some of the actors feels a little bit cheap, but aside from that, the locations and the CGI in this are insane. Like, I can't fault them on that. Hang on. How much actually was Rings of Power? Cost? Still can't find the collector's edition of Fellowship of the Ring. I've got the Blu-ray collector's box set of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, if that's what you mean. It's probably on eBay, but worth hundreds of dollars. Here we go. I was way off. I was guessing 20 million per episode. Rings of Power costs 60 million per episode. Double the price of Stranger Things Season 4. Jesus. So that means $465 million for the entire first season. There are like big budget Marvel movies that did not cost them $465 million. Like, this show is going hard. Like, you cannot fault them for coming out of the gate strong. They are putting their power behind this. And I do think that comes through in the trailer. I do think it all looks pretty solid. I can't really think of anything to... Like, I think the only thing is that some of the actors just look weird to me, but... Not the freaky... Not this villain. That's not what I mean by weird. I think it's just the size of the project versus the no-name actors is something I'm not used to. So it throws me off sometimes, and I'm looking at people that I'm like, who the fuck is that? Who's that supposed to be? Good weird. See, this I like this villain. This is solid. This they them. Blowing witch embers. And this man gets royally fucked up. Blark! Jump scare. Jump scared the dude. Oh god. But yeah, I'm hopeful. I don't know why. I have been seeing like a lot of random negativity about it. Not entirely sure why. I mean, if anything, it's got so much power and clout behind it, and so much of that money is on screen in the trailer, that it's like, why not be optimistic? Are you just that hardcore slaven to like the original text, the old books and the appendices, that every little thing you see that doesn't match up with what you want it to be, or what you think it should be, is just like blasphemy? And then you like fucking send in death threats to the creators and stuff? Like, don't be that guy. Please don't be that guy. Alright.
Couple minutes.
God. All right, that's a lot
to
to
these
take
guys.
in. Here we
Thank
go.
you, guys.
Okay. Did I just see a Balrog at the end of that?
Oh, Hans?
Sure did.
Or a really, really grumpy dwarf.
Okay. Again, that's a lot to digest right there. I don't even know who the hell some of those people are. I assume you do. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the Balrog for just a second, because that's a surprise. Okay, obviously we know Durin's Bane. Are there things for your storytelling that have implied depth into the Second Age that actually have events in the Third Age that you move into the Second Age?
So back to our producer Lindsay. You know, if
Lindsay, you want to grab this?
Well, I was just gonna say.
He's midstream. Go on.
I love how much these guys nerd out while talking about their own show.
Vast and huge that I don't think there's
It's
much room
adorable.
for anything from the Third Age. But
The
you
guy
know,
in the
maybe
middle still needs a
somewhere down
beard,
the road,
though.
who knows what can happen.
I'm not that chin.
Balrogs are sneaky.
Yeah.
Okay, how did you go about the images of Numenor are beautiful and powerful, and my first question is that a practical set? Is how much of that is CGI and how much of what we see of Numenor is a set that people walked into?
Oh, you already have all of the collector's editions?
The answer is we built as much as any group of humans could. So a huge amount of it was in camera. It was the labor of love.
You're just
of
missing that
thousands and
one thing
thousands
that you need,
of people,
the
crew
Fellowship of the
members.
Ring collectors.
We worked with incredible artists. We had amazing costume designer named Kate Hawley, our brilliant production designer Ramsey Avery, who's here in the audience somewhere, a saint among men, the legendary John Howe. So we had this, and we had this incredible group of this brain trust to help us bring this place to life, and we built it from the ground up. The water and
built
all that
this
stuff.
city.
Some of it is coastlines and locations that New Zealand graciously provided us, but it was a lot. And then, of course, our visual effects team helped fill in the rest.
We built an entire city, several blocks,
Yeah.
and an entire wharf.
So it's not all just
crazy
CG and
enormous,
green
like, something
screens.
that would be in
They
DW
actually
Griffin,
still did
which
went
was awesome.
to
And the first time
went
you
to
saw the
locations
racist
and
part.
built entire city sets.
The first
That's
time
why
you
the
said
show
that,
cost
you're like,
60
"I'm
million
in Numenor." It's
an
absolutely
episode.
amazing.
It's
They're
a
actually
huge
building the
cast,
elven cities.
of characters. How did you go about finding the right people for the roles? What were the auditions like, and why did you never call me?
Season 2?
There's still time. There's 42 hours of show still left to shoot, Stephen.
But honest God, how many people did you look at? How long did the audition process go?
Thousands of people all over the world. Do you want to talk about it?
Yes, Tolkien described various ages. I think there was the age of the casting process.
Yes.
That went on for a long, long time. We saw hundreds of people for each role, so thousands of people total.
Thousands, yeah.
But it was amazing. We really had two criteria for every single person we brought into this show. One is they had to be an excellent performer. So you're going to be with these people for a 50-hour journey. We knew that from the beginning, that this was going to be a 50-hour story. So we said, we want people to be able to fall in love with these people and have amazing actors. Then two, we had to be able to look in their eyes and say, do they have Middle Earth in them? And
Do
if
they
they
have
didn't have
Middle
it,
Earth
if
in
they were
them?
excellent, then they didn't get the part. But if they
Would
had
you
that
like
special
to
thing where you said inside them, then that's what we got. So 20
And they all do it.
Casting
We're really
couch.
excited for you to meet them. We're really, really proud of this cast and the work they've done, and we think you're going to fall in love
If you
with
want the
them.
job,
We're going to bring out
you gotta
some,
satisfy
a few other
my
people in
wolf's
just for a
bane.
moment. Rapid fire. Ready?
Yes.
Get sucking,
Why do some elves have
elven
short
boy.
hair? Patrick.
So
I like him with the elven facial features and the hair, the long hair.
elves,
Yeah.
like any race of many, many beings,
Ugh.
don't all look the same all the time, especially not over thousands of years.
Taking it
And
all the way
in
back to
books,
Weinstein
it sure felt
generation.
like that's what Tolkien was saying too, so that's what we did.
Why is there a Hobbit story in the Second Age, JD?
Yes, that's what I was asking.
Because well, it's actually not technically a Hobbit story; it's a Harfoot story. And so Tolkien doesn't say anything about Harfoots not having done anything amazing in the Second Age. He says that hobbits before the Third Age didn't do anything impressive. So we felt we had license there to go ahead and tell a good Harfoot story.
Lindsay,
so Hardfoots and Hobbits aren't the same thing.
You know, it was really important to us.
I assumed Hardfoots were just pre-Hobbits.
What makes Tolkien's tone unique and special is the blend of all of these cultures and what each of them bring to Middle-earth and what each of them represent. The underdogs and the smallest people being able to do great deeds. We could not imagine a version of this show that didn't have a version of that in some form, and went deep into the text to find it. And we think there's a beautiful, wonderful story there that you guys are really going to love.
Lindsay, can you confirm or deny
good marketing
that the female dwarves depicted in this series have beards?
I can confirm that they have facial hair, yes. I was there at 3 o'clock in the morning as each hair was lovingly applied one by one to make them regal and glorious. Can't wait for you to see more of it. You see it.
How do you know that they were female
You're going to meet
dwarves?
Sophia
They might have just been regular dwarves.
She shaved for today.
Yeah.
Okay, last one. This is a jump ball. Will there be Entwives?
Maybe you've seen one already.
There's an Entwife in the trailer.
All right. Music has always been a big part of Tolkien. Intricate
I did not
to the
spot that.
creation of
It might have just been
Arda
any one of
and
the trees that we
the
saw
world that is, and
in
the
one of the
Ainulindale.
wide shots.
We got a little taste of the
He kind of
series
cheated
music
with that
earlier.
one.
Let's bring out the series composer, Bear McCreary. Bear? What's up, Paul H?
Non-canon or semi-non-canon.
How you guys doing?
Hey, it's Bear McCreary.
Bear, we got.
Well, I think they were saying that, like, it's basically like the appendices and the early stories about what happened back with the Sauron and the Ring stuff, just extrapolated out. So, like, they had to, like, make more of what Tolkien gave them, essentially. Because a lot of that stuff is, like, hinted at, teased, explained in piecemeal, in, like, appendices and stuff. So, like, stretching that taffy out into, like, a full story with scene by scene and character dialogue and all that, you kind of do have to extrapolate a lot. But it sounds like they're like, yeah, there's no Hobbit stuff going on in that age, because obviously you got to save that for when the Hobbits actually do save the day in Lord of the Rings. But like the Hardfoot thing, if they do exist back then, they could fill a role. Just adapt the Silmarillion. I don't know if anyone wants to adapt the Silmarillion, or even people that are fans of Tolkien and respect the Silmarillion find it like dense, like, and not in a fun way, if you know what I mean. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, this is not like user friendly at all. It's definitely amazing if you're like want to nerd out on that stuff, but you can't just dump the Silmarillion on someone and expect them to understand or follow along with it. There's just like the lore in that. It's just full on. And that's pretty much what it is. But like the thing with Lord of the Rings is it's this perfect combination of lore begatting good story and a fairly simple story through line. Whereas the Silmarillion is more like just the lore part. Where the story is kind of just stuff happening that stitches together all the shit that he wants to talk about that has to do with lore. Which is why it's kind of all over the place. But it's great if you want to, like, you know, geek out on Tolkien and pick away at lore. But telling a simple, straightforward story, that's not the way to go. But, I think as long as you're not... If you're willing to not be too slaven to lore and to specifics in a way that's like you write your own thing in your head as you're watching it, and then everything is just shit. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot in this show that is from the Silmarillion. Because everything from these earlier, like, Second Age eras that build up to Sauron and the Rings is, like, all kind of being piecemealed and stitched together to tell, like, a new tale that leads up to what we know in Lord of the Rings. So, I think it would be not... Like, I'm all for it being a kind of combination of exact things from previous texts and laws and appendices and Silmarillion. And then, like, 50% finding a through line or a way to stitch it together, and bits in between that are all fresh and new to this. Because it's nice being able to be surprised. You want to see things that are accurate to what you expect, but you also want to be surprised and be able to follow along with a story that actually isn't all just already known, where you're just ticking boxes as you go through it. Be a bit of a shame.
We got a moment to talk backstage, and I'm just curious if you could share with the people what some of your inspirations were for bringing the emotion.
God, Bear
of the
McCready
second
looks
age to
exactly
life
like
in
how I
music.
thought he would look.
My starting point, understandably, is the legacy of Howard Shore. And let's give it up for Howard Shore.
He's like a cleaner Rob Zombie.
I am honored for a series that features a magnificent main title. You're just gonna weep when you hear it. By Howard. But for me, one of the things that's interesting
By main
is
title, I
was
assume
looking
he
at all
means
the
made title
elements that Howard
theme.
would put in, for example, the
Not the
dwarves,
actual title of the show, which is a bit meh.
male vocals. But there's a sadness. These are people in diaspora in the Third Age. And their music reflects that. Well, what if we go back before the apocalypse? Let's use those.
It's kind
sounds,
of
but they're
incredible how
vibrant.
much Bear
They're
McCready,
industrial. They're alive.
how
They're at
much
the
his
peak of their
career has like
civilization.
exploded
so
lately.
in a way, I wanted to create a score that honors what Shore created by
Bear
creating this continuity. We're going to
McCreary.
hear.
I've been saying
the
McCready,
Society
it's
of Elves.
McCreary,
We're
sorry.
going to hear the dwarves, and even the Harfoots have a variation of what we feel in the Shire, but it's not that. And the most exciting one was Numenor, because Numenor needed to be different. Something new. You're going to hear instruments that you've never heard in live-action Lord of the Rings adaptations before. My hope is that you embrace them, you recognize that they belong, and then when you go back and watch those classic movies, you'll realize they're gone.
Lord of the Rings,
Your inspiration from
Masters of the
Howard,
Universe, Snowpiercer,
leads me to a last question, which is, many of the people here came to Lord of the Rings, including yourself,
Black Mirror,
through the work of
Outlander,
Peter Jackson and
Constantine,
Philippa and Fran and,
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
and Richard Taylor and the workshop people at Weta. How has that inspired you, and how is that a challenge to match into that world that people perceive already? Because their towering
Where are the
achievement
movies?
is sort of the bedrock of the desire for more.
Godzilla, King of the
visualized
Monsters,
culture.
Child's Play.
Lindsay.
Well, I think just as a producer and filmmaker, those movies
Cloverfield.
represent just such an astonishing achievement.
Paradox.
And that team set such a high bar, and
Cloverfield Lane.
Befitting of Tolkien.
And he's such a bunch of video games like God of War, Call of Duty,
No, I mean,
Assassin's
when I
Creed,
watch those movies unabashedly.
League of Legends.
I quote them regularly. They're
He's
part
done
of like,
heaps.
the daily fiber of my life, the way that I communicate with my wife and my partner, my children, and so they're woven deeply, deeply inside. So like, but what we wanted to do is to capture the fact that those movies are part of a continuum of artistic works that have been created over the last many decades, a couple of generations now. They also include the Ralph Bakshi films, and also include art by John
Bakshi.
Howe and music by Led Zeppelin.
I've seen the
and
original
art by
Ralph
Alan
Bakshi
Lee,
Fellowship of the
all
Ring.
these various other artists who have
Long
created
ago.
artwork. So we really wanted to create something that would draw from the best of everything.
It's a
that's
really
been
weird
created
animation.
and be able to belong in Middle Earth.
Well, thank you so much for sharing.
If you ever watch that, it's a bit of an
your
acid trip.
experience,
Don't drop
sharing
acid
your
if you're about to
art
watch a
with us today,
Ralph Bakshi
telling
Lord of the
your
Rings
stories and your dreams and
animation.
your hopes, and
It's trippy as
being
fuck.
here with all the fans. Let everybody please
You heading
give
off,
it up
Tanky?
for Bear McCreary.
No worries, dude.
Patrick McKay.
See you later.
JD Payne and Lindsay Weber.
Thank you, guys. Really, really, really thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
All right, while they're switching things up for just one moment, I'd like to address something in the room. How do we say this last name? J.R.R. Tolkien. Okay. I get a lot of hell online for saying Tolkien. But I grew up reading Robert Heinlein. That's why I say Tolkien, because there was no internet back then to correct me. And I know you're supposed to say Heinlein. All right. How do we say Elrond's father's name? What? Earendil? Wrong! It's Earendil.
Nerd battle.
And I will tell you why.
Nope, cops are here.
Earendil was a mariner who tarried in Alvernian, who built a ship of Timberfell. It has to be Ea or it doesn't scan. Checkmate.
That was some nerd cred right there.
Thus endeth the lesson, children.
Roast.
We're ready to go over here?
Tipped thy
Ready
hat
rock?
to Stephen Colbert.
No?
Are
All
they
right.
just playing like random
What is
orchestral music in the
Earendil's
background?
ship called? Bangalot. I love you.
I wonder how much Tolkien lore he has in that
ready to go?
interviews.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
Is he able to drop like Elvish
Ready to go here? Yes. Who's ready
history,
to meet
lore,
some of the
info,
cast?
words, like drop of a hat?
It's time to bring in some elf and dwarf energy into Hall H.
Are we gonna get the
Please
actors
give
out?
a warm welcome to Robert Arameo, Elrond.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of people that we don't really know.
High King Gil-galad, Charles Edward, Lord Celebrimbor, Owain Arthur, Prince Doran IV, and Sophia Nomvete,
Hey
Princess
Sophia,
Lisa.
who are you? Show the picture, show the poster. I want to see your character. God damn it, cameraman.
Wait. Yes, that screen should go, I think. Thank you very much. Thank you
Oh, they're
for
all in
being
the
here.
walls. Nice. Is that her in the top right?
How long have y'all been working on this project?
It's a cool.
Personally speaking,
That's a cool hall design. I like the screens are on the sides with all the characters on it. That's dope.
Yeah, March 2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to Hall H
A long
one day.
time.
I
That'd be
came
so
a
much
little
fun.
later.
You did? All right.
I'm always late on this job. I miss everything.
Well, Charles, let's start with you. I think we should start with you, since as Lord Celebrimbor, none of the trouble gets stirred up without your rings of power. You're the proximate occasion of sin here for this entire story. Does knowing how the actions of your character affect Middle-earth for thousands of years change how you might play him?
No, not really, but we discover him at a time of personal and creative flux, and so, you know, that uncertainty in his soul might take him in any direction, so we'll have to see what happens with that. But in terms of where we discover
Jesus
him,
Christ,
he's
the
building,
wrinkles on that man's forehead in the
working very
green.
hard on building
What is
Eregion,
happening
which he
there?
wants to recreate, he's trying to recreate Valinor and Middle-earth. And Tolkien says of
It's
the
like
elves of Eregion
it's like he's got so much anxiety about being on stage. His brain's trying to retract, and it's compacting in his forehead. It's compressing it.
He's restless. He's searching for something that is intangible, and this uncertainty, what he sees as his creative invalidity, makes him very vulnerable to predators.
Well, that's an interesting point, because people who sort of know Tolkien's work only casually don't realize the elves are troublemakers. They're actually not that nice. They're really pretty and tall and everything, but they mess a lot of things up in Middle-earth, and they don't get along with each other either. Rob, let's talk about Elrond. Okay, you're stepping into some big elvish shoes.
Yes.
There.
Yes.
What was it like? Who is
Hugo
Elrond
Weaving
to you?
shoes?
Well,
them's big shoes.
An orphan, you know, was where I wanted to begin, you know. I really wanted to, he's closer to his choice at this point in his life than he'll ever be, you know. So I wanted to pour all of my efforts into, you know, discovering who he was, where he came from, you know, his parents, and the weight of that. You know, when your dad saves the world, it's a lot to live up to, which felt quite good actually, because, you know, I
didn't know that part of all myself. And Elrond's dad had saved Middle-earth prior.
So yeah, I mean,
I must be part of the appendices of the Silmarillion that I didn't read.
The fact that he's an orphan.
And of course, his brother was Elros.
Yeah.
And so you're the uncle, essentially, to all the kings of Numenor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you a little patronizing to them?
I feel like sometimes when Stephen Colbert follows up with like a question like that,
yeah, I mean, it was another
it's just
one
so
of
he
those
can drop
things
more
across,
Lord of the Rings lore and show how much he knows.
It's another amazing feat of his family. And when I
But
started
fair cop to him, like,
researching the character, I sort of wanted to just begin
it's
as a
impressive how much he
historian and
knows.
Sort of go into,
How does he remember
things
all
that I
those
thought
names?
were directly related to Elrond, you know. And then the more I read, the more I realized that most of it is, you can you know, in some way connected to Elrond or influenced Elrond, or is part of his past in some way, and that's just another one of them. So, you know, it's it's a lot of pressure for him.
It's an odd character who gets to look up in the night sky and every sunset see his dad.
Yeah, your dad's watching you all the time.
Yeah. A lot of dads feel distant and removed, but that's extreme.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Owain.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
You too. What?
Durin the Fourth.
What
Nice
their
to
dad
see you
watching
there.
24/7
How
from the
does
sky.
being Welsh
Like a
bring
fucking
something
cloud line.
new to the dwarven race?
That was a Mufasa
Wow.
reference. That out of context, that would have been the weirdest thing
Well,
I
I'm
heard you say
honoured
today.
to be a Welshman, and I fly the flag everywhere I go. But actually, in all seriousness, there are similarities. I feel from my background and where I grew up. Grew up in a tiny village called Rhiwlas up in North Wales. Anyone from Rhiwlas here?
Yeah, what if there were though? 7 people with their hands up. What are the
Yeah,
odds?
it's up on the side of a mountain. I went to school. My family worked in a slate quarry in North Wales. Wales.
It's
has
in the
history
quarries where I met
mining.
my forehead.
We have our own language.
We've been together ever
Siarad
since.
Cymraeg, os na rywun yn siarad Cymraeg yma? Okay, we'll move on. So there
love his
are
accent.
similarities and connections to my growing up and my country, the smallness of our nation and the smallness or largeness of Moria, Khazad-dûm.
How long did it take you to become Durin the Fourth?
I've stopped staring at his forehead, and I can't stop staring at the finely
Actually,
coiffed
three
hairdo of the guy
hours
in the middle,
every
the
day.
older guy in the middle with the jeans.
And 45 minutes to
the
take
white
it all
shirt.
off. But do you know what? I was so
That man has a
excited
lot of hair.
to know that I was playing
For someone
the
so
role that I got
lanky
to
with
put
such a tiny
on
head,
my face.
he's got a hell of a head of hair
Cut
for
to
his
the
age
last
as well.
day of shooting, the relief. of
Especially
taking
when he
it
looks
all
forward.
off. But
He's
no,
looking to the
it's-
side right now, but
it's
he looks
special.
towards the
It's
camera.
First time I've worn prosthetics and it's
Look how coiffed that hair
a
is.
challenge. It's another.
That's a lot of hair, bro.
Art form to play with, to act with.
Jelly.
I loved it.
Well, we have a clip here that shows a bit of Durin and Elrond's unlikely friendship.
Yep.
And let's take a look.
Don't need
All
a
right.
clip.
Let's get back to the
I'm happy
elves.
not watching any extra
Ben,
clips.
Yes, sir.
The trailer was good enough.
High King Gil-galad, right? Not Gil-galad, Gil-galad.
Gil-galad.
Gil-galad. Because again, it scans.
Well, but also the sound is a schwa, and it's a lazy, casual sound, and Elvish is the language of light. There are no casual sounds in Elvish. Pure sounds.
Nicely
Gil-galad.
said. Just as elitist as Gil-galad himself.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But it's about beauty and light, and you know.
Can you do the? Can you
Only
do
Stephen can get away with calling an actor
Can you all
on
do the
stage as
poem?
interviewing
Yeah.
elitist.
Gil-galad was
Get
an
a laugh
Elven
out of
king. Anybody?
The Harper's sadly sane. Last. Anyone?
The last whose realm was fair and free, between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen. His shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars in heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. But long ago he rode away, and where he dwelleth none can say. For into darkness fell his star. Say it with me. In Mordor, where the shadows are.
Impressive. Does he know that because he has to do it for the
Any
show?
hesitation about taking this?
Does he have a scene where he actually does that whole monologue?
Yes. It's a huge commitment for yourself, your family, and the time and the amount of work and research that it demands. So yes, but I got a phone call from JD, and he was talking to me about the character and the trajectory and their vision for the show. And in the background of the phone call, I could hear. And I said, JD, where are you? And he said, I'm in the hospital. I said, are you okay? He said, no, my wife had a baby. And I was like, well, hang on,
Holy
stop
shit.
talking to me, I'll do it. Like, that level of commitment it really reassured me. Yeah.
Sophia.
The
you
man's
have the
wife was
honor
having a
of being the
baby and he
first
was making Lord of the
ever
Rings.
female dwarf depicted on screen.
The commitment to nerddom.
I certainly
It's
do.
wild.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for such a
lovely response.
Tell me a little bit about...
It's a real moment, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about Disa, which is a name from the Legendarium.
It is Disa, the first female dwarf that we have ever seen on
Oh, she's a female dwarf.
The first
Nice.
female dwarf that we have ever seen in the works of Tolkien. And I have the honor to host that revolutionary moment. She
Good for her.
is so relatable in so many ways. You know, she's a mother, she is
I want to see more of the female dwarf.
a wife.
I want to see what she looks like in the context of the show. I don't think I spotted her in the
She's
trailer.
a force of nature and a joy, and
Well, you
but
yourself
also-
are, I know, because tell the people about your audition. Because this is as tough as a dwarf.
Okay. I auditioned for this role when I was 2 days away from giving birth.
Good God.
So my daughter
Why is everyone so
was,
pregnant?
Engaged.
During Lord of the
midwives on
Rings.
speed dial, and J.A. Bayona having to hoist me out of a chair from my camera test at the time. And then I got the call to say that you will be flying the torch for this incredible character when my daughter was 5 days old. And then I stepped onto a plane with my family
Far out.
when she was 8 weeks old.
Imagine
If you
doing
see
a
this image over here, can you see the
TV
stitching
show
on the
audition
shoulder
while
of
you're
the
like
costume?
pregnant 2 days
That
away from giving
so I
birth.
could feed my child between takes.
I mean, it's Lord of the Rings. It's Lord of the Rings, so you're gonna go for it.
That is the
You're
power
gonna
of a female dwarf.
You're gonna take that swing. You're gonna fire that Hail Mary. That's for sure.
She is a necessity, and we get.
I mean, this
to
is
see
the kind of role you get that
culture
changes
for
your
the
life.
First time, you know, Khazad-dûm is alive and in its prime, and for any great success story of any world or race, there are females, and here I am.
So are we gonna see Khazad-dûm
Thank you so
fall
much,
in this show?
Robert Mayo, Benjamin Walker,
Since the
Charles
place is empty and
Edwards,
desolate
Oline Arthur,
in Lord of the
and
Rings,
Sophia
are we about to see the fall of the
Nombete,
dwarves, the
everybody. Give
dwarven
it up.
mines of Mountain Kingdom? Maybe that's where the ball rug comes into it.
Up next, please welcome to the stage Ismael, Cruz Cordova, Arondir, Nazanin.
Oh, we got more actors. They're bringing them out one bit at a time. I guess there's too many actors to bring out all together.
Theo, Megan Richards, Poppy Proudfoot, Dylan Smith, Largo Brandyfoot, Sarah Zwangobani, Marigold Brandyfoot, Markella Kavanaugh, Nori Brandyfoot, and Daniel Wyman as the Stranger. Please have a
Stranger?
seat.
Man, doesn't even have a name.
All right. One general jump ball to everyone here.
Well, that
First of all,
kid
thank you
in
so
the
much
red
for
and the
being here.
black vest showed up in
anyone
drip.
here have a relationship to Tolkien before any of
He
you
showed up
began?
dripping.
Relationship, I mean, I came into the world through the films, so, and I was extremely obsessed with it, so yeah.
Anyone loved the books before any of this began? Yes.
We got two.
Yes, I was a massive fan of the books. I discovered them when I was a little girl. I was getting in trouble from my mum all the time for reading too much and not going out to
She
play. And I
Aussie.
used to hide under the sheets. And I read back to back The Hobbit and then The Lord of the Rings when I was about 8.
Well,
Didn't
New
understand all of
Zealander.
it then, but it started a lifelong love of fantasy and sci-fi for me. So I'm a massive. This is my mecca. You guys are my people. So I am very excited to be here. And yes, I loved him very much from a really young age.
Dylan and Sarah, can you tell us a little bit about the Harfoots and how they differentiate from what we think classically as hobbits?
I'm going to defer to my wife.
Thank you, darling.
Are they married in real life, or they're doing a bit
first of
because
all,
they're
Hobbits
married
rock.
in the show?
And they are ancestors.
I like
to
his denim
hobbits.
jacket.
They are a migratory tribe.
He's a
who've
cool
been
dad.
Through a lot. They hide from the world to protect themselves. They're nomads. They.
So the Hardfoots are like
they
pre-hobbits
still,
that were
though, have
nomadic
all the
before they
joy
settled down
and
into the
the
Shire and
humour
became hobbits,
and
right?
the love of life that you see later. The love of song and family, and it was just such an honor to play them. And Marigold, my character, just wants to preserve that way of life, that amazing spirit that the
I was at the drugstore and the
So they still
cashier
have the
says,
flower
"Would you like
name,
the
which is
receipt
very
emailed to you?" And I was
They
like, "I don't
do.
even
That's
care
a
if I die."
continuation. Do they live in holes?
What the fuck?
They don't exactly live in holes, but they do live in...
I don't even understand what the joke was,
So
but
we
for
were
some
actually
reason that was
really
still
fortunate. We
funny.
had the most amazing crew, and I remember the
That was
first day
random
so
as fuck.
vividly where we went to the set that we were filming on, which was literally in the natural environment, shooting
That
on
chick looks
location.
like...
And I remember walking onto the set.
That
and
chick
going,
looks
I
like Katy
cannot
Perry's
tell
daughter.
Where the set begins and where the actual environment begins. And the environment was just such a huge, it was like a character in our world. And I feel, I can't wait for you to see what the
Which is
homes
definitely
are,
Aussie or
and
New Zealander.
we kind of carry them with us.
Now, Megan, I understand you continue the proud tradition of songs being sung.
So these all the Hobbit characters? I thought the guy on the
Did
far
you
left
know
was
when you
like
signed on
the elf
that
dude
you'd be
from the trailer that was doing the Scorpion
No,
Get Over
I
Here
didn't.
move.
They sprang that on you?
Yeah, so we love karaoke. We did a lot of it in New Zealand. And there was
We
one...
meaning hobbits or...
Oh no, all, very inclusive, we.
Not me. I wasn't
The
old
guy on
enough
the
to
far
go.
right
He was there in
looks like he
spirit.
belonged in a fantasy movie or
So
show
yeah, there was
like
this
this.
one karaoke night.
There's something
that we
weird
were
looking
with,
about him.
JA, and the showrunners were there as well. And JA puts on
He's got
Suddenly
that
Sing
Mr.
on.
Rogers kind of vibe, but Mr.
And
Rogers
just, like,
if he was like a
hands
stalker.
me the second mic without
Or a
saying
pedo.
anything. So we just sing together.
I wanna know
think
more
there's,
about who
like, a
he
video
plays.
somewhere of the show.
It's definitely
where
someone
just, like,
sinister.
and then yeah, next day I get a call from Patrick, and he's just like, "You want to sing in the show?" And I was like, "Yeah." So now I'm singing in the show, and JD wrote some incredible lyrics, and I got to work with Bear McCreary, who, as you just heard,
I like
is
that they're
incredible.
keeping the
And so yeah,
musical
it was
sequences
great.
from the book.
We have a clip here showing...
It doesn't happen much in the movies, but in the book there are like random songs and stuff that like characters will sing. And all the lyrics are there. Even in
Daniel.
Elvish, it happens in the book.
Daniel, you play the stranger.
Yeah. Oh, the stranger.
Matter of fact, as you were coming off the elevator, and I was
He's
going
my
down the
left
elevator
arm.
This morning, I just whispered in your ear as you walked by, "Morning, stranger."
My left hand, actually, should I say.
Totally freaked me out.
Can't even see it behind that.
Can you clear up
Left
any
hand.
of this mystery, or would you care to deepen any of this mystery for us?
I would love to. So I think it's important to tell you that the great thing that JD and Patrick have done in creating these scripts for my character is to give us something where we have mystery and we won't know where this character is going to end up. You guys won't know where he's going to end up.
I know
what
he's gonna
his
end up.
intentions are. But I can tell you that he has a deep sense of purpose.
He's going to end up on Sauron's throne, being sat on until he gets
is
really tingly and it feels like
motivating
someone
and
else is jerking you off.
So excited that you're going to be able to come on this journey and follow him through. So I just can't wait.
Stranger.
Well, I'm not going to press you on my theories as to who this character is. Is it Gandalf? Is he Sauron? I'm not entirely sure. But how do you perceive the character without
I think
telling us who he is?
Steven's onto something there.
All you can do as an actor, I suppose, is go to
A
what's,
character
what's
called
in
the
front of you.
Stranger
All
is
I
probably
can
going to
do
be
is
an
play the
envoy
moment,
of
play the
either
moment, play
Gandalf
the
or
moment.
Sauron.
And I know enough. I have enough.
That's a plot
information
twist for
to
later
play
in the
each moment
show.
That I come forward, and you're going to have to come with me. You're going to have, and honestly, it's going to be wonderful to start seeing it come through.
That was a beautiful non-answer. Thank you. You're in a terrible spot. And you
There's some
did that
people over
very
here
well. You did that very well.
Great people here who have much better answers than I do. So.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Colbert is very
Yasmin,
used to
you
celebrities
play a
giving him non-answers
Southlander
on his
named
late show.
Bronwyn. Can you tell us about the people you're part of and the realm that you're in?
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir, and to be in the company of all of you. It's surreal. I play the mother of a very somewhat rebellious teenage son, played by this incredible actor, Tyro.
Are we still in the
And,
Hobbits? Are they still
in a forbidden
Hardfoots?
romance with an elf, played by this beautiful.
Oh, he is the elf from the trailer that did the Scorpion Get Over Here move. Nailed it.
And
I thought
what
I
I love
recognized
about the
him.
writers on this show is that they have given every woman on the show, every female character, such agency. We don't serve the men around us. We have a storyline in our own right. And for Bronwyn, she is a healer, but she also taps into her inner lioness. And I, as an activist, as a long-time human rights activist for my homeland, Iran, tapped into
She's
what
Iranian.
I believe
Is that correct? Iranian, if you're from Iran?
Tapped into what I believe women are doing for my homeland in playing this character. And
They got one hell of a multicultural
liberating
cast.
and redeeming the Southlanders who back,
I mean, Lord of the Rings kind of already did.
chose evil over good.
Pretty heavy on the Australians and New Zealanders, to be honest, but looks like they've just kind of expanded that out a lot more. A lot of other
Tyro, I
countries.
understand this is your first acting job, and I am not jealous at all.
Yes, she's Iranian. Okay.
How'd you find out you got the gig?
I thought I got that right.
My first acting job, but it's my first acting job. Holy, this is crazy. Coming from the
Well,
west coast of Australia, there's
that
not
kid is so
much
Australian.
there in terms of the industry. So I was doing a few commercials here and there, and one day my agent sends me an email and says,
I can't wait to
"You've got an
hear what his
audition
accent
for
in the
an
show is
Ontario
like, if he actually
Amazon
sounds like a hobbit
project."
from the
And I'm like,
Shire.
that's cool. And then in
Or a
quotation
Hardfoot,
marks
sorry.
it says, The Lord of the Rings. And I was like, that's cool. And so,
It's not exactly untitled if you put the title.
But so I put down the tape, and I was just excited just to say that I auditioned for that huge of a franchise, and
That's a pretty awesome
and I was like, no way,
rise
I've
to
just been
fame story,
shortlisted
though.
for the Lord of the Rings.
Would
Like,
you
that
do
was a
something like
massive
this just
achievement
because it'd be
on its own, and I
cool
was so
to
happy
audition
with
for
that.
Lord of the
And,
Rings, but not
fast forward
expecting anything of it because there's
couple
like a million
months,
other kids
I'm
in
on
the
set
running,
New Zealand in
and then
front
you
of
end up the
massive
one?
cranes with cameras on them and tents and thousands of people were just around doing I don't even know what, but something.
How would you
really
even
important.
comprehend what was happening to you?
But yeah, I'm really.
Suddenly
I'm really,
your life's in the
grateful
fast lane.
I've got this opportunity.
You're on your way to Hollywood.
I'm blessed.
Okay, Ismail, you play a Sylvan elf. Okay, Nandor or Avari?
Don't do this to me.
Let me ask you this.
Out-nerding everybody
that
again.
armor that you're wearing is really beautiful. Is that representing an ent on your armor? Because it looks like sort of the classic Northern European legend of the Green Man.
There are many things that I did ask this question to the costume designer, and they were also quite vague about it. But they were saying it represented, the being that gave life to the elves. Another one of them said that it was an ent. So, and another one of them said it represented more like the woodland elves, and nature. So I asked JD and Patrick.
Are you a dancer?
Well, I do move. I'm from Puerto Rico, so.
Oh, don't be modest.
I'm not a dancer, but I'm Puerto Rican, so that's yes, you're a dancer.
So fluid and beautiful. I often associate that with people who were dancers before they became actors.
Yeah, I mean, I have a background in movement, and I have a background in, as I said, being Puerto Rican. But I
have a background in being Puerto Rican.
But I've done several martial arts. I mean, for the role,
One hell of a background.
I wanted to create a movement mythology that was original to the character, so I brought in wushu, taekwondo, kung fu, and Brazilian, Afro-Brazilian martial art, capoeira. So it was very important for me. What's up?
There's a Brazilian in the audience.
For me that this character,
Shout out.
We have the opportunity to create.
Guys, that's busting out some capoeira moves in Hall H.
And to honor the depth of the variety
fans are just too riled up
within the elven world. So yeah, we went there and we created something very beautiful.
I'm going to say you're Nandor. That sounds like a Nandor answer. Okay, we have a glimpse of orcs in the earlier trailer, but here we have a clip that shows a bit more with you.
No, I'm good with the clips.
Let's roll it.
We can move on. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you all so much for
Don't
being
spoil the
out
show
here
for
and
me.
sharing your
I'm happy to
stories
see the
with us.
trailer.
Give it up for Ismail Cruz Cordova, Nazanin Boniadi, Cairo Muhafadi, Megan Richards, Dylan Smith, Sarah Zwangobani, Markella Kavanaugh, and Daniel Wayman, everybody.
What's next?
Please welcome Morfydd Clark.
More actors. Oh, Galadriel, finally.
Vickers,
The actual main
Halbrand,
actors.
Cynthia
Took 'em a while.
Adai Robinson, Queen Regent Muriel, Tristan Gravel, Farazan, Lloyd Owen, Elendil, Emma Horvath, Iarian, Maxim Baldry,
Elendil looked like Bradley
and
Cooper.
Leon Weldon.
The eyes. Kemen. Like semen, but with a K.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which one's Semen Boy?
Here we go. All right. If anyone cares
Oh,
to
the one on
share
the far
their
right.
first encounter with Tolkien
Hey, Kemen.
before they ever did this show? Anybody have a memory when they first came in touch with the Legendarium?
I played Battle for Middle-earth on PC. Anyone know that game? That was a good game. My mum got very angry. I played it too much. But that kind of led me into the films and then eventually the books.
I read The Hobbit as a kid.
That's
when
an
I was about
interesting.
11, and when my son.
That's an interesting history with Lord of the Rings, starting at the PC strategy game.
I read.
Going
I read
back
The
to the MMO.
Age 10.
I thought the one he was
And,
referencing was
he's got a
the
very good memory. And I
the Age of
started with
Empires
voices,
Command and Conquer style
confident
strategy
actor,
game.
I was going to do the voices.
But starting from
And
a Lord of the
when
Rings
I got into all sorts of
MMO,
trouble,
going
because
back
what
to the
they sounded
movies, and then
like.
going
And he
back
was
to the book,
immediately
he like went
he
right
didn't
backwards
sound
in the wrong
like that.
order. Oh, it is a strategy game?
So that was me.
Okay. Nailed it.
Morpeth, I have to start with you because I love.
I do remember the PC strategy game. It was interesting.
Morpeth.
It was not bad.
I love Welsh names because they're such a, for those of us who don't speak Welsh, such a random collection of consonants.
She's such good casting for a young
Double D
Blanchett.
is fifth, right?
Sorry, whoops, forgot about the microphone. It's voice, so so.
You only remember
so
the Two Towers
Morvid.
game from PS2 and GameCube?
Morvid.
Yeah, those three games were pretty popular and well reviewed hack and slashes.
Can you do before we get
Action
started, can you do
RPGs,
the
I
trick?
think
I saw
technically
you
they're
do
called.
This in a video. Your trick, which is to do the Welsh alphabet.
Of course. So,
What the fuck?
Thank you, Miss Watts, for teaching me that.
What?
Galadriel is an incredibly iconic
That sounded like she
character,
made that entire sentence up.
Extraordinarily
That alphabet's
powerful.
insane. I don't know how you remember all
what's
that.
it like to step
I didn't even put that
her
into words.
armor, shall we say?
It's just beyond my wildest dreams. Do you know, I grew up reading the books. I was 11 when the films came out.
Me too.
Like, and as JD was saying, like these films, these books have been part of my family's kind of.
I still
guilt
think
and
that
life.
as old as Galadriel
just
is,
like-
as
and we've had
immortal as she's been,
conversations
as like
about
the
it, and now
head
that's my
queen
point.
elf in the movies, I feel like she would
understand
still be
we
Kate
can see
Blanchett
you in,
in
to
this
see
in this
fight
time
sequences,
period.
we see
Like
on
she
horseback,
wouldn't age much
in
between
a
those
giant
2
water
points
tank
for an
a
elf.
lot of this. Can
They
you
made
tell
her
me
look
what sort of
like
training you
a lot younger than I would expect.
Yes, I did a lot of training, most of it with Charlie.
Yeah, it was endless. It was like being on a really amazing school camp almost.
What was the hardest part?
Probably, we did a bit of free dive training, so we had to learn to hold our
Free dive?
breath. Yeah, to hold our breath underwater for.
Think
I
it
think
too
we
hard?
started
Probably.
I started at like maybe 5 seconds, and by the end could get.
I
a
just
couple
think it's
of
like
minutes
the
out.
difference between those two
The
actresses
thing with freediving is
are
they
fairly
said you
vast
don't-
in terms of
it doesn't
age.
get easier, you just get more used to it.
And I guess I'm
ignoring the
just
pain.
like I just expect the elves to always look the same since they take like thousands of
Much
years
like
to
an
age.
acting career. Let's talk. Let's
You wouldn't
let's look
notice
at a
them
clip
aging much
with
over the
Galadriel
span of a human
and Elrond.
lifespan.
Back to you, Morpeth, before we move on. That's some deep cut Elvish. How hard was that to pick up? Or is it easy compared
I
to
don't think she would have any trouble with learning Elvish
One of
after
the
that
things that I
Dutch alphabet she
learnt
just sped
as
to us
soon as I
before.
picked up The
That was
Hobbit, my mum
insane.
was like, "You're reading that Elvish is based on Welsh." So
Oh, sorry, not Dutch,
I've
Welsh.
always been
Oh,
so
God.
grateful for Tolkien for kind of
Apologies to the Welsh.
respecting the language of my country.
Didn't
and
mean to
loving
be
it.
offensive.
So I felt very lucky to be Welsh to learn it.
What's that guy on the right
Did
doing?
anyone else pick up any unexpected skills by doing this, Charlie?
He was like staring off into space, then looking real creepy for a second. He looked like
we did a lot of horse riding.
Jack
so
Black having a
I went
pervy
from kind of
thought
being terrified of horses
for one
to
like
being
second
a bit
there.
less terrified of horses. There were moments when we were doing that training with our trainer Adrian where it was like an out-of-body experience where you're just there and you're thinking, I can't believe we're involved in something like this where we get to ride as our job.
Was there one horse that you established
I would be
a relationship
thinking, I
with?
can't believe I'm involved in a
Cricket,
project
which,
that costs
in
$60
Australia
million
is quite a
an
popular,
episode.
game
That's
you
the big
play
time,
with
baby!
But Mordovith's horse was called Titan, and that, like, it was the most beautiful horse. I don't want to, you know, hurt my horse's feelings too much, but Moldav's horse was unbelievably stunning. Blue eyes.
They're impressed with
Well,
each other's
your
horses.
character spent a lot of time in Numenor.
Exciting. Look, he's doing it again.
so anyone want to take another look at Numenor?
Okay, no, he stopped. Whenever he's looking off in that direction, this
what
direction,
strikes me about it is that
off in the
even
corner,
Minas Tirith, as we see in the third
he
age,
looks like Pervy Jack
all
Black.
of that story of men in the 30s is really a post-apocalyptic
Look, Pervy Jack
story.
Black.
This is the civilization that they've lost.
It's the eyebrows,
And
man, the
as-
two
I
arch.
want to ask Cynthia, you play Queen Regent Miriel. What is that? First of all, she's a canonical character, very important, but not described that much. Who is that character to you, and what was it like to live in that world?
Well, it's interesting because when I initially sort of tried to do the deep dive, as you said, it was sort of, hard to find much. So I kind of really had to, I would say, look within. And it just so happens that, the state of the world being what it is, there was a lot in my mind, a lot in my heart, and Midiel for me was sort of the place to put all of my thoughts, all of the things I was navigating, both personally and just in terms of, everything going on in the world. And Midiel for me is someone who, talk about heavy is the head that wears the crown. There is really that sense of wanting to do right by her people and guide them, and having that sense of the murmurings, the rumblings in the land. But, when I think about Numenor and just the incredible, even watching that, it's like I was there on the
Numenor.
set, I've seen that clip.
A lot of Lord of the Rings
I
names are
watch
silly.
It again, I hear the
Both
music
people and
swell,
places.
it's just like it's so
But they're fun to say
evocative, and even to,
out loud.
to
Numenor.
film on that set was just,
It's goofy. I love it.
There's incense in the air, there's water lapping on the docks. It's just an incredible achievement to have gotten to portray Numenor for the first time on screen.
Well, I've been informed by a kind young man who whispered in my ear during that clip that we are running very long and other people have to use Hall H, and we know we want to save time for your questions here. So I want to thank everybody who's out here right now and bring the rest of the cast on so that we can take questions from the audience. And let's start with the first question over here.
Some of those actors in that
What do
last
you
group
think
didn't
is
get
the
to actually
biggest difference
say
that we
anything.
can all
They didn't get to be
expect
interviewed.
see from the movie to this amazing show?
Let's go to Patrick and JD for that. What's the biggest changes between the movies that they know and this show as it'll play out over the next 5 seasons?
Well, the show takes place more than 4,000 years before the films do. So a lot.
I mean, that's
what the changes
that's
used
kind of
to be.
obvious,
Some
dude. I
was
think you just
set
wasted
in
your
modern
question.
day, versus ancient Greece or an ancient society. So it's a whole different Middle Earth.
In the Third Age, Middle Earth is sort of post-apocalyptic. All of these kingdoms have fallen. The elves are on their way out the door. In the Second Age, Middle Earth is vibrant and filled with life. You guys saw a glimpse of Khazad-dûm, but every single people in Middle Earth are in a very different place. The Harfoots are, as we talked about, migratory. They're nomads. They're far from the Shire. So in some ways, it's meeting a very different Middle Earth.
Yes, next question.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that all came through just in the concept.
Galadriel in the original trilogy and in the Hobbit movies, what do you most want to bring to the character?
Maeve?
Uh-oh. A
Um,
lot of people are going to have questions for
I
Galadriel.
think I wanted to explore the kind of serenity that Galadriel of the Third Age has. Is hard-earned, and it comes through trials. And I focused a lot.
She says
also
serenity,
on
but then there's that moment in Lord of the
what
Rings where she
immortality
loses her
feels
fucking
like
shit when she sees
you're not in Valinor
the ring and
or
almost
Lothlorien,
becomes like a demon
and
sorceress.
The weight of that.
Serene.
Yeah, so I hope we see how hard fought it was to end up where she ends up.
Can we get
All
better
right,
questions?
For Mr. Wyman, obviously in the director's interview and in some of the clips, we saw a lot of newer mythical creatures that were not portrayed in Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. Will we learn of more mythical creatures that may have gone extinct before that timeline?
I love the question. I love it.
Why is the stranger
I think you're
answering?
going to see a huge amount in this series that you aren't expecting, that you expect, that you know, that is a twist on what you know. I think we're gonna give you
What a
such a
random
large
question
amount
for like one of the
creative
random actors to answer.
information and pleasure that hopefully we're going to make everybody very happy.
What a non-answer as well.
Good morning.
A lot of
Daniel.
non-answers. They can't really give much away, can they?
For the showrunners, I'm wondering if you could address
Nice
any
pinky
of
in the brain shed, bro.
controversy surrounding the crest on Galadriel's armor.
Tell us about the controversy.
The reports are reports are that the crest on her armor is from the House of Fëanor, and
Oh my god, this guy's going mega nerd.
Galadriel would never wear the crest of the House of Fëanor.
Says you.
Interesting. Oh, fighting words.
Fëanor's from the House of Fenway. I don't want to get, Silmarillion on you.
Yeah, Stephen Colbert's got the goss. He knows his talking.
Thank you for the
Thank you, This is nerd v nerd v nerd at this point.
What is the crest? Can you tell us?
Hi,
what the
Rooster,
crest
get
is
it?
on armor?
We would need Kate Hawley here, who has done a wonderfully deep dive with every single filigree, every single crest, every single detail, and the things we've discussed at length. But we need her to speak more.
JD, I can give a little context though.
Please.
Something I don't believe the internet has considered yet. Is,
Just watching
it's not
some
actually
Lord of the
wrong
Rings Q&A.
from someone else.
This is true.
Okay, that's an exclusive.
Wait, what was that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were we allowed to say that? Well, we did.
Hello.
Yo. What'd she say?
From someone else.
This is true.
It's not actually her armor. It's a gift from someone else.
This is true.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's an exclusive.
She went and gave away a
Were we allowed
spoiler
to say that?
about Galadriel's armor. That's all that was.
Hi.
Hey, an elf.
I have a question for the showrunners. With such a wide range of inclusivity in your characters, will there be any with physical disabilities as a proving point for that shows can include more actors with disabilities?
Thank you for asking that.
Did she just ask if Lord of the Rings would have
Here,
inclusivity
it's
for people with disabilities?
It's beautiful.
Is that what that question was?
In fact, one of our lead characters, who is very mysterious, is partially deaf. And required some interesting
It's a bit of an odd question.
modifications to be made to his costume.
Can I get in?
Because there's some chainmail on it. And there
You
was
want to
battle
get in on Lord of the Rings
situation where it was
Q&A?
hard for him to hear
You're a bit
the
late,
actor who
dude.
was
Comic-Con happened
going
like
across, so we
a
worked
month
very
ago.
closely
2
to
months
get
ago?
A special kind of chainmail that was quieter and would enable him.
You
to
had like a
best possible
20-minute
during
window
the character
a couple of months ago.
Yes, there will,
To
and
get
yes,
in on
there
this Q&A. And you also had to get in on Hall H and also be in Los Angeles at the time. No, sorry, San Diego.
Last question.
Totally forgot where this was located.
Question for the showrunners and the producer. Will you commit right now to giving Mr. Colbert a role with at least
Yes. Good question. Fantastic question. Thank you. 100% agreed.
The answer is yes. Steve, do you have a pen?
Yeah, sign the contract. I know that was just a fake piece of paper, but that's legally binding.
Lindsay, can you get working on the deal? I'm sure we
I'll call his people. Steven, we're gonna hold you to that though. That's
you guys,
the check is in the mail.
You guys have been so awesome.
I would
Thank you
love
so
to
much
see
for being
Stephen
so
Colbert show up in Lord of the
Thank you
Rings.
so much for giving us your morning.
That'd be adorable.
Thank you so much. We're touched and amazed.
The rings of power, everybody.
And also
Stephen
fitting.
Colbert, everybody.
I don't know if would he really want to though? I know, oh, there it is. That's the whole shebang. Why is this auto playing to like other things? What the fuck's happening here? Autoplay is off. Well, clearly not. Motherfucker. There has to be somewhere else that's doing it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Hide chat replay. Oh, fucking hell, YouTube. Never mind. Yeah, like a lot of people that are huge fans of certain properties, they don't actually have that much of an interest in being involved in it because they don't want to ruin it for themselves. You know, see how the sausage is made. Like, I know Kevin Smith who's on screen right now. The YouTube just automatically went to one of his videos. Kevin Smith has said multiple times in the past that like one of the reasons why he wouldn't be interested in making a Marvel MCU movie, even if they offered it to him, is because like he loves the movies so much that he loves being able to just be a geek in the audience, just geeking out on like what the next Marvel movie is. He doesn't want to be one of the people who makes this stuff and sees it through every stage of pre and post production and can't just sit down fresh and just watch the movie and like take it in like every other audience member. Like he just wants to stay a fan. Which is similar to what happened with Daredevil. He was once offered the ability, he was once offered writing and directing Daredevil like long ago, and he said no, and instead they just gave him a cameo in the Daredevil movie, the one with Ben Affleck. But in a different universe, that could have been written and directed by Kevin Smith. He just didn't want to be on that level of a production like that. Just wasn't interesting to him. So I'm wondering if Colbert, because he loves Tolkien so much, if he'd prefer not to be involved in making the show or being in the show, because it would kind of ruin and spoil it for him, like the watching of it. It wouldn't be as you wouldn't be able to watch it as like all the other fans, like not knowing what's going to happen. So what's next? What's next? Let me just look for the thing. But anyway, I'm pretty optimistic about the Lord of the Rings show. It's got too much money in it and too much passion for it to be shit, I think. I mean, I know it still could be. It happens. But like there's a lot of spinning plates there. And if 3/4 of the spinning plates land and the others and other ingredients turn out to be a little bit meh, it would still be good. It would still make it worth watching. Yeah, anyway, I'm not sure if I'm going to watch it, like, right when it first comes out. I don't know what I'll be doing back then. It's hard to schedule a lot of this stuff. There's too much content. There's too many games and too many shows and too many movies to keep up with. But I'm definitely keen to see what the verdict is. Hopefully it's not a bunch of good critical reviews, but then, like, review bombing angry incels that are mad about dumb shit that doesn't actually make a difference in the final product. Anyway. Bam. Game of Thrones is next. That's what's coming up, bro. I decided that out of all the Comic-Con panels, I was going to do the 3 dragon-related panels back to back. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, and Dungeons and Dragons. So next up on the chopping block, Game of Thrones. What? House of Dragon? House of the Dragon. Are they just calling it House of the Dragon, or are they calling it Game of Thrones, semicolon, House of the Dragon? Yeah. So yeah, the next 2 are going to be the next 2 dragon properties. Game of Thrones and Dungeons and Dragons. Then I'll knock out Walking Dead and Star Trek, because I don't really watch those anymore, but I'm just curious to see what's going on with them. And then I'll take a little bit of a break to make a coffee, go to the toilet. And then I'm going to jump into Marvel and DC. The DC one will also include, like, Sandman at the tail end of it. But I haven't heard much of House of the Dragon except for, like Lord of the Rings, it's a prequel by like 1,000 years. That is weird. How like the 2 biggest medieval dragon-related shows are both doing the exact same thing, in a way. They both are like setting a prequel series thousands of years before the series everyone knows and loves. About how things got to that point. Which is, I guess, one of the only things you can do. If you want to make more out of it. If you want to milk that. What's this? Fucking motorbike? How old is Daenerys? Oh, fuck knows. I picked a random number out of my ass. I don't really know if it's 1,000 years. It's probably just a few hundred or something. I think all the characters in the show are going to be new. Because they're all like... No, wait. The Mad King is going to be a big character, and that's her dad. So in terms of when this can take place, it can only be one generation before Lord of the Rings starts. So there are plenty of characters that can still be alive. Like Robert Baratheon. If the Mad King, if it's about the Mad King's rise to madness, that means Robert Baratheon would have to be in it as well, because he's the one that takes over from him. And doesn't a young Jaime Lannister, isn't he the one that actually kills the Mad King because he's his right-hand man? So we might see a young Jaime as well. If this show leads to the point where it ends with the Mad King's defeat, then it touches pretty close to when the other Game of Thrones starts. Oh, this is all just guessing though. I might as well just jump in.
I'm Jason Concepcion. I'm the host of a podcast called X-Ray Vision. I was once the co-host of a podcast called Binge Mode, where we covered every episode of Game of Thrones. I'm
Jason
so
Concepcion.
delighted to announce that I am co-hosting
What a cool
the official
name.
Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, with Greta Johnson from the Nerdette podcast. Let's get a little spicy, shall we? Let's add a little fire and blood
Spicy.
to our brunch.
What does that mean? Are we getting
Please
naked?
welcome our incredible
Is he getting
panelists,
naked?
Fabian Frankel,
Fabian is spunky looking.
Eve Best,
He looks like he's out of the
Steve
Game of
Toussaint.
Thrones porn parody.
Matt Smith,
Hey, Matt Smith!
Emma Darcy,
Fresh off the Morbius set.
Olivia Cook, Patty
I'm glad he's got a lot of plate spinning in his career.
Millie Alcock,
So when something like Morbius
Emily
falls
Carey,
over, he's still got like other big franchises like this to lean
co-showrunners
back
Ryan
on.
Condal,
Good for him.
and of course, George R.R. Martin.
George R.R. Martin's here. He's taken a while to get to the tape. There he is. Sidling in from the... He's still a big chunky boy. Why are they giggling?
You can all go home now.
Are they laughing at
Before we
George?
get started, Emma
How
has
dare
a
they?
message.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
Will the
Mick
owner
Ellis
of the
Watson,
93
who is co-showrunner with
Buick
Ryan, got
please move your
COVID,
car?
yesterday,
It's about to get
so he's
towed.
not here. But he sent me a text message for you, which I'm going to read.
Yeah, Morbius.
He says, "Hey Comic-Con, I'm gutted that I can't be there with you today. This is fairly typical for me. The first time I had to catch a plane to Belfast to do Thrones, I forgot my passport. So the fact that the first time I get to come and do Comic-Con with all of you lot for House of the Dragon, I get COVID feels about right.
Ah.
I am
Wait, who are we
deeply honoured
missing?
that so many of you have turned up to show your excitement for House of the Dragon.
No, Matt
We
Smith was in
dedicated
Morbius.
at least,
He's the villain.
The last 3 years of our
That's
lives
what I
to
meant.
making
He's
this
in the
show,
movie Morbius.
and hope that it is everything you want it to be, plus maybe a little bit that you weren't expecting. And you'll finally get to see what we've been cooking in less than a month. I hope you like dragons." He says, "If I wasn't highly infectious, I'd be dancing in the streets of San Diego with excitement right now. But instead, that duty must fall
Look
to
at
our
Matt Smith's
incredible
face, though.
cast." FYI.
He's got a good face for a villain.
This show would not have been possible without
Like,
their
if I was
passion,
making-
their talent, and their relentless hard
If I was
work.
making a show or a
They
movie
have
about
elevated the
vampires
show
and
to
I needed a
another level,
vampire
I
bad
should
guy,
say.
I would
Anyway,
100%
enough of me. Fire will
cast
reign.
Matt Smith.
Peace out, Meg.
That is the bony evil face of a vampire bad guy, if I ever saw one.
Ryan, George, set the stage for us. What can we expect from House of the Dragon?
Blood, titties, more blood,
fire and
blood on
blood.
titties. Blah, 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 blah,
And
blah.
dragons. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
dragons,
Think
yeah.
I think the most compelling thing about
Is he the showrunner?
this particular story,
Ryan Condal?
and I think it's the reason that this was the spin-off successor show, as George calls them, that he was most excited about, is because it delves into the history of the Targaryen dynasty. And that's something that we hear about in A Song of Ice and Fire in the pages of the book and the original
How much
series, Game of
history, though?
Thrones, but we never really
How
get a
far
real
back we
sense of it.
going?
So this series begins at the absolute pinnacle of the dynasty, the height of power and wealth and influence. They have the most dragons that they'll ever have.
Have the
and
most
it's
dragons.
Just before the bloom starts to come off the rose. Oh, that fair?
So all the dragons are going to get killed, basically. Because there's no dragons when Game of Thrones starts. Just a couple of eggs left
Patty,
over.
Your Grace, King Viserys, our King Viserys. How's the throne? Comfortable?
It was lovely, yeah. I couldn't wait to get on it. I got very territorial with that throne, and I wouldn't allow anybody else to sit on it.
That's smart. Why doesn't anybody put pillows on it?
Well, it's part of it is because it's supposed to be uncomfortable to sit on, I think. You know, I didn't have a pillow,
Olivia
by the way.
Cook
I suffered on that throne.
It's super familiar.
So,
like I can picture
yeah, it's not a comfortable
movies
thing.
in
It's
my
made
head
of
she was in, but I can't
swords.
remember which ones they
you know,
were.
It shouldn't be a relaxing experience.
Her face
sitting
is
up
very
there.
memorable.
What kind of a ruler is King Viserys?
He's a kind man. I think he inherited the you know, the crown because he was, in my view, he was a good scholar.
Oh, he's
and a man of good
Viserys?
temperament and a kind man.
He looked like a
Just trying
Baratheon to me
sort
for
of
some
keep the
reason.
peacetime going
Like a
in
young,
the
skinnier
kingdom.
Baratheon.
And I think that's why he was chosen as king. But he's a man who's what I wanted to do with the character when I read the script was just imbue him with as much humanity as I could, and bring as much kind of life to him as I possibly could. But he's a man that cares about things. There's great tragedy in him. He loves his family. He cares about his position. But he's also carrying something else that's a kind of secret that's revealed in the show.
She just had a flashback. Did you see her eyes just then?
You know, kind of refers to the
She just
potential fall of
associated for a
man
few seconds there.
in the future. So there's lots of different things going on.
Speaking of that family, Matt, our Daemon Targaryen, what's that relationship like? That brother relationship like?
With his brother?
Yeah, go on.
Matt Smith is the brother? Ooh.
It's complicated. I mean, that was the sort of heartbeat for me, really, and I had such a fabulous time with Paddy.
So he's an evil prick, basically.
Yeah, it's quite a complicated relationship, but I sort of hope that me and
He's
Paddy
getting really
found a lot of
typecast.
depth and a lot of richness in the work that we did. But really, everything is about his brother for Daemon. Yeah.
Eve, our Rhaenys, the queen that never was. What does that moniker mean to her?
The queen that never was.
Sorry, could
What
you
a name.
repeat the question?
Sure. The queen that never was.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean to Rhaenys?
What does the title mean to
Yeah, how does she relate to?
It really pisses her off, I think.
I like this lady.
She should have been the queen. And
She's really direct with her
yeah,
answers.
Thank you very much. And it's kind of annoying that she isn't. And it's also kind of annoying that people keep reminding her that she isn't. So, yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
That guy looks like he's from the Jon Snow lineage, but I don't think this show would have any of them in it, would it?
Steve, our Corlys Valerian.
For focusing on the Targaryens, there'd be no reason to look at the
that badass
the Starks.
Well, I could talk for hours about that, but I'll spare
Steve
you that.
Toussaint.
So basically, he is a famed nautical man. He did his first solo voyage, I think.
I want to
in
be
his
a
teens.
famed nautical
He built
man.
his first ship called the Sea Snake at the age of about 21.
Nick, the naughty nautical.
Famed 9 voyages.
Nick, the naughty
is the
nautical Navy
basis
man.
of
That's
the
a
fortune
tongue
that
twister.
He has amassed.
See how
when
fast
we
you can
meet
say
him in
that.
series. So at
Nick, the
time
naughty
that
nautical
we
Navy
meet
man.
them, he's an extremely wealthy man in this land, and that's through his adventures. He's a self-made man.
Fabian, our man
Thank
from
you.
Dorne.
People appreciate his hard work. Thank you.
I like his
Fabian,
accent.
our man from Dorne.
He's got a cool voice.
A vibrant fighter. How's the sword play going?
Better than when I started. Our first rehearsal with Matt, I smashed him in the face with a sword.
You can't even
I
tell.
was going to get tired pretty quickly.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
He got that vampire healing.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, getting better. Yeah.
Emma, Rhaenyra, what drives her? What drives Rhaenyra?
Uber.
Fire.
Uber dragons.
Yeah, I think Rhaenyra is fueled by that old Targaryen stuff. And I think probably the journey she goes on in the series is one
That
of working
old
out when
Targaryen
to,
stuff.
Let that fire
I think that's a
burn,
crafty
when
way to
dampen it.
say traditionalist, like old school. Like one of the racist Targaryens that are
what's it
all
like
about
seeing these
Targaryen
characters
blood
come to
only.
life from this part of
Non-progressive
Westeros'
Targaryen.
history, second century
Targaryen
Targaryen
redneck.
It's pretty exciting. Of course, you're always nervous at the beginning because you know these books, these characters are like my kids. And when
More
you
importantly, I'm making a lot of money off this
first
deal.
option, you wonder how they.
You
will
should
be
see all the
treated.
zeros on this
Will
check.
they be, you know, will you recognize them?
It's the easiest job in the world. I write down some nonsense and people make a TV show and I'm
Very
rich.
fortunate here. I think Ryan has done a great job of adapting the book so far.
Give me while I open this bag.
And
Thank you.
I need more cookies.
And our cast here is amazing. I haven't had a chance to meet them. Unfortunately, with COVID, I didn't get to visit the set and hang around as I did on a certain other show in the past. But I've seen 9 of the 10 episodes, and it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. I'm really very happy.
Of course he's going to say that. His show that he wrote and he's the producer of. What's
Ryan,
that
you
money?
mentioned all those dragons. We can't wait to see the dragons. We love the dragons.
Yeah, dragons.
How did
How about
you
them
make
dragons?
them have their own personality?
Got any dragons?
How did you differentiate them from each other?
How about we see some dragons?
Well, that was really important for.
Does he play
for
the dragon?
show because there are.
He kind of looks like a dragon.
Of them. At,
He's got that
at
scaly
the
leather
height of
jacket.
this. So it was really important to, as you said, differentiate them not only in the way they looked, but the way they.
She looks like a
behaved
fan
and
of
actually the way
dragons.
they
She looks like a
bonded with
dragon
the riders.
fucker.
And, Miguel and I think
She's looking at him like
that
she
was
has a
one of the
dragon fetish.
earliest things that we started concepting on. This is probably about a year before we
dragons.
started filming, and it was a very organic process. We worked with a couple of conceptual designers that we just went through this very iterative process, and of course, George, who writes very detailed books, gave us the gift of specifying color and size and age. So we really took all of those things that are given to us in the book and then tried to extrapolate them and add personalities to them. Like Caraxes is very cantankerous and agitated, and he's always moving and flexing. He never sits still, much like his rider.
Which one's he?
And,
Show him on camera.
And yeah, and it
I
just
want to know who he's talking
we,
about.
we built out from Cyrax and Caraxes and
Okay, or
Vagar,
not.
the biggest dragon.
Great editing.
Certainly alive right now, Behemoth. And then went on to the second tier and third tier dragons, and we've designed dragons that you won't even see yet in season 1 because we're having such a great time with the designers.
So there's going to be
we're
multiple seasons. They've
very
already
excited to show. You've seen some.
They've already hitched
some
all their
teasers
horses
in
to
the
this
trailer,
card, have
but
they?
There's much yet to come, and I think you
They're
guys
confident.
like it a lot.
I mean, being confident enough to greenlight a second season before you've even shown the first season is probably a good
was there
sign.
A moment when you felt like maybe it's when you first got in costume or you first got a sword in your hand or something when you felt like, oh, I think I'm beginning to understand this character. I think I've got it.
The wig.
The wigs.
Yeah, the wig. It was all the wig.
Hell yeah.
It's like a Targaryen
The best
rite of
thing about
passage
working on a fantasy show like this, the wig and the
yeah,
costume.
I felt like that was the
I would
first time
love
I
to be an extra in a show like
realised
this
that
just
I
so I
was
can get a
actually
dope
gonna
wig
do
and a
this
costume.
show.
And just like embody that
Does all the
shit.
work.
Any favorite
Even
dragons?
before Warner Brothers cancelled before release.
Caraxes is the best dragon.
Melee's.
Oh, God, it's HBO.
Melee's is the best dragon. Melee's is definitely the
He's
best
the most
dragon.
handsome.
Most
HBO Max.
wonderful flyer, the most beautiful.
Okay, wait. There is probably no chance this could get cancelled. Simply because it's expensive. It's not as expensive as that Lord of the Rings show, but I do remember hearing that it was pricey. So I think that might be too much money to throw away. They were willing to throw away $90 million on that Batgirl movie, but I'm pretty sure this is a lot more. What's it called? House of the Dragon cost? Not Game of Thrones. Okay, just under 20 million per episode. So, House of the Dragon is what I actually estimated the Lord of the Rings show to be. I thought that show was going to be around 20 million, but that's House of the Dragon. Lord of the Rings is 60 million. But that 20 million per episode is still pretty nuts. 10 episode season as well. So that's a lot. That's a lot. 10 times 20 mil. I don't think they can. They can't make anything back on that as a tax write-off like they did with Batgirl. That would be a big loss. They have to let it ride. But they might cancel the second season. Because these people seem pretty confident they're getting a second season. They saved dragon designs for it, even. That season might not happen. Good luck to them.
This story is so much about Succession. I wonder if you thought about, if you personally ruled, not your character, if you personally ruled, what would your first decree be?
What a weird question.
I'd allow them to dye their hair. So I don't have to get in the wig every day, to be honest, because it takes an hour and a half. It's, you know, it looks great, but it's a pain in the arse to put on.
Haha, Matt Smith. That question from the host is like a audience
Pants?
question level question.
For the ladies, going to a toilet in a portaloo on the top of a mountain in
Is that Olivia Cook's
so many
actual
skirts
accent?
and tights
I've never heard it
and
before.
Thermals, you were just covered in shit. It's awful. Not shit, but you know, like mud.
You heard it here first, folks.
Olivia Cook covered in shit. News at 11.
Rhaenyra's
Headlines.
And
Clickbait.
our Allisons, Millie and Emily, and Emily and Olivia. What was it like
She does.
playing characters at two different...
That's what I was saying before. There's something about Olivia Cook's face. I can picture seeing her in movies, but I couldn't remember what they were. I've definitely seen her face before. Ready Player One. That's probably most people would remember her from. Thoroughbreds. Probably the first movie I saw her in. Sound of Metal, Bates Hotel, Ouija. Me and Earl and the Dying Girl. Okay, I was wrong about Thoroughbreds then. Fuck, that's a lot. That's a lot. Wait, let me full screen this. I never watched Bates Hotel. So I can't say anything about that. Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl is the first movie I saw her in. The girl with a terminal illness, and this young nerd tries to help her. Yeah. That's the first thing I remember seeing her in. She's just got that round face, round eyes, expressive. Kind of really sad movie. Funny. Surprisingly more funny than I expected, but pretty sad. Most people will know her from Ready Player One, though. The female lead in that. The love interest of the main character. Thoroughbreds is probably the best thing I've seen her in. If you haven't seen Thoroughbreds, try to find Thoroughbreds. It's about two rich teenage girls that decide to try and kill someone. Like, have someone assassinated. One of their dads. It's a really cool indie film. Kind of a black comedy drama. A little bit twisted. It's pretty good.
different stages of life. How did you work it out or not work it out? How did you build that character?
Well, we didn't. Yeah.
We've never met.
Like, we've met like 4 times. Yeah. Like a handful of times. So that was kind of weird.
Millie
like,
Alcock.
Oh, I play you, never met you. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I think like I feel like maybe I had the easier job in that I was thinking about when you see photos of yourself as a child or like camcorder footage, and that person's really familiar, but they're also quite distinct from who you are today. And
Imagine growing up as a young blonde girl with the name Alcock.
Like I saw episode
like,
1.
that
And,
surely caused some problems.
And I saw you, and it was like watching like a video or something. It's
Yeah?
like I'm not like that is not. I'm somewhere else now, but like I know you. Was lovely. Yeah.
You know she had some bullies.
Has anybody
There were
thought
locker
about,
room bullies that
again,
probably
so much
drove
about
her crazy
Succession
with that
is
name.
what drives this drama. What's the ideal ruler for Westeros would have what kind of traits?
Superpowers.
What do you think, Em?
Like Clark Kent. Clark Kent should rule Westeros.
Well, I I think one of the fundamental things is, in a good king, is someone who regards being king as a duty rather than a privilege that they are entitled to.
Or queen.
And their
Good call.
duty to the realm.
She's still in character.
To dispense justice, to have peace.
I love that woman.
And occasionally to do, boring things like building roads and sanitation in King's Landing and all that. Nobody really wants to do a spin-off show about King Jaehaerys builds the roads. But I do think if you actually lived in Westeros, you might like a king who's more concerned with building roads than fighting wars.
Or incesting.
And Viserys,
Is that a
of
word?
course, who comes to the
Incesting?
throne
That
when
seems
the
to happen a
king
lot.
dies. That's sort of his goals too. I mean, he doesn't want. Well, he does kind of at the end of his life. He wants a little glory, but
What do the kings in Westeros even do with all their time, aside from teeter on the brink of war
people, I think,
and
those are the most
desperately
important
struggle to hold on to their power?
Yeah, I mean, I really love.
What's the point of power if all your time is to be spent
Patty
desperately trying to
embodied,
hold on to it,
King
even if it
Viserys,
means
because
being an
I think
absolute
in
monster
in the reading of the book,
in the
you get this
process?
impression that he's passive and he's a people pleaser and he's just trying to keep the peace all the time, and he is. But I think the thing that Patty brought to Viserys was this real inner fire and his passion for being a people pleaser and trying to keep everybody united and fighting to do so, knowing that we're sitting at the top of the heap here, and if I let order break apart, war will follow, and it's my duty.
So Viserys is the Mad King, right?
So he fiercely tries
That's
to keep
Daenerys'
everybody
dad?
together, but it's Game of Thrones, so everybody has their own political agendas and desires for power and strength and influence. And I actually think I think Viserys, Patty's Viserys in particular, is a very modern ruler that is a bit of an anathema in this medieval period like this, that respects might and strength and masculinity. What Viserys does and is remembered for, I think, is not necessarily in line with the way.
Hang on, shut up for a second, dude.
Anathema.
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 Anathema? Is that what he meant to say? Okay, so it's not a band. Wait a minute. I kept looking at this. Something or someone that vehemently dislikes. Racial hatred with anathema. Wait, how did you say it? Anathema.
Anathema.
Everyone's saying it differently. Okay, so just something that's vehemently disliked. You have an anathema towards it. I get it. Okay. Again?
Anathema.
Great. Cool. Got it. I still want to put the theme in there like you wrote it. I feel like I've heard it said like that more often. Anathema rather than anathema. Whatever. Maybe the Google thing is weird.
Attempted to rule his kingdom.
Emma brings up a great point. Why not a queen? When Aegon invaded, 66% of the dragon pilots were female. What is it, George, Reiner, anyone? What is it about Westeros that they're just so
Because old-timey in the past stuff is sexist. It's
I'd like to know.
one of the most consistent things, no matter if it's a fantasy realm or the real world.
My books are fantasies, obviously, but I do follow history a lot. I get inspiration from history, and then I take elements from history and I turn it up to 11, obligatory Spinal Tap reference, or to 111.
Spinal Tap.
Game of Thrones, as many people
Good job, George.
observe, was based very loosely on the Wars of the Roses. This show was based on an earlier period of English history called the Anarchy.
I mean, that question could just be answered by
pilfered freely from real history.
Men in the past were more sexist.
Henry I.
Some still are, but most were. The further back you go in history. Same as in Westeros.
Son drowned.
Most women might have been dragon riders, but I'm sure the men at the time would have been like,
was left with
women
only
should
one
stay on the
legitimate child,
dragons.
which was
In the
his daughter,
same
Matilda,
manner of
and
tone
he
that you'd say
named
women should
her
stay in the
his
kitchen
heir,
when you're a
and he made
piece
all
of shit
the lords
misogynist.
of the kingdoms swear,
And don't want
their
women in
fealty
power
to
because that
her.
somehow threatens your claim
And
to
then
power,
some
even
years
if you
later,
have
he
no claim to
died, and
power and
most
you're a
of the lords of the
complete
kingdom
loser.
Forgot about that oath or said, no, it doesn't apply.
In fact,
Here comes,
sorry, George, I've noticed that men that have nothing going on for themselves, that, like, have no claim to power, have no stake in the world, tend to have more of a misogynist bent than men that actually have potentially something to lose by women taking powerful slots. And I think it has to do with insecurity. I feel like men that have nothing and are just like a random loser who has a 9-to-5 job and sits at home and watches manlier things on Netflix and, you know, fantasizes about being cooler than they really are. I feel like these men have some kind of, like, impression in their brain of there being less masculinity slots available in the world to inhabit. And the reason they maybe don't have one is because we live in an age now where women are able to claim those kind of powerful slots in society. And so they're the ones that are all like, oh, fucking women and woke feminist agendas and blah, 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 blah. And they're like that because they're insecure, because they ain't got shit. A man that's got stuff, that has power, that's, you know, a leader, runs a CEO, they have all that stuff, so they don't have the lack of confidence or the insecurity to more often lead into some kind of, like, insecurity against what women also are able to get. Like, if you're in a man of power, you should not give a shit about a woman also having power. You should be like, oh yeah, good, that's awesome. More people of all kinds should have more power. I have power and it's great. I'm happy. I'm confident. My life's amazing. Share the wealth. But I don't know, it's the people that have nothing that dream about having something, that don't like seeing other people have something. And that seems to get even more intense when it's someone that is different to them. Because then they actually feel like something's being taken away, even though they never had it in the first place, which is the great irony of all that.
Her cousin, Stephen, who crosses the channel quickly and steals the treasury and gets himself crowned king. And you entered the period called the Anarchy, where Maud, or Matilda, as she was known, and Stephen fought for a decade, 2 decades, whatever, yeah.
Horrible and bloody.
Yes, all the good stuff.
Yeah,
None of the
easy answer, horrible and bloody.
Things.
There you go.
That was the inspiration there. I don't think Westeros is particularly more anti-woman or more misogynistic than real life and what we call
Ain't
history.
that the truth? Holy shit.
People fear change.
I mean, we also haven't fixed it, right? Like, we still choose male rulers, like it's 2022, and we tend to pick men. And I think one of the questions of the series is, if you are a woman looking to rule, how do you convince male subjects that you're not other? Like, that's kind of a question. I don't know it has an answer. We don't have an answer. But
Yeah, they couldn't answer that when Trump took power over Hillary, that's for sure. Everyone thought that was a given. That seemed like the smarter
the
choice.
blood of old Valeria is well
Neither choice is that great,
up
but
here. How's everyone's High Valerian? Can we order lunch? Can we?
can anyone speak High Valerian like the dude that spoke Elvish in the Lord of the Rings thing? Let's see it.
No. I
Millie's
mean,
the best.
I can only order a cappuccino.
I don't know. I only know what I said in the scene of how to say it in High Valerian. Even then, I don't even know what I'm saying. But it was fun. I mean, me and Matt had a lot of High Valerian scenes together.
Is she little? Is Orcock?
Which was fun. Did anyone
Sorry.
else speak? Paddy?
Is she young Daenerys?
Yeah.
I think it's been caught.
I might have missed that earlier.
It's something
if they
like
pointed it out. Is she meant to be young Daenerys? Well, that was hot. That was full on. He does look like he'd make a good Mad King. I want to see him go crazy.
Obviously, the
And then
shoot
get
can
betrayed
be
on the throne by
super
young Jaime.
intensive. But how did you guys have fun on set? How did you blow off some steam? Boxing, darts, trivia night.
I wish. That's going to be in the rider next season. Or if there is a next season, I don't know.
So Matt Smith is the
We-
brother of
there was a
Daenerys,
chocolate
the one that
table,
eventually,
that Reese
the one that
would,
rapes
flirt
her and all
with
that.
up until 5 p.m.
And then gets
he'd
the
just
gold crown death
ravage the whole entire
from
table.
Drago.
Reese plays Otto
Drago?
Hightower. And
I've forgotten his name.
His name's
Aquaman.
today, which is upsetting, but he's great.
He also had like an amazing way of eating crisps where he would sort of like finger the bag and really kind of, and then it would spill everywhere, all over, and then he would run off and be like, well, there's a massive mess here. I don't understand where this comes from.
Also, the joys of watching him take the absolute piss out of Fabian. I could see like cogs turning in Reese's
Khal
head as he's
Drogo,
looking at
that's the
Fabian,
one,
and then he'll
thanks.
just be like, Fabian,
Aquaman.
ever thought about playing a teenage werewolf? And it was just, and then you'd
So
be
they're talking
team
about the
up
guy
for-
that's not here because he
for
got
8 weeks
COVID.
until
Who does he
something
play?
else.
Yeah, he started a lot of rumors on the set, most of which I don't think I should share.
House of the Dragon.
This is a world that is famed for its iconography, the Valyrian steel swords, dragon eggs, the Iron
Oh my
Throne.
God, George
Any
R. R. Martin
particular
missed the House of the
favorite
Dragon
prop?
premiere
And
because
I
he got
ask because
COVID
if you
after
could
this.
steal it
That's
from me, that'd
hilarious.
be super great. But any,
So I'm
any
just
favorite
researching on the
props,
side
any
screen
favorite
while they're
item
talking.
from the world.
My knife. It's a very important knife.
Not my knife.
What?
Kidding.
Yeah, my knife. I wanted to keep it, but you know, they're very hot on that on the show, so they wouldn't let me take a knife. And yeah, trying to nick one was hard as well. So yeah, that was the thing for me. I quite liked.
Yeah,
having a
apparently
knife. I thought
George
they'd give
R. R.
it me
Martin
at the
caught
end,
COVID
HBO.
from this.
You know, I was a good king.
Of this Comic-Con.
If
Right
there's anyone
afterwards.
listening out there, give me the fucking knife.
HBO, please give him the knife. The note.
Sorry
Ryan
for the
here,
language.
of course,
that's
actually
minus.
collects movie and television props. He has a wonderful podcast
I
called
do.
What Dreams Are Made Of.
Yes.
So I expect at the end of the show you'll make off with all the really good props from your collection.
I'm going to get a knife for Patty.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Make it happen.
Great plug for Ryan's pod.
Thank you, by the way, George.
Ryan,
I
as
can't
a-
find
as
the
a
info
prop
on which actor's missing from the
connoisseur,
panel because of COVID.
Anything that you
I'll
were
have to
really
rewind it
geeked
back to
out
the start
about
later.
see?
All of it. Yeah, it was all. Everything was great because it's a wonderful kind of show for that because everything has to be custom made. You can't really buy stuff off the shelf. All the costumes are bespoke. All the weapons are custom made for the show. Everything, banners. So it's just a feast for the eyes.
Are the severed heads going to be custom made, or can you get a box of severed heads like we did with Game of Thrones?
We have a specific budget line item in season 2 for custom severed heads.
I want a severed head box.
I did nick something.
Holy shit.
What did you?
I'll never tell you what it was because no one's known it's gone missing. But I did steal something. Come after me.
Erase this tape.
Imagine
Erase
getting
this tape.
away from the set of Game of Thrones with a box of
for our
severed
group,
heads.
How much of
like spare severed head
family
props.
is so important to this story? Did you lean
I wonder
on
if Brad
any
Pitt got away with
your
a
own
with the box of
family history to try and
spare-
find the drama here, or is it just all on the page for you?
I'm not.
What's her name?
Pretty much on the page. I mean, my family history doesn't involve, murder, rape and incest, as far as I know. But yeah, I think for the most part it was what's on the page, and then trying to equate
Gwyneth Paltrow.
the
I wonder if Brad Pitt got away with a box of spare Gwyneth
Paltrow
Paltrow heads just as a souvenir.
or her relationship. I think that's
From the set of
kinda
7.
how I approached it anyway.
Or even Gwyneth Paltrow herself. Imagine having your own severed head as a memento from a
I
movie.
actually get seasick, which is doesn't augur well. But no, I don't. But I was kind of jealous because my whole family all get to ride dragons, and I don't, which is. Thank you.
I don't ride a dragon.
Someone here loves me. Thank you. Yeah. Indeed. There you go. I'll survive.
Jason.
Yes.
Emily Carey impressed both Miguel and I really out of our seats on one of her first days on set because she does journaling in character as a way of learning her background. Emily, you should talk about that because it's fascinating.
Yeah, so I find it one of the best ways to get into character. And for Alison, we had so much creative freedom, all of us as a group, including Millie and Reese as well to sort of make up this whole backstory to her. Obviously, when we find Alicent, she doesn't have a mother, and
Her Game of Thrones
there
character is
some
named
gaps
Alicent?
that we had to fill, and so to sort of figure
Alicent
it all
does
out,
not sound like a very
I just
fantasy
started journaling,
medieval name.
And with the advice of Miguel and Ryan, I managed to come up with
It's such a
some
modern
form of
sounding name.
backstory, and it proved to be very, very useful. So I think that ties into the family thing as well, is that there's a lot of Alicent's family that you don't see, but for the relationship between Alicent and Otto, family is such a key word, because it's all about bloodline. I mean, that's kind of what the show's all about. So.
Is there anything you could share that you found through that process?
I think it just gave me a deeper understanding
Dear Diary.
of Alicent. I think she's
More
so
decapitated heads today.
multifaceted. There's so many
Also, a
layers to
dragon
her.
ate my
I think
mother.
lots of people are expecting her to be the villain
Alison's
of the
life
show already,
sucks.
but I think bringing her in younger, there was a lot more to explore.
The streets are covered with
I
shit.
think we were saying earlier as well that we didn't really
And fires
talk to
incinerate my
all the
friends.
counterparts.
The dragons run
because
amok
there's
like
such a
rats.
huge character progression
An
to
absolute
both
plague
Alicent
of
and
dragons.
Rhaenyra.
I can't
I've
wait for the
never
day when
had
there's no
the
dragons
freedom
anymore.
To be able to create a whole human being like this before, so it was so much fun being able to go so in depth with her.
That's wonderful. We heard a lot about the.
Nicely done.
Is there even such a thing as a hero and a villain in this story for our group?
Well, it depends on how you define those terms. We're not going to have, you know.
Have you
anyone
seen
who's
Game of
called the word
Thrones?
evil
What a question.
Or Mr. Atrocity or anything like that, and we don't have orcs or Trollocs or you know any like that. But they're certainly evil. I've always believed in the most interesting characters are great characters, like all the human beings I've ever met and read about, who are capable of generosity and love and doing good, and then the next week they do something selfish and bad, and you know, we all have things to be proud of, we all have things to be ashamed of, and to my mind, you know,
I would 100% agree
I'll
with
quote
that.
Once again, William Faulkner.
I hate black and
who
white
in his Nobel Prize acceptance
character writing.
speech said,
The good and
"The
evil
only
shit
thing
is
that's
just so
worth writing
boring.
about is the human heart and
Well, that's my problem with
conflict
Star
itself,"
Wars.
and that's,
I struggle to get into
something I've
Star
always,
Wars nowadays
taken
because it's also
as a mantra here.
light
that,
side, dark
all
side,
of these
Jedi, Sith. It's
characters,
all just
you know,
such absolutes,
have good in
as
them,
the
have evil in
Jedi
them,
would say.
and it's a matter of what choices they make. And I like.
I don't
the
believe that a
fact
person
the readers
would
of Fire and Blood
commit to anger,
divided
develop
as to who
Sith
actually
powers,
is the
become a
hero
Sith,
who
and then
actually
have
is
to
the
be
villain.
evil.
And
Like, where is
I
that
hope
coming from?
The viewers of the show will have the same.
I want Sith powers, but I want to be good with them.
We
What's wrong with that?
Seated this audience with greens on one side and blacks on the other.
We're not there. We're not there yet, George.
Okay.
We're very united right now. The crowd is very united. Everybody is very happy. We don't want a war within the audience.
So we'll do that next year.
Yes.
Right, okay.
What's it like to ride a dragon? I'm sure a lot of us have
No one actually
imagined
rode any
it in
dragons
this
on the
room.
show, dude.
For
The
our
dragons
dragon
aren't real.
riders, what's that experience like?
The only dragon I have ever ridden in my life is the one from the Never-Ending Story.
Atreyu.
What?
Yeah, him. Because I don't ride a dragon in the show. But I was in a film studio
Wait,
in
wait,
Germany,
wait.
and there was
Paddy
something that looked like a bunker, and it was really run down.
Who is
and
he?
These school kids kept going in and
Was
out
he
of it,
actually a
and I was
Never-Ending
like,
Story?
Well, they keep what's
Don't
in
play
there,
with
you
me,
know?
dude.
So when everybody went, I tried the door and it opened, and I walked in. And
I remember
there
him in
it
Hot
was.
Fuzz. Holy shit.
Like in this room with all damp and everything. It was like, so I was like, oh, it was just me and him. So I got on the back and had a little ride. Like, yeah. So that's the only dragon I've ever ridden.
You pretty much just told the story in the background while I was looking this up. There was no point to this.
For our, if
dragon ride.
I've done it. On a proper
any
one.
other dragon riders? Any other experiences of riding dragons? Gosh, I'd love to do it, but it seems like a lot of upkeep.
It's kind of weird. Like, okay, so I'm gonna paint you a picture. We worked on a volume stage, which is basically the size of this whole hall, and it's all LED screens, and you're propped up on what looks to be a mechanical
Definitely not.
bull that you might ride at like a
So he really
like
just
a
found the
bar or a pub.
Luck Dragon
And they
prop
can't-
from
they
Neverending Story and
harness
just
you
hopped on
in,
it
and then you just
behind the
lift it,
scenes.
like
He wasn't
6
in the movie.
feet off the ground, and there's just like 4 guys with leaf blowers, and you've just got to like do it. I mean, it's kind of
Cool.
It's strange. Yeah.
But it also feels weirdly alive. I don't know how anyone
I know. That's what's weird about it.
Because it makes these noises, so it goes when it's moving. And it's moving, and you're and it's, it's weird.
This is kind of spoilers in a way, because now we know that both the young Daenerys girl and the older lady that's trying to
opposite these
that's trying to take the
man
throne as the
holding
first female
a tennis
queen.
ball on a stick, and then like another
Both
dude blowing,
get to
and
ride
then,
dragons
like,
in the show at some point.
The director will be like, okay, so now you're getting attacked by the dragon, and you have to like scream at this tennis ball, and it's really hard to keep a straight face when you're doing that. But I did, I promise.
He did a good job.
That's adorable.
Ryan, I'm sorry to ask you this again, but I think it's such an incredible story, and one I think probably many people in this room have imagined, is how your relationship with George started.
I refer to it as a bit of light fan stalking. My very first television pilot
first, folks.
Was a supernatural western.
The key to success is to
that
stalk the
NBC
people that you respect.
Picked up to go shoot, and
Get out there.
We selected by chance.
Don't get arrested.
The filming location of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I said, "Well, I don't know anything about Santa Fe, New Mexico, but I know one person who lives there," and I was going to be there for many months. And I said to my agents, knowing that they also represented George, "Hey, can I buy him dinner while I'm out there and just talk to him and pick his brain?" And this was 9 years ago. And I don't know why, but George said yes and let me buy him dinner and sweat profusely in front of him. And we just, I talked a lot about his books and how much I was influenced by him as a writer. And I just really wanted to just get to know him and pick his brain a bit. And then he came and visited set. And hung out on our Western, and everybody kept asking me, "Do you know George R.R. Martin?" And I said,
Western.
"I guess I do now." And we stayed in touch. And he came to L.A. Fairly often.
What Western
to
did
win
he do? I
Emmys.
might have missed that.
So he would always look me up in September when he was in town. And one day he called me, and I came out to have a beer with him, and he offered me a job. And
The Sixth Gun?
Here we are 4 years later. And it's mental.
Oh my God, he's been in
really,
some.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Oh, he's a screenwriter of Hercules, Rampage.
Picking my brain when I visited the set, but I was
guess
stealing his cast.
this is
because
his
two of the people on that busted pilot
Weston?
were later
That's right.
hired by Game of Thrones.
That's right. The great Pedro Pascal.
Sixth Gun movie.
Was a
Oh, cool.
Pinkerton detective, in kind of bumbling Pinkerton detective in
This
our
is
pilot.
awesome.
And
Pedro Pascal?
and also the great Mikkel
In a Western? I love it.
was the star of the show. He
Is that
played,
Rose
Drake
McGowan?
Sinclair, the
No, it's not. Wait, yes, it is.
the rogue
No, it's not.
gunman.
And later went on to be our second Dario Nahara.
I am so
That's right.
confused.
Infuriatingly handsome.
We're about a month out now, and here we are at Comic-Con, Hall H. I mean, candidly, I'm freaking out. How is everybody
Okay,
feeling?
it's definitely not Rose
How is
McGowan.
everybody feeling
She
right now?
just looks like her.
Knowing that the show is looming.
Ill. It's weird, isn't it? Because there's this behemoth that we're following in its footsteps, and there's a massive pressure that we feel, to give you guys what you want, but also make it different, and to also put our own stamp on it. And we're so grateful for.
Yeah,
what
Rose
came
McGowan went
before,
kinda
which was
crazy
so
there.
Amazing, and we just hope that this has.
She kind of lost her mind a little bit.
Legacy, because God.
She
we
made a bit of an
worked
impact
our
on the whole Me
bums
Too
off for
thing that was going on.
a year, and
But I
you
think she
guys
was
worked for
going a little bit overboard.
longer
She went a bit nuts.
and yeah, man, I just hope
There's some
it-
really
I hope you
awkward
like
footage
it.
of her like screaming at people and being really self-righteous at like book signings and other public events. I think she started to see herself as some kind of Joan of Arc. Some kind
Steve,
of
I asked you
mythic
this.
savior
I have to
figure
ask
that was going to change the
As a
landscape
as a
of
fan
Hollywood or
color,
something, and it
as an
really got to
Asian
her head.
fan, It's delightful to see you here.
But she did go through some
What
crazy
is
shit
it like
though,
to be here? It feels
with the whole
great
Me Too stuff.
to see you in this role.
You hated her in Charmed? I didn't mind her back then. I didn't really think much of her, but
Thank you. It does feel great.
like back in those
because,
days, it was just like, yeah, it's just Prue.
other
Not Prue.
than, as we spoke about yesterday, other than
Prue, Phoebe.
certain people's viewpoints about
Can't
someone
remember the
who
other
looks
names.
like me,
Prue,
playing this
Phoebe, and then
part,
2 others.
it hasn't really played a part in the role, in my experience on the job with my fellow actors. As I said, there are people outside
Now
who
I'm
find it a
hold
little
on,
hard to
Charmed.
stomach that someone who looks like me would play this part. But
Rose.
that's an issue they have to deal with. I don't have to. You know, so
Paige.
I just have to.
She was
It's
Paige.
always the same. I just have to say the lines.
She was pretty
convincingly and
back
avoid
then.
bumping into the furniture. So as long as I do that.
Before she shaved her head and became like
Any
a
other
crazy
thoughts?
person that eats
Any
rats
other
and
stray
under the
thoughts
underpass.
bumping around in anyone's head?
And Piper, that was the other one. Prue, Phoebe, Piper, and then Paige got added later on.
Of this cast.
Patty, Steve told me you can box.
I can't box. No, don't start that one.
But you know how to throw a punch properly.
Well, yeah, possibly, yeah. I've been taught how to throw a punch properly. That doesn't make me a boxer at all.
Are you challenging him?
I mean, no, definitely not. 100%. I think
Fight
I
him.
would take The Rock, who is back there.
Throw
Yeah,
hands.
I'd give him a good hiding.
Yeah. It's,
Old school style. On the cobbles.
if you had
Like the Gypsy King himself.
All right, move it
if
along.
you had to fight
Enough
one
vamping.
Sir Kristen Cole or 100 baby dragons, everyone here, which would you choose?
I'd beat the shit out of all of them. Yeah.
Who are they fighting?
Is it time for fan questions yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of them didn't even answer that stupid question.
Now, I would add for
This host is
for
getting
fans
like
who are going to ask questions. This is
the
big-
cold
this is a
shoulder
big
at this
shot.
point. I think they've had enough of
Don't
him.
throw it away. Don't. If you've read the books, don't ask a question like, "Hey, when so and so meets so and so, is so and so going to happen?" If you haven't read them, don't ask what's going to happen. Don't. This is a great opportunity for the peeps.
The peeps?
Hi, what's
Hello.
your name?
My name's Luke.
Hi, Luke.
Matt, guess what? It's morbid time. All right.
It's what? It's what?
You
Oh,
started
you
a,
did it!
movie recently called Morbius, which is great.
Oh, God!
All right, my
That was said with
my
deep irony,
question-
was it?
All right, I gotta get to my question. My question for you is how.
Oh, shit. My cringe is real. Oh, dude, you were the first question off the bat. Oh, fuck. All right. I feel better for all the other people coming up to ask questions right now because he just set a bar so low, not a single person who comes after him has the chance of embarrassing themselves. Oh my god. That melted my brain. I'm cringing so hard internally right now. I can't believe he did that. Oh, fuck. I mean, power to him, he went for it. What? He tried to do the Morbius meme from Twitter. He tried to do it in real life to the actor Matt Smith. Oh, God, I gotta rewind. I don't want to see it again, though. That actually hurt my feelings. But I don't have enough schadenfreude in me to take pleasure from this man's pain. Fuck. All right, wait. Okay. I'm gonna rewind it, but I'm gonna steel myself for it this time.
Is it time, if you haven't read them,
Matt?
Opportunity for the peeps. Hi, what's your
Hello.
name?
My name's Luke. Matt, guess what? It's morbid time. All right.
It's what? It's what?
They don't even know what he's talking about. Oh my god. It's because this is what happens when like as someone who's embedded in like internet pop culture, I'm like on Twitter all the time, on my Instagram all the time. I'm always watching shit like this. Obviously, I know all the memes and all the viral shit that's to do with this stuff. Like, that's cool. So do all the other people on Twitter who are memeing it. People in the real world, the people in the real world don't know internet memes. They might know a couple that are like really big, that really catch on and that kind of seep out on Facebook, onto mum's Facebook, whatever. But like 90% of internet memes attached to TV shows and franchises like this are like 1%er joke, weirdo, you have to know what's going on with the meme to understand the humor. Like it's niche shit. You can't take like a Marvel Twitter meme into the real world and just throw it at a normal person who has a life. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. I could see how this went in his head. He thought he was gonna get up there and be a hero, the hero of Comic-Con. He's gonna hit Matt Smith with the "It's Morbin Time" meme, and Matt Smith would be like, I was in Morbius, and the meme, you got it, buddy. You're one of the real ones. And they would have pat him on the back and hugged him and blew him or whatever the hell happens next. That's not how it went down. That's not how it went down at all. Everyone on the panel, including Matt Smith, went, I'm sorry, beg your pardon? It's Morbin time? What do you mean? Are you having a stroke, sir? Do you need an ambulance? Is he wearing his underwear on his face as a COVID mask? Oh, I feel so sorry for this man. He looks like a nice dude. He looks like a dork. I mean, like he's got the geeky look about him. He clearly belongs at Comic-Con, but he looks like a friendly enough dude. Like I wouldn't wish this kind of like public embarrassment on my worst enemy. Oh, this is what happens when you swing for the fences sometimes. You really got to pick your moments, man. Yeah, it does look like he's wearing his underwear on his face. He really does. But that's like one of the things that nerds are like chronically bad at, is like reading real life social situations and having tact for this kind of thing. Like that includes talking to women, that includes like trying to be funny in front of a group of people. It seems to be like an art that is lost on geekdom. When you're amongst other geeks and you all know the same shit, that's a different story. But when you walk out in the real world, I mean, cringy things happen very easily, and then people look at you like, yeah, I don't know him. I don't know what he's talking about. This is awkward. And then they sit there smiling and kind of half laughing and looking at you, waiting for you to acknowledge the thing that he said, and it's like nobody knows the lore of the thing you just joked about. Oh dear God, pull the ripcord. Get us out of here.
You starred in a movie recently called Morbius, which is great.
And then he explores, he explains it.
All right,
that was said with deep irony, was it?
All right.
He tried to explain the joke for one brief moment there, and all the people on the panel just kind of laughed at him. Okay, they're not really laughing at him. They're kind of trying to laugh it off and save him and move it along. They're giving him like a pity laugh.
I gotta get to my question.
Get to your question, dude. Get to your question.
How would your character in Morbius fit well into the
Oh,
Game of
fuck
Thrones
me!
universe?
Well, I mean,
Oh, they hurried him along to his question, and he bailed out of his explanation and got to his question. And his question was still about Morbius. It wasn't even about Morbius. It was about what Matt Smith's character would do if he was in Game of Thrones. Why would... That's the dumbest question I've ever heard at any Comic-Con. How did he just layer a new level of cringe on top of pre-existing cringe? This is the layer cake of cringe. I'm not gonna be mean to him. I just feel bad, you know? Like, I'm sure there are people on the internet probably roasting the absolute shit out of him, but as much as I'm dying on the inside, like, I wish only the best for a Morbius guy. I want him to go out after Hall H, go to the bathroom, just cry it out, just, you know, just expel the public embarrassment bullshit that's probably fucking building up in his chest right now. You know, work through it, work through the grief. There's a grieving period of social embarrassment. And then maybe Comic-Con goes for like 3 days or something. Maybe tomorrow you meet, you know, the girl of your dreams, a fellow geek that knows all the Morbius memes just like you on the show floor. And it's love at first sight and everything is alright in the world. You're socially awkward, but even you know that's not good. I mean, it's the most relatable human fear, isn't it? Stepping up in front of the world stage, in front of a lot of people, and saying something that you think will be funny or relatable, and then it's crickets. What human being does not innately fear embarrassing themselves in a large-scale social situation? It's where that whole nightmare comes from. You know how people have nightmares about getting up in front of their school assembly and then realizing they have no clothes on? Like, we literally have a meme nightmare that everyone jokes about, that everyone's had. That's like a consistently relatable nightmare. And I think it's all tied to that fear of public embarrassment stuff. Just... You need to be self-aware enough to recognize how niche aspects of yourself are. If you're a geek that's into this, like, Twitter pop culture geek meme stuff, you need to be self-aware enough to know this stuff is hilarious and great, and I personally love it too. And I will joke about that kind of stuff with a few peers that also I know that are also into that stuff. But if you step out that door, you got to know which pieces of yourself to leave behind. Because you can't just walk out there and then throw "It's Morbin time" at the general public and expect everyone to hoist you up on their shoulders like you're the new fucking god of memes. You're now officially the funniest man alive. Morbin time. Brilliant. What's Morbius? None of us have seen it. We don't even know what that is.
Vampire, so I think he'd struggle first off. I don't know really. How would he fit well into the Game of Thrones universe?
Oh, Matt Smith is being a good sport, though.
I think he would be a fish out of water. In truth, I don't think he's got the chops to do it. But I'm glad you watched a completely different movie today.
They're laughing at him a little bit.
Oh, the Doctor would be alright, mate. Yeah. He'd land on his feet.
Run back to your seat. Run back to your seat.
Next, your name?
Oh. Good on Matt Smith for, like, humoring the question, though, and trying. He didn't really know how to answer it. He was fumbling a little bit there. But he made a little joke out of it at the end with the... It was a bit of a... He was taking the piss out of the guy a little bit when he was like, yeah, good on you for watching a whole different movie. Like, he couldn't help but get a little bit of a dig in there. The thing is, and this is, I think, what this guy is also not realizing, Matt Smith is an actor. He's probably not the massive geek you think he is. He's a thespian. He might be in a lot of geek properties. He was just in a Marvel movie. He's now in a Game of Thrones show. He was in Doctor Who. That's a lot of geek. Doesn't mean he's a geek. He's probably just a regular dude acting as his job. He doesn't know all this shit. He just knows the stuff that he gets roles. He gets the work. He, learns what he needs to learn to do his job. That's probably it. Like, fucking Matt Smith doesn't know your Morbius memes. He made that film. He got his paycheck. He left. He doesn't know Morbin time. He's in a back alley somewhere doing cocaine off a Doctor Who fan's titties. That's what Matt Smith is doing. He's not Morbin timing all over Twitter. Okay, I'll let it go now. I'm so mortified by this entire
my name
fiasco.
is Tori, and my question is for Eve.
Nice Daenerys wig.
Is that Rhaenys?
It is.
Oh my God, you look amazing.
Her top
Thank
is
you.
spectacular.
You look so much better than I do.
You definitely
Look at that top.
Oh my God.
The hair's even better, isn't it?
Yeah, everything. Is that the wedding? You come as the wedding?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love it. Thank you.
That's incredible.
So you come from a theater background where you've played many famous
She came from a
characters
wedding?
text.
Wow.
What drew you to Rainey's, and how does it feel to be joining a universe with such another famous character from text?
I'm so sorry. Can I just ask you to ask me that a little bit slower? Because I didn't.
I've noticed
quite
this lady,
hear it.
Of course.
as hilarious as she is,
So you come from a theater background where you've played
she's
many
not
famous
very
characters from text.
quick.
Yeah.
What drew you to playing
She needs
Rainey's,
people to
and
ask
how
questions
does it feel
twice
to be
every time.
joining another universe with such a famous character from text?
Oh gosh.
I think she's a bit of a deer in the headlights with
Well,
this level of promotion,
I
being at Comic-Con and all that.
It was an amazing. It is an amazing thing, an amazing creature that I didn't know anything about the Game of Thrones before I joined the show, but I hadn't seen it, but I knew that it was this amazing deal. And
She looks older than
I was
Emilia
very,
Clarke.
very intrigued.
Well, she would be her mother, right? The little girl on the other side of the
about it,
table
and
with the
and
short hair. I
when
think that's
met
meant to
Ryan
be
and the
Daenerys,
girl,
right?
They were really cool. And I thought what they had written was very cool.
She's-
But we didn't have any information in
I think she's the mother
script that we were sent. All
who
the names
feels
were
like she's
changed,
supposed to
and
be
they
next in
told
line
us,
to be
"Oh, this,
queen,
you know,
but
this
because the
isn't royal
Targaryen
script," and
line
so it was a very,
is
the whole
super
thing was
sexist
really
and
mysterious, so I
misogynist,
didn't really
no
know
one's giving her a
exactly what
chance
it
to actually
was,
have power, and it's
thing.
driving her crazy.
But my agent just kept
I think
saying,
that's
"It's
her
really amazing.
her role in the show.
Extraordinary world and this extraordinary show, and it was wonderful writing, and then they were really amazing people, and I thought, gosh, I'd like to be part of it.
Sorry, I can't.
Um,
I can't listen to her right now because I'm still feeling physically
really
ill from
happy
that
that I
last
am.
thing.
um,
That guy made my tummy sore. I need some chips. I need some crackers.
Next, your
whatever
name?
they're called, biscuits.
Hello, my name is Stefana, and my question is for Matt Smith.
Hi, Stefano.
Hi. So nice to meet
It's very
all of
nice to
you.
meet you too.
He's got a Matt Smith Doctor Who t-shirt. She, sorry. I misgendered her, I think.
I grew up seeing you as a good guy, as the 11th Doctor.
Yeah.
How does it feel to take on... Yes. How does it feel to take on more sinister roles, like in Last Night in Soho and now this?
Well, I think it's just
Notice how she said, how does it feel to take on more sinister roles, like Last Night in Soho, and now this? She completely skipped Morbius, even though he's the main vampire bad guy in that, and that was literally the last movie he did. This is someone who has tact right here. She's not avoiding it probably because the awkwardness of what just happened. I feel like she was always going to ask a question like this, and mainly because Morbius has been reviewed so badly, and Matt Smith's performance, like campy performance as the villain, has so been made fun of, that she was smart enough, when highlighting examples of him playing villainous characters, to completely skip that movie. You see what I'm saying? Smart girl. Don't throw things in the actor's face that you know they might cringe at because they know that it was a badly received project. Just go to the good examples. She'd make a great journalist.
quite good to sort of have breadth as an actor, and you sort of try and challenge yourself and find
Stephen
different,
Toussaint. I love that guy's
different
name.
avenues to play, really. And once I'd sort of played the Doctor, I
Toussaint.
was quite actively looking to sort of do something that felt
Toussaint,
completely different.
Toussaint, or
So, yeah.
Toussaint is what
It
I'm
was really
wondering.
nice to meet
How do you
you.
say
Have a
his
great
last name?
Comic-Con.
Sorry, Matt. It was a boring question anyway. I'm just obsessed
Yes.
with that black guy's name.
Hi, my name is Ron, and my question is for Mr. George R. R.
Everyone
Martin.
asks their questions
Will
off their
we
phones.
See you in a cameo?
Will you see me
in a cameo?
No.
I don't know.
He doesn't do that shit.
I mean,
He doesn't give a fuck. He just
for
wants
the
his
last,
money.
Couple years since COVID hit, I've hardly left my house. I've been, trying to stay away from COVID, and Also, you may not know, but there's this book.
The irony of this, knowing that he caught COVID from this Comic-Con, and then had to miss the Game of Thrones premiere because of it.
Visiting the set or doing anything until
I'm so glad I looked that up.
until I finish and deliver that book, and then if the show's still going, who knows? Maybe I'll show up.
Why would I
did
show up
do
in
a
the
cameo
show?
in the
Why would I
original
put in that
pilot
kind of effort when all I have to do is
of
write
Game of
some
Thrones,
shit and
but
they
that-
give me
they
millions of
reshot most
dollars?
of the pilot, so I was left on the cutting room floor.
I don't see why I would do that.
And I was supposed to be, at a certain point, I was supposed to be a severed head. You know, that scene where
Yeah, but
Joffrey
that would
makes
require a
all the
head plaster
severed
mold,
heads on the
and
walls.
I don't
was
think you
gonna
could be
be
bothered
one
to
of
do that
them,
either.
But then they found out how expensive it was to make a severed head, and they just bought a box of used severed
My
heads.
American accent. I'm trying to do my
One
best,
of whom was
George R.R.
W.
Martin. It's
Bush,
hard.
which got us in a
It's
lot of
difficult.
trouble when people notice it. And I don't think he's there any longer. But if
And I
you
don't
get
think
one of
he's
the
there
old
any
DVDs,
longer.
you can-
I'm trying to
you can
do
see
that, but
I know. Who knows? Maybe I can yet become a severed head at some point.
George, I know a guy. I think I can get you in the show. You're welcome anytime.
George,
Fuck
thanks
off.
so
Just
much
give me
for
my
leaving
check.
your home to be with us here today.
I want to be the new generation's George Lucas. I don't even
Yes.
like dragons.
Oh, my name is Will. My question goes to George R. R. Martin. What was the most difficult piece of
Film
say,
tools.
this story
Nice hat.
that was hard to adapt onto this show that you feel comfortable discussing?
Well, it is a
Ooh.
very hard story to adapt because it's very long and it's very complicated, and there are
Interesting
many
question.
characters in it, and so you know Ryan had quite a challenge there in adapting it. I don't know what was the hardest part to adapt.
I mean, it's
The
a, it's a-
incest.
It's a,
Just say
really
the
that's a great
incest.
question.
You
It's a
know it
really
was
interesting
awkward for
challenge
everyone on the
because
set,
it is not
actors
a
and crew
traditional
combined.
novel. It's not written in prose. It's a history book, as George calls it, a fake history. And so there's a lot of signposts in it, but there aren't necessary. There's some dialogue, but then other things. It's just this happened on this day, and then there was a war, or there was a fight. So the trick is, I think, painting in the lines that you have point A and point C, but you don't really know what point B was, and that's the fun of the invention of the show. But to me, the most challenging thing is just the sheer amount of time that the story covers, because it's a generational. It's the story.
Well,
of
that's a
generational
boring
war,
answer.
so it was
I wanted,
figuring
like,
out how to
nitty-gritty
structure it
details.
in such a way that
Like a
we could move
specific,
people through this very
difficult,
complex timeline
disturbing
in a very
thing.
simple way, so that people didn't get lost. And I think we've done a pretty good job. But that was certainly a brain bender for the writers and I. And thank you, Sarah Hess, who's somewhere in the audience, for saving our bacon on that. Love you, Sarah.
What did Sarah do?
The challenge.
Show me Sarah Hess.
With anything as big as
Bring her
Iron
before
Blood
us.
or the Game of Thrones and its sequels before that is there's always this tendency to simplify. Oh, there are too many characters. And somebody, when Game of Thrones first came out, some of the reviews were people who were professional television reviewers. So many characters, I couldn't keep track of them, you know. But people did learn to keep track of them. I don't want to underestimate the intelligence of the audience or the readers. You can keep track of them. You don't have to combine characters and eliminate characters. The audience is more.
Although for some people it took
than
like 1 or 2 seasons,
sometimes,
and then then you'd have to go
people
back.
making television
and then
assume,
it's,
and that's one of the great
when you
things
watch
about
it a
working
second
for
time,
HBO is
you see a
they're
lot more
willing
that you might
to
have
tackle
like
things
missed
that are a
the
little more
first time
challenging
because you're still catching
than
up.
you would get at the
To how to read the
over-the-air
world.
networks or some other things.
Remember how Game of Thrones, the TV show, ended up pulling back on all the gratuitous sex and incesty stuff after the first few seasons? Like, they actually made a big point of pulling back from all that, so it wouldn't seem too trashy, I guess. Especially with Daenerys' actress, Emilia Clarke. I think she actually stipulated between seasons that she wanted to stop doing the nudity and the sex scenes altogether. She just... After like the first season where she was like full frontal naked, getting railed by her brother, by Drogo, like pretty explicit sex scenes too. I think eventually she just cut a deal where it's like, I don't want to do that anymore. I just want to act. I just want to be Daenerys. I'm done with the softcore stuff. It got me through the door, but acting time. And then the rest of the show kind of followed suit. Wasn't quite as pervy in the second half as it was in the first. But I have a feeling that this show is going to have to kind of kick off with a bit more of that, because this is going to be the height of the Targaryens' power, which means like the incesty stuff is probably like kind of going strong at this point, which is why they all look the same. All the Targaryens are like the same blue-eyed, blonde-haired freak, essentially. And Matt Smith is playing her brother, so he's going to do some fucked up shit probably, because we know he does. He was doing it at the start of the other show before he got his gold crown. Fuck, that was hilarious. What a satisfying death that was. Oh, I guess, wait, they can't really, can they? Because the Daenerys there on that panel, that girl in the green dress, she's a bit young. I don't think the show would go so hard as to have political intrigue, royal family incest, which also is pedophilia. Because Daenerys would be underage. I think that would be too far. I bet they'll plant the seeds of Matt Smith's brother character being a creep. Like, in a subtle, like, under the table kind of way to his sister. Which kind of, like, is supposed to trigger the memory of, like, what happens later when she's older. Because I think him doing that stuff now, when she's this young, would be, like, a step too far. I don't think they would go there. Even for Game of Thrones.
Hi. Hey. My name's Raphael.
Hi, Raphael.
Pleasure to be with you all.
Where are your brothers?
My question is...
Where are the other
what
turtles?
Realms in Westeros that we're just a little bit familiar with from the previous work are we really going to get to dive in and get to know?
What other realms did he ask?
Yeah, realms, geographies.
Hmm.
Oh, and one quick comment.
Yeah? Don't say it's Morbin time.
Oh no.
He was going to tell us that we were great.
What? Driftmark, right?
Driftmark, yeah.
Driftmark, yeah.
Yeah, Drifted. I mean, there's a lot of King's Landing. There's a lot of Dragonstone in the show. There's a lot of other places, too, that we have visited before and haven't seen yet. But I think Driftmark, which is the home of House Velaryon, the great sea snake, and his family, is a new world that we explore quite a bit.
It's going to look like a rainy, coastal Scottish
Yes, I see the hoary old
environment,
dragon,
I bet you.
Valerian the Black Dread, waiting to ask a question.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Oh my god, she's riding the...
So wonderful, looks great.
She's riding the dragon.
Hey, I'm Sari.
What a great costume.
My question is for anybody who wants to answer. So the sigil of the House Targaryen is a dragon. If you yourselves had a house, what animal or symbol would you pick for it?
I'd pick a
My
llama.
sigil is the turtle. That's why I wear one on my hat here. So,
What animal would you have as your Game of Thrones house sigil? What a cool question.
Emma, go on.
It's a silly question, but I like it.
Perhaps?
A cat.
A Wolverine.
Yeah. No, maybe.
A domestic house cat. That's my Game of Thrones family sigil.
Yeah, you're a fan.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a silhouette of a domestic house cat licking
said
its paw
turtle,
from the
but
side,
kinda
side
take it back
profile.
now.
That's my Game of Thrones house.
I had a lot of fun writing the books with the heraldry. I get carried away with the heraldry for the houses. You know, I read about, when I was starting, a lot about actual medieval heraldry and all that, which is fascinating, but also kind of boring, because it's like 75% of the people have lions and the others all have eagles, and you know, where are the
Lions,
the badgers?
eagles, and dragons
and the
do tend to be the most
lumps
popular.
of coal. Kristen Cole has, I think you have 9 lumps of coal on your shield, right?
Yes.
Yes, not really as exciting as a Wolverine, but still.
I'll take it.
I can't imagine they'd have Wolverines in Westeros. That's a bit specific. Axolotl.
What
Yes,
about the
next.
what?
Hello, I'm Nico Holt. Will we get a chance to see the house
I'll lisp.
history of Targaryens through these series for the show?
I mean,
Yes,
that's what the show's about.
Yeah, it's a show about the House
So I got good
Targaryen.
news
What
for
the
you.
Will we get a chance?
thing about history, of course, is it's, just one damn thing after another, as someone said.
That's right.
So we're showing the history of House
He
Targaryen.
literally just
at a
asked
certain
them if
point
the
in
show is
time,
about
but
the thing that it's
well
about.
before that, Fire and
That
Blood
is-
actually begins with Aegon's conquest, so there are like 4 previous generations. And Aegon wasn't born from sea foam. He also
George
had
R. R.
a
Martin's
father
saving
and a
the
mother
question by
and
just
a
rambling on
grandfather,
about Game of Thrones
they're
lore.
all the lords of the Targaryens that go back to when they escaped the doom of Valyria. but
That
we can go
question
back
is like
further and-
asking
and
if you had a
what they up
Marvel
to
No
in
Way
the
Home
Valyria,
panel.
and,
That'd be
who
like
knows,
getting
maybe
up and asking
I can only live
if
to
Spider-Man
be
appears
140
in the
instead of
Spider-Man
73,
movie.
Maybe I'll write some of those
And if
other
he'll do
stories
Spider-Man things.
about the Valyrians in the past. But there's a lot
What a
of
waste of a question. That actually made me mad.
Well, thank you so much, Hall H. I'm sorry we don't have more time for questions. I'm sorry.
Oh, let him go.
Let him ask his question.
Okay, go. Get in.
Hello, guys. All
Quick.
the guys. British counting dude.
Bro, quick.
They all let
They're
me
giving
back
you a
up.
chance. Don't
So,
vamp.
yeah, quick
Don't
one.
milk this.
Sorry, because I can't ask the original one. You've learned from, I'm guessing you've learned from the mistakes of the series. Have you banned coffee cups from the set?
Banned what?
Ah,
Coffee cup.
all that big deal made out of getting his question in, and that's what he asked?
No.
Okay, there it is.
They're everywhere.
Hall H, thank you so much. Everyone here can't wait for you to watch the series.
In case you didn't know, that was a
21st.
reference to the first Game of
Thank you
Thrones
so
season
much.
8,
It's been amazing.
when a coffee cup accidentally made its way onto the set and can be seen in the show on camera. Big fuck up. But that was kind of an embarrassing question to end it on, especially after they made such a big deal out of letting him get his question in, and then he asked that stupid shit. Hey guys, did you ban coffee cups off the set? Remember, because that thing that happened. Hey, I wasted my question, everybody. Am I a comedic genius yet? Okay, well that was Game of Thrones. I don't recall them showing the trailer. At all, at any point during that. There was a trailer, right? I'm pretty sure there was a trailer, hang on. Usually there's a moment where they go, let's show the trailer, and then the panel cuts to like afterwards where everyone's clapping. But that didn't happen there. Yeah, there was a Comic-Con trailer. Hang on. I got it here. Which I haven't actually seen, so awesome. Dope. Extended trailer, it's called.
The dream. It was clearer than a memory.
It's going to be a lot of
I heard the sound.
blonde Targaryens in this show. A lot.
Splintering shields and ringing swords. And I placed my heir upon the Iron Throne. And all the dragons roared as one.
Is that the Mad King talking?
I consider the matter urgent. That of your succession. The Iron Throne is the most dangerous seat in the realm.
Yep, that's him.
And our line is vulnerable.
I remember him from the panel.
Easily ended.
Well, who else would have a claim?
The firstborn child.
This is Matt Smith looking dope.
No queen has ever sat the Iron Throne.
The king has an heir, Daemon Targaryen.
God, he's a good looking bad guy.
Made to choose between my brother and my daughter.
He's about to get typecast as bad guys and everything. He had a nice little run there as the Doctor Who hero, but it's all bad guys from here on out. Sorry, Matt.
Will be challenged. Knives will come out.
You are the king. Your first duty is to take a new wife.
So she's
I have decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir.
the wife of the Mad King, the young girl with the red hair, Olivia.
He's afoot.
Do you think the realm will ever accept me as their queen?
That's little Daenerys for sure.
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne.
Because that is the order of things.
That's the crazy lady that wanted to be the queen, but wouldn't because misogyny.
Your family has dragons. They are a power men should never have trifled with.
Targaryens are close to gods than to men.
Does the budget of this equal the previous series?
If Rhaenyra comes into power, she can cut off any challenge to her succession.
It looks decent.
I am to inherit the Iron Throne. She will block my way.
Our hearts remain as one.
Our hearts were never one.
Have you never imagined yourself on the Iron Throne?
So as usual, for Game of Thrones, everyone's just an arsehole to everybody.
Where is duty? Where is sacrifice? How they see you as you are.
Hey, dragon. More close-ups of dragons. That's how you make a trailer. Just close-ups of dragons. Yeah, for a trailer with a lot going on and a lot of expensive production design and VFX work on display, it doesn't feel like that much is going on because everything pretty much can be condensed down to all the Targaryens are vying for the Iron Throne, just like everyone's always vying for the Iron Throne as usual. It's just people being mean to each other in general. Like, every scene of that can really just be condensed into that one sentence. I'm sure it'll still be fine. I mean, people hated the 8th season of the previous show so much that it can only be better than that, right? They can only go up from there. Oh, hey, Tenor. Oh, yeah, it has been five hours. I've just been watching Comic-Con panels, you know, catching up a little bit. And all the stuff that I missed. I just finished Lord of the Rings and the Game of Thrones panels. I'm about to go into the Dungeons and Dragons one. Which I would like to know more about because I'm very curious about Dungeons and Dragons. Mainly because, like, every time they try to do anything with Dungeons and Dragons, it's cheap as fuck. Like that last movie, good lord. A good straight-to-DVD kind of bad movie rental. Yeah, Amazon Lord of the Rings. That was the first panel I watched. Watched a bunch of random one-off trailers that were released from Comic-Con. Then Lord of the Rings, Ring of Power. Then I watched Game of Thrones, which just finished. And Dungeons and Dragons is next. Where is it? Here it is. 40 minutes. You hate the new policy? What do you mean policy? Woo! I thought it looked pretty expensive. It's hard to tell what the show's actually going to be like, but $60 million an episode is sure serious confidence in the show. So I'm willing to go on $60 million worth of confidence alone. I'm going to give them my benefit of the doubt there. Same with Game of Thrones. There might not be 60 mil an episode, but 20 mil an episode is still pretty serious. People speak only about we have LGBT person. Yeah, but why are they only speaking about that? Like, that's the problem with internet discourse, is that people latch on to one thing. Like, if one of the actors happens to be non-binary or LGBT, a lot of people on Twitter latch onto that one fact for some reason, and then basically that's all they talk about. They whinge about it, they make memes about it, they make a big deal about it, but it's like, that's not actually what the show's about. The show's about Sauron's rise to power, and the nations of dwarves, men, and elves trying to vie together to stop him, and almost failing. And all they manage to do is stop him briefly and separate the rings into the different, races, while their own kingdoms fall in the process. So it's like a bittersweet cliffhanger kind of ending, I guess. I mean, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. I don't know why people are talking about LGBT stuff. I mean, there was nothing even about that on the panel. Like, I watched the whole hour-and-a-half panel hosted by Steve Colbert, where they talked to the creators at Comic-Con and they questioned the actors and all that. And this is the first I've heard of it, you bringing it up now. Like, there was nothing at Comic-Con about it at all. Oh, and it's not a movie, by the way. It's a very, very expensive TV show. Very expensive. The most expensive TV show ever made. Literally $60 million per episode. That's why it looks so good. Oh, hi, Sham. Shaun the Sheep. Oh, someone's a fan of Wallace and Gromit. That's how I know. That's how I know who likes Wallace and Gromit. Anyone who does the Shaun the Sheep joke is someone who watches Aardman animations. You speak in general? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's not the show's fault. That's Twitter. Pop culture and film Twitter tend to have a bit of a problem with stuff like that. There's too much of a loud minority on Twitter that like to make a big deal out of things that they think are woke or feminist agendas and stuff. And they all gather together in like one big fucking noisy pile on Twitter. Like one big thread where everyone like turns into it turns into like this echo chamber of everyone patting themselves on the back about how they're calling out wokeness, but it's like, it doesn't fucking mean anything. It's just a TV show. Like, if after that Comic-Con panel and that trailer, if I then went onto Twitter and saw people whinging about that, I'd be like, where are you getting this from? I've just, like, watched all the things, and we're like, wow, this show sure looks expensive. I can't wait to see how this fleshes out the Lord of the Rings lore. What a lot of interesting characters I've never seen before. And that was it. That was, like, the only takeaway, really. Hopefully it's good, fingers crossed, because no one wants to watch a shitty show. I just don't know where this other stuff is coming from. It's like, who's mad because there's a chick character in a Lord of the Rings? It's like, it's Galadriel. Galadriel was like one of the most powerful elves in the first Lord of the Rings. We only got to see her briefly. Now we get to see her run around and do stuff. Hopefully. The trailer made it look like there was a lot of young Galadriel in armor with a sword doing stuff around Westeros, helping lead the battle against Sauron or whatever. I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, it looks fine. The reason I give stuff like Game of Thrones and this Lord of the Rings show, the main reason I give them the benefit of the doubt and I cross my fingers that they'll be good is because they are spending so much money on it that a lot of people need to be very confident that they've got something going on here. Like, a whole bunch of people don't just waste $60 million on per episode on something that they don't know is going to be good or not. Like, they must be confident. A lot of people in the higher up executive production and in the writing team and all that have to be pretty confident they know what they're doing to be cool with throwing that kind of money out the window. So, you know, let's hope for the best. Be nice to have more good Lord of the Rings after The Hobbit was kind of like a little bit like all over the place. Oh, I did hear that a fan, this is news from a long time ago, but I did hear that a fan took the 3 Hobbit movies and re-edited them into a much better single movie. Like how the book was just one short book. Not short, but like small book. Much smaller than Lord of the Rings. So like turning it into like a 90-minute to 2-hour single film out of all the content from all 3 of those movies apparently made it a lot more cohesive. It was short? Well, there you go. That was one of the biggest mistakes, I think, with The Hobbit. They tried to turn it into a trilogy, and there's just not enough taffy there to pull to make that work. Yeah, they should have kept it simpler, but I'd love to see that fan edit that cuts it way down into one 90-minute film. I think that would be really interesting to watch and compare to the full extended trilogy of Hobbits. Anyway. This is something I want to know a lot more about. That's why you're only glad you saw the last Hobbit film? Yeah, there's too much going on in those movies. It's a bit of a mess. Wow, this host is 12 years old. He came here straight from school.
San Diego Comic-Con.
What up, dude?
Super excited to be here with you all after 3 years of no Comic-Con. Back in Hall H to kick off the year. And what better way to kick it off than with such an awesome franchise, Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons. Carl Jacobs. Who is Carl Jacobs?
It's something so near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure the same goes for you guys. Today we're going to have some awesome conversations with some of the guys behind the movies, as well as the incredible cast.
Incredible.
But remember, anything you guys see here is just for you guys at Hall H. So, yep, please don't record. I know he already said it, but now I'm saying it also.
Well,
so now no
someone was recording because we're watching it right now.
Is everybody ready to get started?
Who is Carl Jacobs? And where's his mother?
Let's kick off with a quick behind-the-scenes look with the cast and filmmakers of Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. How awesome was that?
Oh, we just missed the trailer. You son of a bitch. You cut right through it. He seems familiar. Let's find out who Carl Jacobs is. Hang on. Carl Jacobs. Formerly known as Gamer Boy Carl, American Twitch streamer and YouTuber known for his Minecraft content. What the fuck? What? He's a Minecraft Twitch streamer? Why is he hosting a Dungeons and Dragons panel at Comic-Con? Co-host of the Banter podcast with fellow YouTuber Sapnap. He's on the Mr. Beast wiki. Why is he in the Mr. Beast wiki? Known for being a major affiliate of Mr. Beast. Oh, that's why he's famous. Not for his Minecraft, because he's friends with Mr. Beast. Has been gaining fame since then for collaborative videos with him. He's still part of the Mr. Beast crew and is not fired. They just had to, you know, throw that on the end there, in case you were wondering. That's the best picture they had on him on file. Let's full screen that. That is the best. That is the best picture they had on file of Carl Jacobs. After he didn't eat food for 30 days. .png. You mean the Minecraft stream? Amazing, isn't it? Carl Jacobs' age, 24. I mean, all more power to him. He's hosting a Comic-Con panel at 24. He's got a career ahead of him. Carl Jacobs, where is his mother? No info on where his mother is, so we can't exactly contact her about her son being out late, so she can come get him. Save Comic-Con. His mother takes care of the home and cooks delicious food items for the family. Okay. Great. Good for mum. He's the same age as you. Why aren't you hosting Comic-Con, Sham? You're dropping the ball, brother. Oh, you know what? Since they just ran the trailer at Comic-Con, we should probably run the trailer too. Whoa. And blip. I like the title treatment. It's very old school. Very old school Dungeons and Dragons. Who remembers the D&D movie? I did see the D&D movie, I think twice in my life. I don't remember much about it, except for the fact that one of the characters is played by Marlon Wayans as a comic relief character who eventually gets killed off as kind of like the token black guy that gets killed off to motivate the white main character into being serious and actually taking on the villain of the story. It's one of those type things. I mean, this could only be better than that. They've only got up to go with this one.
We're a team of thieves. And when you do this, you're bound to make enemies.
Why is D&D stuff, why are the main characters always the rogue thief character with a heart of gold. He realizes the error of his ways and has to fight for good. That was pretty cool. That was very Game of Thrones of him.
Truth be told, we helped the wrong person steal the wrong thing. We didn't mean to unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known.
Chris Pine looks a little out of place. Like, he looks too modern.
So how do we pull that off?
Oh, there's a big fucking spider on that tree. Hold up. The size of that fucking spider on that tree. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not going to go see this movie.
How do we pull that off? Figure it out over a drink?
Probably best.
He has a roguish charm about him, but he looks too modern. He looks too like modern manliness. I don't know how to say it.
We also need courage, magic, and you.
Wait, was the mage character the dude from? That's the actor from The Get Down, right? And from the Pokemon movie, Detective Pikachu. That kid. Sorry, I remember him mostly from The Get Down on Netflix because I love that show. You sure he's a rogue? He looks like a bard. I mean, same deal. Like, bard is just a... I mean, this is blasphemy. Like, D&D people are going to roast me, but as far as I'm concerned, bard is just an offset of a rogue. Rogue, thief, bard, that's all part of, like, the roguish charm, scallywag archetype. He's carrying a guitar. It's not a guitar, that's a lute. That's how you know he's a bard. He's carrying a lute. He's the cleric?
And you.
No, I think she's the cleric. Because look, she turns into an owlbear. Isn't that what clerics do? Oh my god, D&D people are gonna roast me.
What is that again? It's an owlbear.
Owlbear. I recognize that shit. Okay, let's not embarrass... I know I'm interrupting this trailer a lot, but let's not embarrass ourselves further. D&D cleric. Versatile combat, divine magic. Powerful healers, curative magic. Rogues roll dice to steal stuff, bards roll dice to charm and fuck stuff. Yes, but... They are slightly interchangeable because rogues also do like to charm and fuck, and bards also do occasionally steal things. This does sound like a combat priest that uses nature magic. D&D shape shifters. No, we don't want creatures. I want classes, roles. Fuck. Shape shifting class. Wait, this might be it. This might be it. Shapeshifter questions. Do you mean shifter or no. The doppelbanger. That's the D&D porn parody. The doppelbanger. Hey, there's plenty of people that want to bang Chris Pine. He's just one of those actors. This is not helping. D&D. What class can change into whatever? Let's just leave it there. No, not changing classes. What character can morph? Druid. Druids morph? Okay, so we were a little bit off. Oh, hi, Jeannie. Just in time. Yeah, I got confused for a while there. I thought maybe the cleric was the D&D class that changed into things, into creatures, but it looks like it's the druid. Okay. So this girl here, I guess, is a druid. Uses natural nature magics to turn into creatures. Little bit of magic, little bit of attack. Even I want to hold hands with Chris Pine. I'm a lesbian, dude. I don't know. There are some dudes that have the power to convert lesbians. I don't know if Chris Pine is one of them, but Henry Cavill might. Because I'm straight. And even I might consider turning for Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is a chiseled man. Okay, not with the mustache, though. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds, good choice. I would accept Ryan Reynolds. I'd accept Chris Hemsworth. I would accept Ryan Gosling. Keanu Reeves, decent choice as well. I'd put Henry Cavill on my list. You seem to disagree, but I think Henry Cavill is right up there with would turn gay for. Look at that pristine jawline. Sometimes I doubt that. I do say some weird shit sometimes. Look at those arms. Okay, I'm not a big muscle person. Like me personally, I don't want to be like a big muscly, like I wouldn't want to go to the gym to become like a bodybuilder type. I would prefer like a lean ballet body. Me personally, for how I'd like to look. So maybe these arms are getting a little bit too far, but that's a man right there. That's a man right there. That's a man. That's a man. Not the mustache. That's a man. Christopher Walken. Yeah, sure. Put Christopher Walken on the list. Why not? Yeah, the takes creatine or steroids. I'm gonna go with creatine. If he took steroids, I think he'd be even more buff. Thing is, Henry Cavill's a nerd as well. He plays World of Warcraft on his PC, The Witcher games. He does Warhammer 40k figurine board game stuff. This is what nerds look like in 2022. Just in case you didn't know. That's a nerd. That's a nerd. That's a nerd. That's incredible. That's metrosexual sleek right there. The charm. The charm oozing from this photo. Kill me now. Alright. Alan Rickman, if you want someone buff like Henry. Alan Rickman is buff? I mean, he's dead, so that one's off the table, but... Alan Rickman, buff. Oh, wrong Alan? I was gonna say, I've never seen Alan Rickman buff. Look at this photo. That's a choice. That is a look. Okay, this is probably the best photo I've ever seen of Alan Rickman. That is, I think you've converted me into the Alan Rickman camp. That is the hottest I've ever seen Alan Rickman. Alan Richardson, you said? I don't know who that is. Who the fuck is this? Richson. Wait. Richson. Oh, the new Jack Reacher. Oh, I get you. Yeah, he's a bit of a rectangle, this one. I think that's crossing the line a bit for my interest in buffness. I think if I was gay, this would be maybe a little too far. I think my taste in men would be definitely around the Henry Cavill zone. But that's impressive, though. I respect. He's a very large man. Not just muscle-wise, but actually, like, big. Look at him compared to this dude. That's a big fella. He looks like someone you'd want to hire in the NFL. Gina Carano. Yeah, she is a terrible person, unfortunately. She kind of seemed cool for a while, but then once she started opening her mouth on Twitter about some pretty dodgy right-wing conservative politics, yeah, it got a little bit lame. There's a pretty young Alan Ritchson. Eight years ago, he was half that size. Yeah, I can kind of see him starting to shrink. Look at this. He's tiny there. It doesn't even look like the same person. He definitely matured with age. He's one of those dudes that, like, they're kind of ignorable when they're young, just like a dopey looking surfer boy. And as soon as he got close to Silver Fox age, like reaching into that middle age kind of zone, that's kind of when he got there. He Clooney'd out. Let's call it that. He George Clooney'd out. Chunky boy. I have a theory about Alan Ritchson. It's not really so much a theory as an opinion. Don't you think that if they made a Doom movie and they needed to cast a Doom Slayer, don't you think Alan Ritchson would be absolutely perfect as the Doom Slayer with the Doom armor on and the fucking shotgun and the chainsaw? I can see... I have never so... perfectly imagined a real-life person who could be that character until him. And now I can't really think of anyone else that would make a decent Doomslayer. Actually, let's see if someone's visualized this. Alan Richardson. Yeah, bro. That's good concept art of what the original Doomslayer looked like. Look at that. He's got that square, hulking brick of a man kind of look. His head looks like a fucking cube. Okay, I can see Michael Shannon as well, I guess, but no, he's too villain. Oh yeah, BJ Blazkowicz from Wolfenstein, is that what his name is? He could make a good BJ as well if they made a Wolfenstein. Yeah, look at that fucking shit. He just looks like he fills that armor. Like, it doesn't look like the armor's fakely padded up. The question is, you've got the perfect casting here. Could you actually make a good Doom movie? That's the real problem. I don't think that's something anyone's actually solved yet. Is how do you make the Doom movie? I also want to see the fucking midriff costume. Remember the old Doom design had like the open midriff? Hang on. Remember this? How insane that was, that his abs were showing through the armor? It doesn't make any sense, but in all fairness to like female actors and action heroes, I think they should go the full old school armor with the open midriff, just like women have had to deal with for like the last 30, 40 years. Showing skin for no reason. Just chuck it in there for the girls, why not? And the gay guys. They'll love it too. Yeah. Doomslayer. Oh, he's joining Fast and the Furious. Well, we lost him. He's gone. That was fun while it lasted. He could make a good BJ, yeah. How does one make a good blowjob? It was the easy joke. Someone had to take it. It's ID Software's fault for naming the main character of their Wolfenstein franchise BJ. I'm pretty sure that was a nice little in-joke of their own. Wow, that was a long tangent considering we're right in the middle of a fucking D&D trailer. That was a huge tangent.
Be warned.
Wait.
Evil here.
I'm glad he's on our side.
Who the hell is that? A paladin? I think that's a paladin.
This one's dangerous.
Hi, Hugh Grant. Hi, Mimic. I like the Mimic. There's so much going on.
We'll be ready.
I mean, it looks like Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, can you really complain? this point.
What is it exactly that you bring to this?
I'm a planner. I make plans.
You've already made the plan.
Is she the girl from It? The token female in the group of nerds? That looks like the little girl from It. Except now she has horns. Apparently druids have to have horns.
Planned, so
If the existing plan fails, I make a new plan.
you make plans that fail.
No.
He also plays the lute.
Not relevant.
There you go, Luke. He's a bard. Alright, hang on. There was a lot going on there.
Lute.
I'm guessing Michelle Rodriguez is a barbarian. Holy shit, look at her. Wait, let me just... Look. Is she a tiefling? Maybe. She's got the fawn horns. That was awkward to say. That rhymed. Bars. Got them fawn horns. Yeah, Rodriguez is looking like a tatted up barbarian. She's got the axe and everything. Kid from Detective Pikachu. Mage. Bard. Druid. Who else was there? You saw a tail too? I must have missed the tail. Michelle is looking bad. Did you see what she did when she got introduced in the trailer? Hang on. Look at this. This is some barbarian shit right here. Ready?
Strength. You got this, right?
I know you don't.
Boom! Damn! She fucking body slammed that dude with one hand. She one arm lifted that guy and body slammed him. Definitely a barbarian. Wait, let's take this way back for a second. They just keep showing shots of all kinds of random shit. There's warlock / necromancer bullshit. More mages. Barbarians, slow motion. Big ass fucking spider on the tree that I hate. This dude. We don't see that much of him in the trailer. Yeah, Marlon Wayans, yeah. Marlon Wayans is the one that they killed off. He was the token black sacrifice to motivate the white lead. As they loved to do back in the 90s. Who's the director? I'll look that up in a second. Actually, wait. Let me look it now. Dungeons and Dragons movie. Not that movie. No, not that movie either. I'm struggling. Fuck. Honor Among Thieves. Here we go. We'll just use IMDb. Jonathan Goldstein and John Francis Daly. Oh, yeah, here it is. Who the fuck are they? I'll look at what they both did. Director. Short film. Vacation. Game Night. That's it. Oh, holy shit, wait. Wasn't this like the National Lampoon Vacation remake? With Ed Helms? So his first movie was the National Lampoon Vacation remake. And his second movie was Game Night. Which is pretty good for a comedy, actually. If you haven't seen Game Night, it's not bad. Vacation I don't remember much of, so I guess that one falls into the forgettable camp for me. But Game Night was pretty decent. But that's all. That's all he's got. Maybe that's why it's got two directors. Because neither of them are that impressive to be helming like a big fantasy franchise. So they just put them together. They can team up. Alright, this guy's got a way longer resume. Freaks and Geeks TV show, Boston Public TV show, Ellen TV show, Spin City TV show, TV show, Waiting? Oh my god. It's the Ryan Reynolds comedy about being a waiter. Oh no, these are acting. Wait, fuck, these are acting credits. Directing, here we go. Vacation, Game Night. Okay, so these two guys You haven't seen Waiting in Forever? I don't even remember anything from that movie. I know I've seen it, but it's been so long, I don't remember a single thing. He's the guy from Bones, the therapist. Yeah, so both these directors seem to be actors that teamed up to co-direct comedies together. And they've done 2 so far, and Dungeons and Dragons is their 3rd major film. So that's kind of not optimistic, but not bad either. Yeah, directing duo. Like, there's nothing wrong with Vacation and Date Night as comedy films, but there's nothing about their resume that suggests that they'd be good at making a movie like this. So I'm kind of like in the middle right now with what to think about that. Yeah, it could go either way, really. It's a 50-50, this one. Goldstein is also a writer. So they wrote and directed? Wait, where is my... Did I just close that window? I think I just closed my window. It doesn't show Goldstein as a... Oh, not of this movie. You mean he's a writer in general? He wrote the Flash movie with Ezra Miller? Holy shit. Interesting. That's another movie that can go either way. Ezra is definitely a write-off as a human being, but it's hard to know what to think of that movie. Like, I really want to see it just because of things like Michael Keaton, Batman being in it is heaps interesting. And also, I want to see Supergirl. I want to see the Supergirl that they've got in there in action. It's just, the whole Ezra thing is just, it's so weird. So who's this dude? Hugh Grant is a rogue. Justice Smith is the sorcerer. Okay, not a mage, sorcerer. Michelle Rodriguez, barbarian. Chris Pine, bard. Regé, what? Regé Jean Page. I don't know how to say that. Druid. Didn't Ezra attack a fan? Oh, he did more than that. Holy shit. The attacking of the fan was ages ago. He's on the run from the feds at the moment. Cross country. He kidnapped an underage girl. Apparently groomed her. He's driving around from state to state in body armor with a gun in the car. He was recently in Miami? No. Hawaii. He was recently in Hawaii, and he broke into people's hotel rooms while they were in there, threatened them with violence, and then stole their possessions. Like, he took their wallets and purses and shit, and passports, and ran away. More than one. Like, one of the couples, I think he busted in through the window, and they had just got married, and he fucking threatened them and took a bunch of their shit. Dude, he's all over the map. Ezra Miller went crazy. Says they're non-binary. Yeah, that's something that... I think we've known that about Ezra Miller in a while. Ezra Miller's been non-binary for a long time. Although I still mistakenly misgender him a lot. You see, I just did it again. I said him. His misgender them a lot. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I've never been able to get the pronouns for Ezra straight in my head. I constantly accidentally say him and his and all that shit. And now I hardly care anymore because he's a monster, apparently. He's a psychopath. So really, he should just get chucked in prison and we can all forget about them. There, I fixed it. I did it correctly. Yeah, he did. Like, not only did he get to be the Flash, but he started out strong too. It's some really good dramas. Like, he was good in, we need to talk about Kevin. He was good in Perks of Being a Wallflower. You wonder if it's a cover for the bad things. I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure he's been non-binary since long before that. But when we still all thought he was a great actor. I mean, he still kind of is. But it doesn't matter at this point. I think people started talking about his gender some point just after Perks of Being a Wallflower. because that movie touched on aspects of LGBTQ issues and things as well in its story. So I think there was talk about like him as well after that, and his own sexuality. But yeah, it's neither here nor there anymore. He's gone off the deep end. He's a crazy person. You know what I find curious? Nobody has a name in Dungeons and Dragons. They're all named by their character class: Rogue, Sorcerer, Barbarian, Paladin, Druid, the Bard. Why don't they have names? I have a theory. I have a theory about this. There's a chance, and I hope this isn't true because it might be really corny if they do it. There's a chance that the plot twist of this movie... Oh, it might be. I mean, like, IMDb is usually better than that, though. Like, if they have names and the movie's this close to coming out, I feel like it would already be in here. And then they don't say the names in the descriptions or the wikis or the synopses or anything of any of the characters. No, Sham, you're onto it. That's what I was going to say. If they don't have names and they're just called by character class, my prediction is that the movie might end with a plot twist where it turns out the entire movie was a bunch of teenagers playing a game of D&D in a basement. Yeah. Exactly. Whole movie just a game of D&D. It would be... I can't imagine how you do that would make it satisfying, because that's kind of like the old... it turns out the whole movie was a dream bullshit that is always a cop-out. But if it figures out a clever way to do that in the similar vein to what Lego Movie did... Remember how Lego Movie turned out? There was a real world, and the Lego toys were actually just toys. And it was all the imagination of the child, and the story was like about his issues with his daddy issues. Yeah, basically what the Lego Movie. Like, you can't do that exact same thing, but if you can find a clever way to tie in the plot twist that it is just a D&D game being played by a bunch of normal characters, and then tie that in a way that's clever, and that does something that's original and unexpected with the twist. I don't know how or what that would be. I have no ideas myself, but I feel like if you just ended the movie with, oh, and by the way, this was just a D&D game around a table in a basement, and you show a bunch of teenagers like laughing and high-fiving, I think that would be too much of a cop-out. That would be too hokey. I don't think you can just do that. That's way too basic. But yeah, this naming thing going on here is the main thing that's making me think that I'm super suspicious about that. So that's the Paladin. That solves that mystery. They got some cool locations, though. That looks like a place that could be on Earth for real. Like up into Antarctica. That looks like Scotland. Wait. There's the Barbarian going ham. There's Paladin boy. I think the Paladin might die. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't really show up in many scenes of all the characters talking to each other. He only shows up in like a couple of very specific action scenes in the trailer. And then he's suspiciously missing from all the dialogue scenes where they're all joking around and like there's camaraderie between them. The main villain was playing D&D all along. Yeah, if the main villain in the movie turns out to be the dungeon master of the board game, that would make sense. Here's my other prediction. I think the Paladin character, I think he's going to be like a cocky hero character that's kind of like a funny foil to the main group of thieves and barbarians. These guys back here. I think that he's going to keep showing up at the most dangerous moments where they're clearly fucking up and they might not survive a big set piece, and he's going to save the day. And it's going to build up with this resentment with Chris Pine that the Paladin keeps playing the hero when they're the ones trying to save the day. And then at some point in the middle of the movie, maybe the end of the second act leading into the third act, there's going to be a big shock moment where you think the paladin's going to be heroic again, and at the very worst moment he could possibly fuck up, he's going to do something cocky and he's going to get stabbed through the face or through the chest, and he's going to be in shock because how could I lose because I'm the hero? And then everything's going to get much, much worse. And then all the fuck up thief characters led by Chris Pine are going to have to pull up their big boy pants, and they're going to have to fill the hero role and actually pull something off for a change, because this guy's now no longer around. Joke about the stupid but righteous one, the road. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be just they pick him up late in the story, maybe halfway, and he's like the butt of all their jokes because he's too self-serious. That could be all it is. Or he's a bad guy all along, maybe. He does have that look about him where he could turn out to be a bad guy and you'd believe it. I like the idea of you expecting... They build you up to expect heroism annoyingly throughout the whole film, just as a foil to the main characters. And then he dies at the worst possible moment, where he really did need to be a hero. And then they have to deal with the fallout without him around anymore. I think I'd like that a lot. I don't know how much of a prick you play him is, though. Remember Mystery Men with Ben Stiller? That weird superhero indie movie? And how Greg Kinnear was like Captain Awesome or something, and he was like a complete corporate shill piece of shit. Yeah, he was basically like a completely egotistical Superman kind of character that everyone loved, but he was like a sellout. And halfway through the movie, he gets horribly killed. Much to the mortification of the main characters who were the fuck-ups. I feel like if there was some kind of dynamic like that with the Paladin, that would be kind of cool. They can't make him too likable? No. So you make him like Greg Kinnear's character in Mystery Men, but maybe not that much of a piece of shit. Maybe if he's just so cocky and so full of himself that he's kind of like insufferable. But no, don't make him like such a piece of shit that he's like almost basically a villain. You just have to still believe that he's a hero. He's just sort of high on his own... he needs to be a bit high on his own, like, fucking marketing. His own reputation. Like, he believes his own hype. That kind of attitude. He's got a sword inside a sword. Ready? Look at this shit. He fires his sword off the hilt. And there's a tinier sword inside. What the hell? Kind of cool, though. There's the mage, the sorcerer, doing sorcerer shit with a funny helmet. And that stretches far and wide, so I think he fucked something up there. Druid girl goes owlbear. That was a weird shot of the owlbear. Hang on. Oh. It's adorable. I love it. I want an owlbear. You mean a dagger? A dagger, little sword, same thing. Potato, potato. That owlbear is so adorable. Look at it. Face. Ah, the face. That's kind of horrifying, though. The bear body with the owl head is kind of fucked up. He's the only one in shining armor in the whole set doing his scenes. Yeah, and it sort of feels like he's only there in 2 scenes in the movie. From the footage that we see. There's a dragon. I think that might be some kind of gargoyle dragon, because that looks like it was made of stone before it animated. Like a pretend statue. This bit looks interesting. I was wondering what this was. Portal to a magic treasure room. That was cool. What a shot. What a vista. The dragon looks cheap. I don't know if it's cheap or if it's meant to look like a statue. That's what I'm saying. Like, it might have been a gargoyle before Magic animated it, and that's probably why it looks weird like that. Like, it's not meant to look like a real dragon is what I'm saying. Like, it's a statue that's been brought to life. Some of these scenes, I think, look too much like they're on a set. Like this. This looks like a fake set with, like, one big orange light off to the side. These are the only scenes that, like, make me worried. These scenes look really cheap to me. The characters look fine. Like, he looks fine. It's just, like... This background is like a Hollywood set right now. It's not that believable. This stuff looks like it was all built recently. And slightly weathered by an art team. Where are, like, the cobwebs and all the bullshit? Oh. Evil sorceress. Shoots bullshit at good sorcerer. Fun. Fun for the whole family. Colosseum with a Minotaur mage. What I want to know is if he's the rogue, if they've got Hugh Grant listed as the rogue, why does he look like a rich guy that owns a Colosseum? He looks like a politician. Rogues should be like poor, tattered, robe-wearing, like skulking in the shadows, stealing your shit because they don't have money. If he's got money, then how is he a rogue? Maybe he's a grifter? Yeah, he could be pretending. He might be like stealing someone's identity there. This is probably my favorite part of the trailer, the mimic. Have we ever seen a mimic in any fantasy film yet, ever? I don't think we have. Oh, fuck, look at that thing. This gives me flashbacks to Dark Souls. Demon Souls, even. Earlier than that. Dark Souls and Demon Souls mimics just traumatized me a little bit. Holy shit, what is that? I'm sure D&D people would know, but I'd love to know what that panther with the octopus tentacles is. A manticore? Dope. Well, now I know what a manticore is. This I don't understand here. I know what this is. It's the tip of my tongue. This jelly? Ah, fuck, what's it called? Gelatinous cube? Is it called a gelatinous cube? Or a jelly? Gelatinous cube. Gelatinous cube, D&D. Fictional monster from the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game described as a 10-foot cube of transparent gelatinous ooze. Absorbs and digests organic matter. Okay. That's exactly what I thought it was. Look at this. Now compare that. There's a skeleton inside it and everything. How cool is that? They got that so accurate. Complete with the skeleton. What I don't understand is how come Chris Pine, Detective Pikachu, and the druid, the owlbear lady, how come they could dive into a gelatinous cube and be perfectly fine? I was under the impression that gelatinous cubes are made of acid. And if you ended up inside one, you basically melt down to your skeleton in record time. And they seem to be jumping inside it on purpose to escape a manticore. An adorable manticore, look at him. Look at his little face. So they should be dead right now. They should be, like, literally burning to death. There's a whole ass fight going on here. Holy shit. Check out this choreography. Barbarian, sorcerer, druid rolling past to the girl in the red. Druid rolls past him, turns into an owlbear behind him. I think one of the things that I'm most excited for, if this is a good movie, is that kind of party synergy choreography. Oh, it's not a manticore? Them jumping in the gelatinous cube is how the film ends. Yeah, that's when we cut to the D&D room. Where the dungeon master's like, yeah, you all died. You all melted down to a skeleton. Sorry. You fucked up. See, this is what I want to see, though. Like a full party with different skills and classes all, like, cooperating. Like the party synergy, I think, is what I want to see. That'd be really fun if they nail that choreography. Oh, the spell doesn't come from his hand? It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Unless... It seems to come from his hand in this shot. Like, that's when it actually fires. And then when it moves along here, his hand already moves to the left, but the bolt's still coming forward. Like, it seems to hang in the air for a second before firing forwards. Is that like a magic missile thing? Like, you cast it, it appears out of your hand, and then it goes... boom? Like, is there a moment where it, like, appears and then flies forward? That could be why it looks like that. Hand's not there, but the light covers it. Yeah, maybe. Could be unfinished CG as well. Trailers sometimes do that. Dude, look at that fucking dragon's neck. Oh, look at that dragon's everything. That's a Jabba the Hutt. That's a Jabba the Hutt dragon. That dragon's a fat ass. Look at this chonky boy. Toad dragon? Yeah, maybe. Is that a real thing? Dragon thick. Dragon's thick as fuck. Oh, look at that green screen. Over Michelle Rodriguez. Look at that clean line. The problem, I think, with this shot, and this is the kind of thing you sometimes see on Corridor Digital when they're digging into VFX and talking about like good and bad VFX. I think the problem here is that this fire should be more blown out. Like, this would be so much brighter in the camera lens that she would get mostly swallowed up by the light, which is why it's weird to see her with such a crisp outline in front of the fire. Like, we should barely just be able to make out a silhouette through the light bloom of that fire behind her. Not so, like, clean cut out like that. There's the chonky boy! Wait. Can I get a clean, non-blurry shot of that chonk? Or that chonker that's just there? Look at that chonk. How do the wings of that dragon actually lift the body? The dragon is massive. Oh. Look at the size of this fucker. Oh my god. Oh, that thing is more meat than dragon. And he's about to eat the paladin. Yeah. This is the bit where the paladin dies. You think he's going to stab the dragon in the head while the dragon's about to eat Chris Pine? The dragon's going to lift his head up and swallow the paladin instead of Chris Pine. I do like its face, though. I don't know why it's so fat. But I do think its face is got a lot of personality. I like the dragon faces. The gargoyle one earlier is a little weird, but I do think that dragon has a lot of personality. It's a little bit of a caricature, I think, is the thing. Like, it's a bit more cartoony in its character design than an attempt to make it like a super real lizard, like the dragons in Game of Thrones. Yeah. I'm neutral on the fat. I'm really into the dragon face. And the owlbear is just dope. I think that's everything. Well, that was kind of fun to dig through. There's a lot going on in there to pick at.
Well, I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get into it. I want to get you guys in contact with the filmmakers. First, let's bring up one of the producers of the film, a filmmaker behind a handful of movies you may have heard of before. Iron Man, The Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man Homecoming.
Wow.
Give it up for Jeremy Latcham.
Tell us more about your Minecraft channel.
How are you doing?
Dude, I am doing so well to be standing on this stage. It's awesome.
I want to know about Minecraft. Talk about Minecraft.
I feel like I grew up at Comic-Con. Like, I've been coming to Comic-Con for so long, since the very first Iron Man 1 presentation. And to be
Hi,
here
Jeremy.
with something like this, that's something totally, like, brand new, it's crazy, guys. It's exciting.
How about we
Really
get some
exciting.
people up here with you? How does that sound?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Next, please welcome the film's directing and screenwriting duo. They've written Horrible Bosses, Spider-Man
Who's Jeremy
Homecoming,
Latcham
and
again?
directed Game Night.
I wasn't listening.
Here's Jonathan Goldstein and John Francis Daly.
Producer. Jeremy Latcham's the producer. They read Horrible Bosses.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, Horrible Bosses is
So
good.
guys. I love you guys.
I don't know so much about the
Thank
second
you
one,
so
but
much for coming out here.
first one's pretty good.
Guys, we have been in the trenches with COVID and making this movie for 2 years, and to see your faces is so thrilling for us because it reminds us why we do this. Thank you for being here.
Really appreciate it.
Well, let's get into it. Let's start with Jeremy. Can you tell everyone about the genesis of the project?
You already fucked up.
What appealed to you about it, and how much did you know about the world of D&D?
He misread his own palm card.
So I had worked with John and Jonathan on a movie that I love called Spider-Man Homecoming that these guys had written. And to me, there's this sense of heart and humor and spectacle and this ability to balance tone, and that is what makes these kind of movies to me work, is this like tonal balance between thrilling and exciting and heartfelt, and you want to cry, and you want, anyways. I knew they could do
Yay.
all of that, and I was so excited to find out that they were on this. And when they called me, and the studios called, and everyone
Can't
was
stop
like,
eating
we want
biscuits,
to make
man.
a D&D movie and launch something totally new, and it's with Jonathan and John, I was like, all right, I am 1,000% in, and it's been a journey since that phone call of non-stop work for 2 years, 2.5 years. I did not stop the whole time.
Not at all.
Very fun.
John? Both of us have a long history with D&D.
They're doing well by sneaking other things they worked on.
I played as a kid. the
I
first
mean,
edition, and,
a lot of panels at Comic-Con do turn into people humble bragging about all the other cool shit they've done.
Whatever I did, I'd end up in a
Not
glass
uncommon.
cube. Just, there was no saving me. Jonathan was Elliot in E.T.
Either that or they already know that
And now my 10-year-old
their
son
prior
plays every week. He's here today, Samson.
their
where
prior
are you?
successes are going to be way better than this
There he
one.
is.
That might be telling. They might already
Yeah,
know
I
that the
have
D&D
been
movies are
avid
bust.
player
They
since
watch
I
the
was
final cut, they're like, wow, this is
14
actually kind of shit.
when I was an actor on the show
Let's just remind everyone about all the other cool stuff we've done, so when they see this movie, they don't completely throw us out with the
My character was a
bathwater.
geek, and he was a huge fan of Dungeons and Dragons. I had known peripherally about it, so I decided, being the young method actor that I was, to play a campaign with the fellow cast members. And immediately I fell in love with the world, because as you guys know, anyone who plays Dungeons and Dragons is not just a game. It is really the feeling that you get when you play the game, and that really is what we tried to do here with
What
this
feeling
film.
would that be?
That sense of camaraderie, family,
Arousal?
coming together as a group, facing obstacles that you don't know what to expect. I mean, so many things that, much to the chagrin of the DM, doesn't know what's going to happen. And so that is what we wanted to capture. And of course, that very unique brand of humor that I think sets us apart from anything else in the fantasy space. So it was a real excitement for us.
Awesome.
Okay.
So since all of you guys are D&D fans, I have to ask, and more just broadly movie fans, what in the film are you most excited to share with the audience?
Well, for
The
me,
fat
it's
dragon.
a chance to bring to life these creatures, these places, these people that
These
we
really
only
fat
been able to
creatures
sort
and
of
these really
imagine
fat
in our
places.
heads.
Everything's fat in this movie.
Give solid
Except for Chris Pine.
I mean, it's such a thrill.
He's lean and sexy.
To see things today, and then eventually when the movie comes out, that you've been playing or hearing about or imagining for years, and now that we have the the visual effects technology and also practical effects in the movie. We're able to bring those to life, and that's just so exciting to us. Yeah, we have the geniuses at Legacy Effects.
The feeling of being able to
doing all of our
pickpocket the winnings of a
creatures
live
and
dice
animatronics.
game
Really
that you
important
just
for us
lost.
to do a real
You did that in your own
fusion
D&D
of
sesh?
practical and visual effects. So we have the top.
I tried
visual
D&D a long
effects
time ago.
companies doing it, ILM and MPC. And
I don't remember much
Legacy,
about it, though, 'cause I
who
was too
gave you
young.
Baby Yoda. So what more can you ask for? Grogu.
I don't think anyone was playing it correctly, though, when I tried it. Everyone was just kind of fucking around.
I missed that. What did you say? No, I think for me, the thing that is the theme that I think always binds us when we watch a movie is this sense of family, of found family, of finding like this group of people and kind of.
Are they allowed to reference
and, like,
Grogu
that's what makes Guardians. That's what
on a
makes the
panel that has
Avengers
nothing to do
Avengers.
with Disney or
You look
Marvel?
at, like, these groups that come together, the personalities
Disney or
clash,
Star Wars,
and they
sorry.
face a giant obstacle, then they have to kind
Like,
of become a
is that just
family over the
free?
course of
Is
it.
that free
I know it
publicity for
sounds like
Disney?
kind of, you know,
Whoever-
but I'm a very emotional guy, so it
Whoever
is kind
owns
of
D&D is going to be
the
pissed
thing I
that they
love
talked
the
about
most.
Star Wars
What this journey
on their
has
D&D panel.
is really that, because these folks don't really all belong together, and they learn to love each other, and I feel like I've fallen completely in love with this cast along the way because of it, and it's really, really fun to watch, and that's the thing I'm most excited about the film.
Well, talking about the cast, I think we
Talking
waited
about-
long enough to bring them on out.
Yeah, do it.
Everyone welcome the cast of Dungeons and Dragons.
Keep this train
Honor
moving.
Among Thieves, starting with Chris Pine.
Well, usually they start with the, usually they end with the biggest actor on the team. They should have brought Chris Pine in last. Disney slips them 100 every time they reference them. Dude, this is D&D versus Disney. They should be stripping them 100K, not just 100. They can afford it. What is this music that's playing on Chris Pine's entrance? He's
Next
not even
up,
Irish.
Michelle
Is he?
Rodriguez.
Wait. Let me double check that. Okay, she's definitely not Irish. They're just playing the same song over and over again. It's any song they had the rights to.
Reggae.
Yeah, he's just straight American. Here's the paladin. Here's the paladin that dies halfway through the movie. I'm calling it.
Sophia Lillis.
She still has her it hair. How did she go from that hair from it to the hair she's got in Dungeons and Dragons and then back to that hair again?
Hugh Grant.
Why is this the song they chose as the entrance music for every single actor? This is weird, man.
How are you guys feeling? Excited to be here? Awesome. Well, let's get into it. I'm going to start with you, Chris. Tell us a little
Where's
bit
Justice
about
Smith?
what drew you to the film and who you play.
So I wasn't a big D&D'er, but my nephew's, who's now 13 years old, is a huge player. Was writing his own campaigns, was playing every week. And
Where's Justice Smith?
In fact,
He's not at Comic-Con?
I talked to John and Jonathan about doing
They're missing
this,
a sorcerer.
I said, let me just send you over like a little gift package of, you know, all things D&D. And I told my nephew about it, and I said, why don't you come on over and we'll open it up together. And to see his eyes when this little treasure chest opened, go from, you know, big to bigger, I knew something was up. And then we decided to get my whole family to play, to do a round of it with his Dungeon Masters. And it was an amazing thing to see all of my family light up in that particular way. And I hadn't seen that
This is an
happen
adorable
in my
story.
family in years. And from, you know, my father
Demand
never
justice.
wanted to play, my sister,
He must have better things to do than to come to a D&D panel.
to how, you know,
He's probably
how
filming
it
something
just
for Star
slowly
Wars or Marvel
snowballed.
right at this
Everybody
minute.
got super stoked on it and really excited, and then 3 hours in, you've completely forgotten that, you know, that you didn't want to 10 minutes before it or whatever. And so yeah, it was a surprise to me that I hadn't really found it until 42 or whatever. And I had this. I know. Tell me about it. I had this idea.
He is older
Like if there's one game
than I expected.
Like in high school, I thought.
I never
to
thought
myself,
of
like,
Chris
it should
Pine
be
as someone in his
played
40s. I thought of him as someone in
school across the
his
nation.
30s.
It should be D&D. Because don't you think it's like you can get the bully and the jock and
I don't like
of
his
course,
hair.
I'm speaking John Hughes.
I know it's a really
you know,
silly thing to nitpick,
all
but
in a room, and I guarantee
I'm not feeling the hairdo
you,
right now.
In 20 minutes, no one will remember.
I like it in the
what
movie.
Kind of, class they came from, or who their best friends are.
Chris
and
Pine is
who
old,
the
yeah.
dork is, and all that stuff. They just want to play.
There's some
it out
actors that you're just not
loud.
used to
I saw
having to
it
think
so
of
distinctly
as
and
being
so
older.
Clearly, it became. I just thought it was such a great world and an energy that I wanted to put out into the world is to spread the gospel of D&D.
I did think he made a really good young Kirk, though.
How about you, Michelle?
His role in Star Trek was pretty good.
I mean, I just grew up in Jersey, Bev. You don't grow up in Jersey without playing D&D. It's just, what you do. At 15, 16,
Really?
17 years old. I hadn't played
That's
in over
surprising.
20 years till the boys called me up and said, hey, you into playing a Viking? And I'm like, sure.
Barbarian, but.
Yeah. But yeah, it just brought back all these memories, of being a kid in a basement goofing off with my friends, It's a
Yeah, he was
cool
good in Wonder
experience.
Woman.
I think
He was a good
role-playing
comedy
games are
relief.
awesome, and I think more people should do
Oh, you
them.
hated him in Wonder Woman?
And she kicks ass in this movie.
You know what?
That is true.
You know what I liked about?
Yeah, on to you.
There's something very specific I liked about his character in Wonder Woman. You know how in like a lot of older movies, the main hero character is like usually a dude, and then they've always got this love interest female character that doesn't really have any real agency in the plot except for to be the male's love interest. Like she's just there to get kidnapped, or to basically be like, oh wow, what a hero, and like to hook up with him at the end so he gets some kind of trophy for being the hero. I liked in Wonder Woman that they basically turned him into that. Yeah, the role reversal of that, where Wonder Woman is like the hero, so he gets that old school kind of like female love interest part, except he's the guy that's playing second fiddle to like the Amazon goddess, and he basically just tags along and just does sort of like his comedy relief kind of sidekick bit, because that's really all he can really contribute to the plot, is to be his be her comedy relief sidekick, and then occasionally be a little lovey-dovey. Yeah, Chris Pine, he made a great damsel in distress. I never saw the second one though. I never saw Wonder Woman 1984. I heard that there was some bad shit. That was not great. Oh, you just hated that she had a love interest. That's fair. I mean, it's not like she needs one, but I think it's one of those things where it's like, because it existed in the comics, they're trying to be true to that. They didn't want like fans of the comics to be like, yeah, Wonder Woman's great, but like, where's what the fuck's his name in that movie? Chris Pine, Wonder Woman. Winder Woman? I spelled it wrong completely. Steve Trevor. That's it. Oh, the second one was awful. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I never got around to watching it. I might someday still. Yeah, Steve Trevor was like the pilot, American pilot kind of regular guy love interest for Diana in the comics. So I think it's like an expected element. It'd be like if you made a Superman movie and there was just like no word of Lois Lane, which you could also do. There's nothing wrong with going that route if you wanted to. But they rarely do, because they don't want to piss off the comic fans. So they're not going to choose to leave something out that's like a major element or a major character if they can shoehorn it in there and just keep people satiated. He's the best part of the second movie. Well, I guess if the movie's that bad, all you've got left is the comedy relief. Usually when a movie tanks and is cringeworthy and people aren't liking it, any comedy relief is like the only thing you're going to get out of it. I mean, like this nothing left to look forward to with the movie itself, so you might as well tell some jokes. I don't like where I left it paused on her face. Look at the girl from It's face right now. How she's peeking over the microphone. I don't know why, but that's so creepy to me. Hello, Clarice. I see you hiding behind that microphone. Care to step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
You, Reggae?
Yeah, I've always been D&D adjacent, because I think I came in and I enjoy computer games that do the math for me. But no, I basically grew up as Eddie Munson. Like, I was picked on at school for being weird and foreign, and I went home and I made angry guitar music, played Chrono Trigger and Diablo, you know what I mean?
Chrono Trigger!
So I kind of came into it through that way, and so I think that world of, I know a little something about escape.
You notice how the guy that looks like a jock just made a point to drop some like some nerd cred on that question. He specifically name dropped Diablo and Chrono Trigger just to get like a nerd cheer reaction from the crowd. He just scored points with a few people.
That gives you kind of this big open world of possibility that may
That's
not
how you play
necessarily
Comic-Con, man.
open to you in your real life, but is there the second you get a group of
If you're a celebrity or an actor and you got to do
in a
this,
slightly less inspiring way than
take
our hero
lessons.
over here, kind of by the same thing. I've always found role-playing games super inspiring in that way, so that's the way I came in. And I play Paladins my whole life, which is fun.
Oh, yeah. Sophia?
Yeah, hello. Yes,
I've never played D&D.
yeah, I play D&D. I started
Everyone has played D&D apparently.
I started getting into those
He lost points when he said computer games.
like Critical Role and Adventures.
You got to be careful with your terminology.
All of that stuff, and it kind of opened up this whole new world because I started meeting these people. And
I really enjoy the video games and the computer games, the board games.
my old school.
I don't know why I'm talking like. I don't know why I'm suddenly talking like Bill Cosby. Sorry. Whose accent just turned into Bill Cosby for no reason?
Every day after school, I'd take like a 20-minute transit back to my old school and run in and play D&D with my old lab teacher and everyone, and that was one of the most funs I've ever had in high school, and I still think about it to this day. And
I would love it
still try to
if
get
it got to
together
Hugh
with my
Grant,
old friends
and Hugh Grant was like, "I don't do that nerd shit," and that was it. After everyone's like cute little D&D stories about their
And
lives,
here in my notes,
Hugh Grant's
it says
just
Peter
like,
has
"Fuck you
always
guys.
been a lifelong D&D fan. Is that?
This is a job for me. This is a paycheck."
Mixed it up with S&M.
S&M. That was a risque joke for the family-friendly D&D panel.
She's not wrong. I've been an enthusiastic dungeon master for some years now.
Hey-o. Wow, they really rescued that.
That's a British pastime. National sport, almost.
Just leave it at that. I don't
believe
fuck with
that's
board
why
games.
the Jonathan
I just
sorted me
fuck.
to this-
Hugh Grant, out.
My reputation.
Walks off stage.
But no, what a lovely film to be in. It's really funny. It made me laugh a lot. And what else can I say? How nice to be here. How nice to be at Comic-Con.
Believe it or not, this is Yu's first Comic-Con.
Yes.
Wow. He got through most of his life without ever having to come to Comic-Con.
Thank you.
And next year
We did try to come with Sense and Sensibility, but we were turned away.
Yeah, I don't see any cosplayers.
He looks
for Sense and
uncomfortable.
Sensibility out here. What the
Like
hell?
he has too much class to be at a nerd convention.
Well, hey, let's bring it back to Chris. You are
Yes,
part
please,
of
save
an
Hugh
awesome group
Grant.
of actors. How was it working?
He's really
together
sculling
during
that water.
production?
It was a lot of fun. We shot in Northern Ireland, and it was during the UK's lockdown, so there really wasn't much
Exactly.
else to do besides
It's my first Comic-Con, and I hate all you people.
By virtue of that kind of containment,
It's really quite awful, isn't it?
Our own self-sufficient band of misfits.
That's my Hugh Grant, by the way.
And,
I've never done a Hugh Grant impression, but that was my best.
Difficult
That was my best
it's
effort.
An alchemy that you can only really
Just
test
take it or leave it.
as you work and see how it plays. And thank God, I think we all got on well together and passed the time. And that's really what movie making is. It's just a lot of time hanging around and shooting the shit usually. So we had a great time doing that.
Did you just
honestly
bust down the art of filmmaking to hanging around and shooting the shit? Chris,
script over here.
there's thousands of crew members that work really hard to make these movies happen.
I guess I always
While you're hanging around shooting the shit.
energy to it. It's the films that I grew up with in the 80s. It just feels open and light and buoyant, and your job is to like good improv, just kind of keep it alive, keep the energy and the music of the scene alive. And
Okay.
I like that kind of filmmaking, and it makes for a nice energy on set because you're not trying to fix all of the world's woes with deep sadness or whatever. There's certainly pathos and deep and great emotion in this, but I would say I guess the word I think of is the kind of the buoyant.
He's really dragging this up.
lively.
He's trying to say something deep
And that I think we all
and relatable, but I think it's dragging on a little bit.
Hell yeah. Spielberg. We'll take it.
Just say, yeah, we just had some fun with it. It's not a big deal. Just a movie.
That's so cool. I think the filmmakers might have a clip that they want to show.
Now we're good.
Did you bring the clip?
Don't spoil the movie. Move it on.
We left it at the Abbott.
As long as it doesn't start with on the behind the scenes.
That's actually in the
Cleared all
movie.
those technical difficulties out of the way. Yeah, just a caveat. This is a very unfinished film still. It's fresh off the Avid, which is an editing device.
Oh, you know that.
You know that. So, you might see some visual effects that are not still there yet. You are literally the first people to see all this.
And yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it requires too much setup, but essentially, our group of campaigners here are trying to find this helmet, and the only way they can do that is to raise some corpses and ask them some questions. So here's the clip.
Necromancy scene. That's fine.
So there was mention of a
Save it
search
for the movie.
a relic. Can you give us a little bit more about that?
I don't know, can we? Well, they've got this. Jeremy, why don't you answer that?
Is there a red dot on my forehead yet? Tell me when there's the red dot. I know I'm not supposed to.
He's
say
the
more. No,
producer.
in the movie, there's
He
a
can
lot of
decide whether to give away
questions in the
spoilers
movie,
or
as you
not.
can imagine. And our team is on the search for something that they think will probably solve the issue that they're facing.
Imagine the scene with just a green screen and no effects.
And, we'll find out if it does, right?
That'd be hilarious.
We'll find out.
I reckon a big budget
He should be a politician.
franchise, like nerd pop culture franchise film should do that, like a comedy one. They should introduce it as an unfinished VFX film clip at Comic Con, and then literally show just the green screen with the actors in front of it. That would be a good joke. Deadpool should do that. That should show a Deadpool scene that's just got no VFX at all.
I'd like to hear about that.
Just Green and Ryan.
Yeah, lots of working out,
Oh,
lots
hi.
of protein shakes. lots
Bribabble
of
Gamer?
gas.
Wow. That was a lot. That was a lot
Lots
from
of
my mouth.
push-ups,
My lips
lots
to
of
form.
sit-ups, lots
A lot
of
of consonants
lifting
there.
weights.
Bribabble Gamer.
During COVID,
That's a tough
you
one
could get lots
to
of
say out loud.
frustration, so I kind of got Jeremy to hook me up with a punching
Bribe
bag on
Able?
the trailer.
Oh.
That's accurate.
That helped a lot.
That makes
with
more
the
sense.
Stressful days.
Looks like it says
But
Bribabble.
yeah, no, I had a blast training. I gained.
I'm watching
about
through Comic-Con.
10 pounds.
All of it.
Muscle.
Start to
For it.
finish.
Yeah, it was fun.
Made it through Lord of the
I really did
Rings,
enjoy it, you know,
Game of
chiseling
Thrones,
out the body, you know.
a bunch of one-off trailers, including things like John Wick, Prey, Barbarian, etc., whatever.
Yeah, lots of push-ups.
And now we're on to Dungeons and Dragons.
I got to swing a sword around for a living. Do you know what I mean?
Halfway through
that
Dungeons
was
and Dragons.
Everything that you ever want growing up and coming into this business. I got really.
And Hugh Grant is kind of bored because he doesn't like Comic-Con. He's never been to Comic-Con. He's never coming back to Comic-Con.
Me and I had the best ass in my life.
He's sitting there thinking of titties the whole time.
Just
British titties.
Clothes on him.
No, literally just the best time you could possibly imagine in this job. I spent time training and slaying dragons. You know what I
You
mean?
can watch cutscenes in Devil May Cry without Any PC? Just
few.
humans on green screen? What the
Obviously,
fuck?
you've been involved with many beloved films. I'd like to know what stood out about this one.
When's
for you in terms
TMNT
of,
Carl
maybe
Bunger
location
collection?
and
I don't think there's gonna be a Comic-Con panel for
really
that.
getting my
That's why we
bottom
looked at
in
it
shape
ourselves
as well.
earlier, Genie. I was curious enough.
What was the appeal? Well, I tell you the big appeal. Is that what you just asked? Because I can't hear very well.
Sure.
Is that what you asked me?
Yeah.
What was the appeal?
Yeah.
The appeal.
Hugh Grant
was
is
that
really good
I
at
found the
deflecting from
script
nerd questions he doesn't know how to
funny.
answer.
I hate all scripts. I'm notoriously negative. And to my astonishment, I was sent this thing which really made me laugh. I thought it had a real Monty Python vibe to it. You know, such as the.
That's an interesting
just
reveal
saw.
about the Dungeons and Dragons movie. The comedy
I
has a
think that
Monty
was
Python
the
vibe to
main
it. That's huge.
thing. And quite
You can't
a
just
juicy
casually say that.
Role for me. Nice costumes. I've lived in the UK all my life. I'd never been to Northern Ireland. It was fascinating to go there.
You wanted to play D&D, you and your friend?
And then this
You
amazing
should.
cast. You know?
Everyone
I
should
didn't
play
like the
D&D
directors
once in
very
their
much.
lives. It's an interesting experience. Whether you keep it up or not, or whether it becomes part of your natural hobbies is
No, I did. I know.
like irrelevant.
I love you too.
Just try it at least once.
That's beautiful.
It's good fun.
So, in addition to everything you just said, D&D wouldn't be what it is without its awesome and magical
What was the appeal?
monsters.
Nothing. I
Do
fucking
any of
hate
you guys
this
wanna
nerd
give
shit, bro.
hints at what we'll get to see from that?
You can't say hate this
Well,
nerd
you're
shit,
gonna
bruv,
see
in a
some
Hugh
soon.
Grant accent. It's too hard.
You know, as you know,
It doesn't
there's
work.
literally A monster
I
manual,
tried.
and there's hundreds and hundreds. to
Didn't work
choose
at
from,
all.
So we had to make some tough
Hey,
choices,
thanks.
Figure out which monsters
Bribable
we could
Gamer.
use would suit the
I
story,
kind of like saying
which you all would
Bribable
wanna see
now.
most, and which we
Bribble's
could
fun.
Bring to the screen convincingly.
It's like saying bubble.
So a real conversation, constantly figuring out which we were going to feature. And I think you'll see we have a lot of your favorites, some lesser knowns.
Look, he's...
Yeah, and what
Hugh
you
Grant's
will see,
disassociating right now. He's gone to his happy place. Oh, he's
we
back.
have dozens of monsters.
Sometimes he fades away and starts thinking about something else.
And,
He'd rather be anywhere else
dozens
right
and
now.
dozens of spells as well, if that interests anyone. And they are all true to the lore. And it was really fun kind of figuring out what would
Why is
work
Michelle
best
Rodriguez
within
trying
the
really hard not
context
to
of
laugh?
What we were watching. And we
I have a
were
feeling
every
that she
step of
thinks
the
this
way
is all
with
nerd
Wizard
shit
of
as
the
well.
Coast,
I don't think she's taking it
who
as
were
seriously as she makes it out to be.
resource for us from before, you know, when we were writing the script all the way through production to try and make sure that what we were doing was in line with the lore. So, you know, I think for hardcore fans, hopefully they'll see, you know, the reality of the game reflected in there. And for those who don't know the game very well, it's still going to work because it's a fun movie.
Awesome. Well, on that note, we actually do have another early clip, so let's.
I
go
think
ahead and
Michelle
check it
just
out.
wants to be back on the set of
At this time,
Fast
I
and
want to
Furious.
open up to a fan Q&A.
I think that's where she
If
belongs.
we can go ahead and set
I think
that
her
up.
personality
In
is
the
very
meantime, I do
Fast
want
and
to
Furious.
point
She's a
out
comic
that we
book
can
nerd?
Try to keep the questions about the
Really?
movie specifically.
I didn't know that. She always like struck me as the kind of chick that would have been like more into cars than comic books, which is why I feel like she fits so much in a Fast and Furious set.
My question is for the cast. If right now you guys were all to be sucked into Dungeons and Dragons kind of Jumanji style, what class would you be and why?
They're all just gonna say the classes they play in the movie, dude. Or are they?
What? We can start with Hugh. What class do you
She
think
loves
that
video
you'd be
games
if
as
you were
well.
sucked into Dungeons and Dragons?
That's cool.
The highest class.
He's like that slightly tipsy uncle that just doesn't give a fuck. He's not answering any of the questions really
Make our way this
at
way.
all.
So if you want, Sophia, if you want to go next.
Oh God.
That was genuinely funny, but
Since all of us are actors, I would say Bard, right? Be,
wait, what did she say?
So a universal bard is your answer.
Universal.
Oh, she's a bard.
I mean, I've always preferred support classes, just so you can kind of be a little step back from the action, but kind of take all the credit because no one else would survive without you. And support classes do not get enough credit, so I'm going to campaign.
But which support class? He didn't specify.
I'd definitely be in the wizard category. I like the idea of being able to disappear and appear whenever the fuck I want to. Excuse my language.
Okay, they're not picking any of the classes they actually play in the movie.
Bard, 24/7 Bard.
Okay, he did. He copped out.
That or like if Leroy Jenkins was a class, that'd be me.
He's still dropping the nerd references,
Sure,
trying to
next
score like
question.
Comic-Con points off the crowd.
Hi Chris, nice to see you again.
He does that a lot, that dude.
And, my name's Luke.
He knows how to work this place.
My question is, if you could cross over D&D with one other franchise, what would it be? It's for everyone, the question.
You can cross over D&D with
Sense and Sensibility.
Alright, good answer. No one's gonna top that answer.
I mean, does anything beat that?
Think hard.
Foundation. I would mix Dungeons and Dragons with Foundation. Asimov's work. That would be really cool. Sick.
Wait, what's Foundation?
D&D in space, bro.
Wait, I know that's a... Oh shit, wait, let me just get a tab here. I know that's a science fiction show of some kind, but I didn't actually look into what it was. A complex saga of humans scattering on planets throughout the galaxy, all living under the rule of a galactic empire. Dr. Hari Seldon and his loyal followers attempt to preserve their culture as the galaxy collapses around them. Collapses. Sorry. I suddenly turned Asian at the end there. On Apple TV Plus. What does this show look like? No, that's actual Foundation for lady faces. What the fuck are you doing? Apple TV. Sense and Sensibility. You read Sense and Sensibility? Sham? That's some learned reading. Wow, this show looks like it has some money behind it. That's sci-fi as fuck. Okay. That's kind of neat. You were right, Jeannie. Michelle Rodriguez is a nerd. She just like referenced this like science fiction show on Apple TV that I've never even heard of. Or I've heard the name, but I didn't know what it was until I just looked at it now. See you later, Tenor. Good luck in the shop. Don't rob the place, dude. If you can resist.
Yeah, but what about Top Gun?
Top Gun.
Tom Cruise and Wizards.
I don't know how those two fit together.
I'm in for that.
Owlbear's pretty cool.
Sweet, but
If there is one universal truth, is that the party is in need of a healer.
there you go. Before we get to the next question, I want to point out that there's a custom tavern experience from the epic world of Dungeons and Dragons here in the Gas Lamp, which I went to visit last night, and I was curious if any of you guys did.
We did, yeah. Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh.
Kind of scary, actually.
Yeah, the Dungeons and Dragons themed bar.
Glow in the dark
Comic Con.
drink,
That's pretty dope.
which you can have with or without alcohol. So there's that.
Oh wait, I have.
And you can go into
Oh, it
the
was a school
gelatinous
thing.
cube. I feel like we're not selling the best bits here.
Yeah. I think that's how most people
I
read a
love
lot
the
of classic
sound system.
literature. They're
I'd
forced
love
to at school.
DJ in that sound system. It's pretty sick.
And if you play your cards right, you might be turned into a red wizard.
But only if you play.
Possible.
Awesome. Okay, sweet. Next question.
His voice just
Hello,
broke. Next
my name is
question.
David. I just had a question if there was any
He just went through
game-specific
puberty mid Comic Con.
Easter eggs in the film. I think I saw the cartoon characters walking around. But is there anything else, like maybe someone refers to a fiend folio or a deities and demigods?
Dude, don't give examples.
There are
No one knows what you're talking about.
absolutely a ton of Easter eggs that we loaded in there. Some things that we weren't even aware of that the Wizards of the Coast were helpful enough to help out with. But yeah, if upon multiple watchings, I think you would actually see many of them.
That's actually a good
obviously, if I gave
point.
them
This is
away,
the kind of movie that should have
wouldn't be
absolute
Easter-
wall-to-wall Easter eggs.
just be an egg.
Like even if the movie's kind of like blah, like nothing special,
Awesome. Next question.
it should at least be like a
Hello,
great
everyone.
Easter egg
My
hunt for
name is
D&D
Miguel
fans.
Holt. To ask my question to the cast and filmmakers, will we get to see any villains relating from the game for this film review, like the Beholder, Mind Flayer, or Vecna?
Oh, Stranger Things question. There's got to be a Beholder for sure.
Multiple monsters that weren't just in there.
But we'd ruin it if we told you everything.
Yeah. And there are characters from the lore as well that you'll see, so hopefully it'll be satisfying. Gives us enough.
Although
of a runway
the
to be
Warcraft
able to,
movie
if we're lucky, multiple
also had a lot of
films that we
characters
can
from the lore in
explore.
it, and that didn't turn
Many
out too
more
great.
of these awesome characters.
It was okay, but it wasn't too great.
Sweet. Next question.
Hi. Was there any funny
Spider-Girl.
funny pranks that happened behind the scenes?
There's one that comes to mind that I think relates to the clip we just saw. When we were shooting Hugh on top of that pillar, there was a moment when he was on top of it, and the line that he says is, "This is much higher than we discussed. Please take me down from here right away." And the special effects gentleman who was operating the lift that Hugh was on top of did not know that was the line of dialogue, and freaked out and started taking the thing apart and taking Hugh down in the middle of the shot. And we had to stop it because obviously he was acting.
That was a really good anecdote, actually.
He's that good.
That's funny.
I am rather good.
That him as a villain in Critical Role?
No praise come to mind, but I do remember.
I don't watch Critical Role, but I hear about them all the time.
Trying to find, we wanted them to go through this wheat or oat field that was not.
They're doing
green.
super well for themselves,
And
especially
in
with that
Northern
Netflix
Ireland,
show.
That is
That's
way
based
harder
off their
than it
D&D stuff.
actually seems. We went on hours and hours of location scouts trying to find a yellow field, and you'd think that wouldn't be that hard, but we finally, after like 12 hours of scouting, found this oat field that we ended up buying acres of oats so that we could film on it. And so if anyone wants oats, I've got...
We own Paramount and E1 own oats now.
Still trying to get rid of the oats.
I don't know if they know that, but they have.
Not for human consumption, though. They're quite old, but if you have a horse...
Well, and we were leading horses through in that scene, and they kept eating the oats, and we had to reshoot that moment, because horses like oats. I don't know if you know that.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Love that.
He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to keep it moving.
Another question?
Yeah,
His
my
voice is
question
cracking a
for
lot.
The whole cast. It seemed like you had a great
Poor guy.
time shooting this. Would you all be down to do a sequel?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're trying to get through their actual Critical Role campaign that the show's based on before you watch the Netflix show. That's a lot to watch. Good luck with that.
And so, because that response had so much positive energy, because I can believe that you believe in the power of our Dungeons and Dragons film, I have been given 4 tickets.
Oh shit.
To the Dungeons and Dragons Tavern Experience. It's a first entry situation. And they are yours, my friend.
Wait, I want to know what the question he asked was that got in there.
Power.
Do a sequel.
I love oats. What, another question?
Yeah, my question's for the whole cast. It seemed like you had a great time shooting this. Would you all be down to do a sequel?
Is that all he asked?
Absolutely.
Would you all be down to do a sequel?
Let me just say, when I'm to the Experience, it's a first entry.
All right. Well, I feel like he might have wasted that little golden envelope on a pretty bland question. Because of course they do a sequel. It's a paycheck.
You sure you don't want oats as well?
Chris Pine probably gets a couple $1 million
A lifetime supply of oats.
just for showing up and pretending to be a D&D bard.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Mark from Denmark. I have a question for Reggie.
I'm sorry?
As a paladin from Reggie, are you staying more lawful or are you going more of a chaotic way?
Ooh.
I mean,
Deep dive D&D
I feel
question.
Like that's a spoiler. Is it not a spoiler? How far into?
Jeremy?
Uh-oh.
Directors? I think the choice is very clear once you meet the character. And it's... Yeah, no, that's it. It's just very clear.
Okay, they didn't handle that too well. That was a spoiler. The question was, your paladin character, what is his alignment? Chaotic? Or neutral? Or good? Whatever the options are. There's like 9 of them, right? The fact that he couldn't answer that and was worried about spoilers, that's a spoiler. 100%. You know why I think he was confused about how to answer it? I think the character starts out appearing to be lawful good or lawful neutral in how he presents himself and what he's doing in the plot. I think it becomes revealed that he's not. That he's Maybe lawful evil or chaotic neutral or something that is a bit more anarchic that's causing trouble or on the side of the bad guy. I can't believe they let that slip.
Sorry, dude.
I can't tell you exactly what the spoiler is, but there's definitely something wrong with that paladin if they can't answer the alignment question clearly.
Max here. Hugh, I have a question. What do you think your spirit
They should have been prepared for that,
is
man.
after doing the movie? And readers at Horse and Hounds appreciate you.
Yeah.
That lady is of the age to have a super crush on Hugh Grant.
I don't know how to take that.
My spirit animal. I don't know. I suppose I'm a
A drunken Britishman.
tiger. It's always been my nickname in the bedroom.
Is he flirting on the chick that asked the
mostly in the
question?
dungeon.
I think she just picked up. I think the cougars just picked up each other.
Horse and hound.
Oh, sorry. Yes, yes, yes. Is there anyone here from Horse and Hound? They generally turn up to most press conferences. Because there are horses in this, right?
Hugh Grant's about to go
And
link up
indeed
with
hounds.
Matt Smith in that alley, doing coke off,
That's why we had you.
doing coke off fangirls' titties.
Next question.
Hi there, my name is Alex, and this question is for the directors and the producer. Do you think, without giving anything away, there's any chance we could see some cameos from some popular faces in the D&D community, like Critical Role, Dimension 20, or Adventure Zone?
There is at least one cameo of a well-known, well-liked D&D player.
Oh.
Beyond that, I don't
Oh,
think
he's
we
not
can
gonna tell
say.
us. Oh, well.
Definitely cannot say.
That said, we're huge fans of Critical Role and are so
Okay, so
happy
that's
that
not
they
Critical Role that
helped
make
to
the
sort of
appearance.
pave the way to D&D stardom and getting people involved and knowing about it, because I think they've done an incredible job and they've got some awesome material.
You know, like if you were talking about D&D players that are celebrities and well known, it might be like Joe Manganiello or Vin Diesel, because I know they're known to be like to host D&D stuff with other celebrities.
Material.
Oh, you found the monster we asked about? Displacer beast, large cat-like creatures described as a panther or puma with 6 legs and a pair of 5 feet. What? Oh, shit, I read that completely wrong. Pair of 5 feet long tentacles sprouting from their shoulders. I thought that was saying they had 6 legs and 5 feet. I'm like, what, is one of their legs just missing a foot? What the fuck? What a weird character design. What a Matthew Mercer character cameo so bad. That could be in there. That he could be the dude. They did say that there's one. You messed up reading that too. Yeah, that really tripped me. Yeah, Matt Mercer should be in there as a random NPC. That'd be great. I can't think of any others that it would be. I only know a couple of, like a handful of celebrity actors that are well known for being D&D freaks. Joe Manganiello is one of the most surprising ones.
And this
If
will
you,
be the
if
last
you know that
question.
guy, he does not look like the kind of guy that would play D&D.
Hi, my name is Nate.
Aw.
First, Carl, I'm subbed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Of course, that little kid is subbed to the host, the Minecraft Twitch gamer YouTube dude. This is this kid is his entire demographic.
And if you could take any item from the set, which one would you take?
Chris took a bunch of things from the set.
That was a good question, actually, for such a little kid. That was better than a lot of the other questions. Chris Pine should have given that kid the free tickets at the bar. What a jip.
I thought your axe was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. I did take that.
All right.
Hang on.
There's Michelle's.
They hooked me up.
There's Michelle's answer. She got the
I had a
X.
great flute. Flute was cool, although it was never.
Laura Bailey, Liam O'Brien, Talise, and Jaffe. I know Laura Bailey. I don't know the other two.
I would take a dagger sword because it was very, very cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the sword that fires out and has a dagger in the hilt. That was cool.
And you can pull off the handle and it's a dagger.
Our friends at Hasbro will have that available for you all.
Dude, by the way, his outfit
Good choice.
I would totally
I like the dagger
wear for
sword.
Halloween, his outfit is sick. Yeah, especially if it comes with a sword that pulls out into a dagger and lights up.
You know how I was like checking for spoilers behind your back?
Pretty badass.
Sophia.
I had a slingshot.
Oh yeah.
An arm slingshot thing, which will be a prominent thing, and I like it. I mean,
It's probably
I don't
classified
know,
as a deadly
it
weapon
wouldn't
in
be
some
very
countries.
useful.
You wouldn't allow to have that in Australia, probably.
But, you know, I mean.
A wrist-mounted
it's fun.
slingshot? I'm sure that's dangerous.
When
When they ask Hugh Grant what he'd want to keep from the set, he's probably going to say something caddish like
But they were
like
pretty
the
cool. I like
the
those.
stage
I don't know.
assistant,
Actually, I wouldn't take
the young blonde stage assistant.
Yeah, that's actually that's it.
Wait, can I change my answer? Can I take the fish that was covered in KY jelly?
Oh yeah.
Liam O'Brien plays War in Darksiders and Garo
That's
Naruto.
in my bedroom.
Oh, okay. I played Darksiders
Well,
ages ago.
It's a child asking the question. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, they got ahead of it. He was going to say something sexually, and they got ahead of it. He should still say the young
For many
blonde
years, I
stage
always
assistant.
Take home a couple of extras.
He still did it. I called it. He's taking home the female extras. I called it.
Extra costumes. You know.
I know my Hugh Grant, man.
I've got quite a few now. And on this one, I've got a couple of very pretty extras I'm very, very pleased with. They're in my dungeon now.
He did not listen to them telling him to keep it clean for the child at
You know,
all.
the one thing that we were encouraged not to take was the money, because obviously, as to Dungeons and Dragons players, the coins are very unique looking, and we created a ton of them, and they're quite authentic and cost way more than the real money that they represent. And so I think by the end of it, the crew and cast and I collectively stole thousands and thousands of dollars worth of
There was none left when we needed it later. There was no coins left. It was,
I want to see the Dungeons and Dragons coins they made.
And
Like
I know
up close.
A lot of the weapons.
I reckon that'd be really cool.
Screen-used weapons are actually at the tavern. Is that?
yeah, there's a few things from the movie at the tavern, yeah, and a few things from our friends at Legacy effects that we had on the set. There's a dragonborn, which you guys see the detail and the incredible workmanship and craft work.
Something we haven't really touched on is that we really made an effort to use practical effects as much as digital ones, which is not to take anything away from the geniuses at ILM and MPC and others. It's just that we felt, we love sort of
One of the
fantasy
companies is
of the
actually called
80s,
MPC.
about story
That's kinda
and all
cool.
That kind of thing, and we wanted it to have some real
Good choice.
physical stuff on set for the actors to interact with.
which made it much harder to film, by the way, because we had these cutting-edge animatronics and like face capture.
I can hear people talking in front of the camera, like right in the
facial
bottom corner.
muscles of some of our creatures, and
That
so
poor guy with the fan inside
right.
of the
Yes,
dragon
right.
head, that was gnarly.
a lot of overheating actors.
If you
but-
watch carefully, in some scenes you can see the guys operating the monsters dressed as people in the scene. So you won't notice. It's pretty cool.
I gotta say, that's the coolest part.
That's not something you're supposed to be able to
after
notice,
years and
though.
years of making these types of movies.
It's
and
a bit immersion
technology
breaking.
Growing the way that it does, shooting on a green screen with golf balls sucks balls. So having like some real cool, animatronics on set is really helpful. It just makes you really feel like you're part of what's going on, and you get to see the artists, man, do their thing. It's beautiful. It's really cool. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Michelle Rodriguez is a really cool
Thanks for
chick.
the cast. Let's give it up for the cast. The filmmakers as well.
It's a shame she hasn't been getting
And, of
more
course, the audience that
roles
attended
outside of
tonight.
Fast and Furious for a while. Fast and Furious is kind of like
I should just point out
held her back a little
that
bit, I
the
think.
son of Gary Gygax, Luke, has honored us with his presence here today. So Luke, wherever you are, thank you for being here. That's the creator of Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, but Luke didn't do anything though. His dad made Dungeons and Dragons. He's just some
Before we
dude.
go, there's one last
No one
treat
cares about
for
Luke.
everyone. we chose you all here at Comic-Con to be the first people we share.
The microphone is covering her nose again. Oh, good,
So
she
here
moved.
it is, the world debut of the first trailer of Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Oh, we watched the trailer too early.
Awesome.
I watched it at the start of the
Dungeons and
panel.
Dragons: Honor Among Thieves coming out March 3rd, 2023.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yay! Oh. Oh, threw another one. Amazing! Oh, it's hot. I'm getting toasty inside the Udi. But made the decision of the Udi. Gonna stick to the decision of the Udi. Tellus and Jaff voices Eisen, Tales of Berseria, and Rufus in Valkyrie Profile 2. I actually played the demo of Valkyrie Profile 1. I never got to play the full game, though. I liked it, though. You wonder what those people were talking about? Probably telling someone, it was probably someone telling someone else not to film the thing on their phone. There's a lot of that in Comic-Con. There's people employed just to walk around the crowd and tell people off for holding their phones up recording. And then making sure they delete the footage. You know, so they can control that shit. Okay. Interesting dilemma now. This has already run a lot longer than I had planned for it because of all the little distractions and stuff that we tend to get into. I didn't really account for that. We are random trailers, Lord of the Rings, House of the Dragon, and Dungeons and Dragons through this thing. Not a bad effort. But the ones I still have to go before this stream is done, and I'm staying here until all of them are done, no matter how long this takes, are Walking Dead, Star Trek, Marvel, DC, Sandman, Keanu Reeves comic Berserker, and Kevin Smith. That is a lot more Comic-Con that I still have left to go. I thought I would already be through Walking Dead and Star Trek by this point. Actually, by 6. I thought I'd be through those two by 6 o'clock. And it's almost 8. And I still haven't even done those two. Because I thought I'd be able to get through Walking Dead and Star Trek as well by 6. Take a 5-minute break, 5 to 10 minutes to make coffee, go to the toilet. And then start after the break on Marvel and DC. But I'm well behind. Good lord. Okay. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to rearrange. I'm not going to take anything off that list. I'm still going to get through it all. But I'm going to rearrange the list slightly. I'm going to push back Walking Dead and Star Trek because they're not as important to me because I don't really watch them anymore. I'm just curious to see what they're on about nowadays. So I'm going to push them back till after Marvel and DC. So I'll take a break now. I'll go off and make some coffee for 5 minutes and, take a piss. And then I'll come back and launch straight into Marvel. Because that's the big one I've been waiting for. That's the main one. That's the exciting one. Yeah, come back, launch into Marvel. Go straight into DC up after that. Do the other two comic ones, Sandman and Berserker. And then circle back around to Walking Dead and Star Trek as the night gets later. Because by that point, we're running close to midnight. And I don't mind sitting around just tiredly like a zombie watching what's up with Walking Dead and Star Trek because they're not as important. But I think this is going to go way over midnight at this point. I predicted 12-hour stream. This might be a 15-hour stream. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. All right. Oh, that's official. All right. I'm going to 5-minute break. I'm going to get that coffee, go toilet, and I'll be back. Won't be too long. And then it's Marvel time. Then it is Marvel MCU panel time, and then DC right after that. So that should be fun. You gonna go to bed, Jeannie? No worries. It was cool hanging out for a while. Because it was more chatty and less gaming related, it was probably the longest we've probably hung out in a stream. It is easier when you're doing a just chatting and just watching stuff to like hang out and just chat. Whereas gaming is easy just to come and go. You pop in, see what's happening, and you can head off and do something else for a bit. And pop in and out. Even I did do that with streams a lot. Anyway, good night. Have a good one. I'm going to go get my coffee because it's going to be late for me. Back soon. Hi. That didn't take long, did it? I'm back. Got my Disney Princess coffee. Too hot, I burnt my tongue. I'm sad because I burnt my tongue. Boo. Oh, I burnt it again. That's too hot. That's too hot, boy. Oh god, it's so satisfying though. Not the burning, the coffee. The satisfaction. Blah 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 blah. I did also bring some salted caramel Tim Tams. The Chocky Bic. Chocky biscuits. Not just regular caramel, salted caramel. It's what us upper crusts eat. Not you mudblood plebs down in the sewers with your regular caramel. Peasant. Sorry for making a sipping noise, but it's so hot. I need it right now. I need all of it. Okay. That's very hard to drink. I might need to let it cool down a little bit. Where's the coolest place to put it? Maybe I should put it next to my cold water bottle. Maybe they'll chill it by osmosis. No. I think that's how science works. Alright. Okay. Marvel time. Marvel Comic-Con time. Let's do it. The big one. I found a recording that's the entire Disney Marvel panel in one long stretch. It's about an hour. Because most of the ones I found online, they chop them into chunks. They segment them off by what each bit's about. You know, like Black Panther, Guardians of the Galaxy, like all that shit. I just want the whole panel, man. Sounds like I said panel van. I want the whole panel, man. Start to finish. Let's do it. What was the button? There. I'm back in my headphones. Yeah, baby. Okay. What if I... No. I can't. I gotta... I always have to find where the spot... I'm not used to using this picture-in-picture mode. For reactionary stuff. I have to find the sweet spot where I'm supposed to sit. Coffee. Don't get knocked over. I gave it a bit of a wiggle. That's probably fine. Right? Yep. Close enough? Good. Okay. Why do I have gelatinous cubes still open? We'll close that. No questions asked. That's the one. That's the one. Let's do it. Stoked. The Marvel panel at Comic-Con is always the most fun by far. They know how to put on a show. Stop screaming, let the man talk.
Thank you.
I want Marvel.
So,
who? Fatty?
I just want to make sure before we get started.
Are they changing Fatty to that man?
I know that can get confusing. So how many of you are expecting to see the Marvel panel? I just want to make sure.
Well, too bad, because this is DC. Oh.
So, I know that you want to get into it. I want to let you get, this is a great, we got to roll. Anyway, stuff on screen, don't record. You can talk about it, but don't record it. And just make sure.
Obviously.
You know what? Let's let Marvel know the energy in this room and how ready you are for it. Let's hear it. For Marvel!
No, go back to the part where you were threatening the populace.
So
Mickey Mouse would kneecap them if they pulled out their phone and recorded, like, literally a single second of Iron Groot.
Introduce the timekeeper
What the fuck?
himself, the president of Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige.
Why was Miss Minutes just up on screen? What did we miss? I feel like something was cut out there that was copyright.
Kevin, we love you 3000. It has been 3 years, over
Good call.
1,000 days since you have
Good
been
reference.
on this stage.
Get that
How
nerd
excited
free
are
tickets
you
to something.
share the next steps of
I'm unbelievably excited. I love that cold open that you guys just watched. 3 years ago, we were here, and it's been a hell of a long time since then. And there were moments where I thought,
Oh, it
"Man,
was a
that's
cold
it.
open.
Will I ever
It was
be
some kind of
in
like
Hall H
Marvel,
with all of you ever again?" And the answer, thank
Marvel
God, is
montage
yes.
of footage.
You know,
Like that amazing
let's
Stan Lee
talk
one they did a
about
while
the
back.
past 3 years from a Marvel perspective. When I was on this stage in 2019, we introduced Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And believe it or not, almost everything we announced that day has come to fruition, and you've all met characters like Shang-Chi.
I thought there were more on the Phase 4 list.
Like the Eternals, like Yelena Belova, and the Red Guardian, and Agatha Harkness came into the MCU. You met Miss Minutes, who kicked off our entire program today. Kate Bishop,
Bring back
Maya
Mix Minutes.
Lopez,
Bring
Kamala
back
Khan,
Miss Minutes.
even a
We
brand
love Miss
new
Minutes.
Captain America.
We are Miss Minutes. I'm a Miss Minutes stan.
And since we were here 3 years ago, we added a
I
few
want to be
more
her.
things to
I want to
Phase
be her
4 that you know
hour
about,
hand.
of
I
course,
want to
a
be her
movie
small hand.
called Spider-Man No Way Home, and a show called Moon Knight, and of course Miss Marvel, and now, believe it or not,
You know what?
we're approaching the end of Phase 4.
Quiet for a second. Let me just bear with me for a second. Miss Minutes Rule 34. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't do that on screen because that might bring up something we don't want to see on Twitch. Let's look at it on my other screen. Oh good God, good thing I didn't press enter while that was up on Twitch. Oh God, Miss Minutes, no, why? Oh, you can't put that there. Oh, that's kind of hot. I like that one. I might save that for later. Right click, save as. That one's in Spanish, but I like where that one's going. Why are there minions in this one? Who drew Rule 34 of Marge Simpson, a bunch of minions, and Miss Minutes all having a fuckfest? What? Okay, never mind. Let me close this. Ooh. No, let me close this. No more Miss Minutes. I'm so sorry. Back to the regular scheduled program.
When She-Hulk Attorney at Law comes out, and this November.
Oh, so that's what I was
comes to a close
what I was missing.
With Black Panther,
Moon Knight,
Wakanda.
Thor, Miss Marvel, Wakanda Forever, She-Hulk.
This phase has been about resetting the
Wakanda,
MCU,
Black
meeting
Panther
all
2 is a
the
weird
amazing
spot to end
characters
phase
and culminate
4.
as we get to Wakanda Forever. But what's
Like
fun to
no
do here
Avengers
is to
film.
talk a little bit about the future. And to talk a little about, you may be saying, well, if Black Panther's the end of phase 4, what in the heck is phase 5?
These people are so hopped up on Marvel juice right now. They're like a room full of kids on Ritalin.
Store, you know that Ant-Man and the Wasp
Without the Ritalin.
Quantumania kicks off phase 5 on February 17th. We've got
Didn't
coming to
Ant-Man in
Disney Plus,
the first
Secret
Ant-Man kick off
Invasion.
phase 2? Or phase 3?
In
Secret
honor
Invasion?
to say that finally Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3
Yeah, everyone loves it. I'm very curious about Secret Invasion.
We are shooting
I need to
right
know
now
more
our
about
new
that.
series for Disney Plus
I know it's
Echo,
Skrulls,
and I can't wait for you to meet all of the characters. We're in
playing the Body
production on
Snatchers
The
thing,
Marvels,
like in the
sequel to
comics.
Captain Marvel 2. Loki Season 2 is shooting right now. The film that
Okay.
we announced at the end of our last panel, Blade, starring Mahershala Ali.
That's
November 3rd, and we start filming this
more
October.
official than I
Our
realized.
series Ironheart is a part of Phase 5, shooting right now.
Ironheart, neat. It's been a while since we've had a real Iron Man.
Amazing, returning in her own series, Agatha, Coven of Chaos.
Agatha.
And I am very happy to
I don't care what anyone
confirm
says, I'm stoked.
that Sam Wilson will be appearing in the next Captain America
She's such a
film,
good actor.
which is called Captain America: New World Order.
So I'm guessing by New World Order they're talking about the state of the world after the snap and after everything they dealt with in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Because they were dealing with a New World Order issue in that. With the way the world changed in those 5 years and people not wanting it to go back. And that's what was causing new waves of terrorism. Domestic terrorism. To try and keep the new waves in check. Are they saying by New World Order that it is a New World Order and we have to deal with it? Or is New World Order the threat? And the whole goal is to get back to how things were before. Because I don't know which one I side with. That's a bit of a Civil War issue.
And rounding out Phase 5, we have a series on Disney+. This is very special. It is going to be an 18-episode first series.
Jesus Christ.
First season. 18 episodes.
That's a bit much.
Daredevil, Born Again.
There's the crowd pleaser. All the phones came out again.
People I hope you've heard of, Mr. Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yes, of course, Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio. If you didn't have them, you wouldn't be making that show.
I'm just telling, I'm taking
Scrap
this
it.
all through it right now. The end of Phase 5, July 26, 2024.
Yeah.
With this. And we will go through the team.
They fucking skipped that.
Day. There are many more.
Wait, there's not meant to be a trailer there, right? They can't possibly have a trailer for that already. Oh, that was probably just like a fancy logo reveal. I don't know why they had to cut that from the panel.
But what I thought we would do now is talk about some of the upcoming stuff that's coming sooner, like She-Hulk, Attorney at Law.
Please join us in welcoming the creators and cast of She-Hulk, writer Jessica Gao, director Anuvalia,
They are
director
barreling
Kat
through
Wardrobe,
this.
Jamila Jamil, Ginger Gonzaga.
The efficiency of Disney. They didn't hold back for nobody. Hi, everybody. I don't recognize the Asian girl.
Welcome to the Hall H stage. How are we
The tall
doing?
one is definitely Titania. She's from The Good Place, I think.
Tatiana, I'll kick it off with you. This is a character that people are so excited to see. How excited are you?
Titania
to
and
share
She-Hulk are
She-Hulk
definitely going to throw down.
with the fans?
Hard.
I'm so excited. I mean, this is so overwhelming to see everybody here. We know how much the Marvel fans
I didn't even realize that was her.
Marvel,
I thought the one in the
and so
black
it's just
leather
such a
pants
joy,
was the
but
She-Hulk
what's
actress
so
for a
exciting
second.
about She-Hulk is this show is very different. It's got like an irreverent humor, and She-Hulk herself is like trying not to be a superhero, which is a fun take, I think.
Ginger, we saw Nikki a little
Yeah,
bit
she's
in
a
the
lawyer.
trailer. Can you talk a little bit about who she is and what is her friendship like with Jennifer Walters?
Yes, well, on social media, I still maintain that I play Baby Groot's sister.
Yes.
Whether or not that's true or not.
Wow, she's got some
I love
wacky
Nikki,
style.
And I love her especially because
I
she's
like
kind
it.
of a ride or die friend for Jen. And
I wanna see what's
love
written on
seeing,
her wrist tattoo.
Female friends who really, really love
Can't
each
make
other.
it out.
That's kind of like their love language. And Nikki likes to get into a lot of like good trouble and encourage a lot of I don't know, risk taking. I think on for Jen and for She-Hulk. So it's very exciting.
Jamila, Titania is coming!
I knew it. I called it. Titania. She's
Who
massive.
is she? What makes her tick?
Look how tall she is.
Ooh, what makes Titania tick? I would say
Her accent is so hot.
jealousy and a desperate need.
Well, she is
for
so hot. Holy
attention,
shit.
Which obviously I have no experience. So, I had to really pull from somewhere. But yeah, she's extremely
All right.
annoying, and I drew that from myself. So you're welcome.
Kat, one thing Marvel is
Is
known
that like an
for
alligator?
are their cameos, their surprises,
Diamante
their
alligator
films, their
crawling up her
shows.
leg?
Is that something we can expect?
Absolutely. We have some amazing cameos. I think you know some of them. We've got Mark Ruffalo as Smart Hulk. We've got Tim Roth as the Abomination. We've got
Wong.
Wong as Wong.
Wong. Don't forget Wong. Should have said Wong first.
And you know, taking
Wong
this
supremacy
show,
in
bringing
this
it
house.
into life was really about living up to the Marvel bar, creating something cinematic, funny, action-packed, and of course filled with cameos. I won't say any more because I don't want to get in trouble. I'll let Kevin take that one.
We're all afraid.
For Jessica, we've seen some great exploration of genre and tones, especially in the Marvel shows on Disney+. This was touched on a little bit, but how does She-Hulk, how does it set itself apart from other shows we've seen?
Well, I think this is Marvel's first true half-hour TV comedy. Would you agree, Kevin?
I would agree. Yes.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Really?
Great. It's just really fun to, especially take kind
Oh,
of
okay, I suppose.
the existing special guest
For
characters that we can't talk about.
TV
and
show
really let them
genre, I
kind
guess
of explore
it's the
different
first proper
aspects of
comedy,
their
even though the
characters,
rest of them still
especially
have
characters
comedy
that
in
we've
them.
seen in like very dramatic
That's fair.
roles and very serious kind of movies. We get to like let them have fun. It's just really, really great.
Anu, as I continue my quest to try to get everybody in trouble, who would you like to see Jen team up with or go toe-to-toe with?
Ooh, you know what I want to see?
Abomination?
I'd really like to see some members of the A-Force. See that? That would be
No.
very fun.
Captain Marvel. I want to see She-Hulk and Captain Marvel throw
Tatiana, should I
down.
stop getting everybody in trouble?
I love this.
Is that imbalanced?
Did you bring anything for us today?
Oh, yeah, do you guys want to see something?
Trailer?
New trailer.
Yeah.
This is a new trailer.
Brand new final trailer for She-Hulk, Attorney at Law.
Oh, they skipped it. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's fine. For the sake of completionism, I should be able to dig that up real quick. She-Hulk, Attorney at Balls. Found it. There it is. All right. Wait.
You don't know Namor, the submariner?
No, shut up. Wasn't there 2 trailers? I can't remember which was which. This is the one I think that... Official trailer. This is the one that came out at Comic-Con, I'm sure. I can't really remember what went down with the first trailer. Wait, I just found another one called Official Trailer. What the fuck? Official Trailer She-Hulk Attorney at Law... What? May 18 and then July 24th. Okay. I thought it was going to be a teaser, but they're both called Official Trailer. That's really confusing. All right. Never mind. She-Hulkin. Wait. This one comes first. Just to refresh my memory.
Being a superhero is a trial by fire.
That red room is a lot like the scene in Falcon and the Winter Soldier at the end, in the final episode. That is such a good shot of She-Hulk. That's one of her turning from behind
Walters.
in that
I'm a lawyer.
white and purple
I have
outfit.
Great friends. Can we get some shots, please? It's an emergency. A demanding job.
We just started a superhuman law division, and I want you to be the face of it.
I hope there's a lot of
And a frustrating
interesting
family.
court cases with clever twists
but you still
with
gotta
other
deal with it.
superhero characters.
Transformations are triggered by anger and fear.
Those are like the baseline of any woman just existing. Oh. Bruce, kind of feels like if I don't transform, I'm gonna die.
Yes, yes, yes. No, no.
Is that a Stark? Wait.
Want to be
Is that a Stark tech? Saw room. I could have sworn I heard someone say something about that being Stark Tech branded. Why would Tony Stark build a jigsaw death trap room?
Yes, yes,
What
yes.
possible purpose could that have served? Unless he was murdering people on the side, like a psychopath.
Can you tell us where She-Hulk is? Jen, you're a story now.
Girl, your ass looks crazy right now.
Yeah. I like the sundress.
You could be an Avenger.
How hard was it to
Oh, I'm
find that
not
blue
a
sundress
superhero.
that actually fit her?
That is for billionaires and narcissists and adult orphans for some reason. Is there
fun.
anything more depressing than dating in your 30s?
I think one of my favorite things about this is that they kept her being a hoe like in the comics.
We split some fries.
Let's get those to go.
Oh, he's about to get rocked. That dude's he's not gonna forget that night. Yeah, she's a little slutty in the comics. Like, she does hook up with a lot of heroes and villains because she's sort of one of the more obvious sex positive female Marvel characters, like overtly. So it's cool that they kept that and didn't really clean it up too much. I'm sure it'll be a little cleaned up, but clearly she's still going nuts on Tinder and bringing dudes home and carrying them across the threshold. So there's gonna be some wild action for sure. I mean, it is true that some of the moments when you look at her face, I know a lot of people complain about this on the internet. I don't really care about the VFX being a little bit chonky here and there. Might be because it's an early trailer, and they're still working on it. It might be because it's a TV show, and no matter how high the budget is, they can only go so far with perfecting her looks. Even if that was the case, whatever. We're past the point where VFX are that important. We're just so used to seeing really good VFX that we get pissy when we see ones that are like a little bit subpar. But it's like, if the comedy and the story and the characters are there, then I'm gonna forget in like 15 seconds and never think about the VFX thing again. It's really not an issue. The other trailer. Alright, this is the Comic-Con one.
Wow! Jeez, what
That was a really fast transformation.
Control no overwhelming feelings of rage.
No! A normal amount of rage!
You do revert back to Gen form when you sleep.
Was the air horn really necessary?
For comedy, absolutely.
She's hot in this scene.
This is a multi-year journey you're about to embark on.
Like, even when she looks a little more cartoony than Bruce.
Who's your best friend?
Nikki.
Spandex. Spandex is your
Doesn't
best
bother me,
friend.
because, I mean, she's still
Being a Hulk
a hot She-Hulk.
asks for balance.
And she's funny.
You have so much more to learn.
I mean, we watched
So I'm clearly nailing it
watch
at all of these
fucking
things.
anime all the time with really unrealistic women, and
If you want to go back
we
to
don't
life
complain.
as a lawyer, I respect that.
He doesn't mean that.
That made me feel a little uncomfortable.
More and more eccentric superhumans
But I was kind of,
are
you
coming
know,
out of the woodwork.
You expect that. It's She-Hulk. That's like her whole
We're
thing.
going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of it.
Jennifer Waters. Namaste.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This man tried to
He's
kill
such
my
a good
cousin,
actor.
Bruce.
I'm glad he's back, and also in human form.
People only care because I'm representing Emil Blonsky. I think they care because they're like, hey, that girl's green.
That's not the dialogue she was saying in that scene.
Jen,
You could
do you
tell it
think-
wasn't fitting in her mouth.
I like this outfit.
Okay, that's where Titania gets her
I'm
shit
not
kicked
proud
in.
of this.
I wonder if there's more to Titania in the show aside
We
from
answer to a higher power.
one random court case where she gets her ass beat.
I am a lawyer. We do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the book of American laws.
That bit was a little rough.
Whether you like it or not,
That's
you're
okay.
now a superhero.
Let's do this.
The joke was good. That was probably the only part of this trailer where I thought the graphics got a bit funny.
Who was way cooler than you were, attractive, got all the attention from everyone. Hello.
I don't think that dialogue also goes with that scene. They're really piecing this together. Hey! Matt Murdock. And the crowd went wild. I bet you that's the part where the audience lost their fucking minds. I mean, I'm about to go back to the panel anyway, so I bet they're going to be screaming. And they're only going to want to talk about Daredevil. Interesting, though. Like, the visuals are definitely... Whoa, the visuals are definitely much better like her face and acting and all that, are much better since the first trailer. But I didn't really care then, and I don't really care that much now. She's such a babe. Mommy? Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Sorry, Mommy. Sorry. Don't step on my neck. Even with the hair tied back, she looks good. Yeah, I think it's fine. Except for this one shot. I don't know what it is. Where was it? The Book of Ashanti joke scene with Wong. This one.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the book.
What is the issue with this? Maybe it's the motion tracking. It looks a little bit like an NPC in a Mass Effect game.
Of American laws.
Like all that stuff she was just doing then. This is the one woman I feel looks a bit like a video game character. Not just the looks-wise, but the way she's animated. I don't know what's going on in this scene. It might just be me nitpicking one moment because everything else I thought looked dope. I mean, yeah, I really can't complain about any of the rest of it. Like, fuck it. Looks fine. Wait, what was that face she was just pulling? Exasperation. This is your emotion. Good job. Titania looks like a cheap hooker. I love it. What the hell is this supposed to be? A magical imp. I'm guessing whatever mutant slash what are the other non-mutants called? Black Bolt and all that. Inhumans? Whatever inhuman slash mutant shit's going on. All these new superpowered people are getting into legal trouble. You can make a whole show out of that. That guy jumps out the window. Is apparently unkillable. Is that her friend? Is this her law office that guy just jumped out the window? I think this is Frogman. A really D-grade villain that basically frog jumps around. So, kinda lame. Is Frogman a... Wait, is that even his name? Frogman? Oh my god, it is Frogman. Fictional comedic superhero appearing in... Oh, he's not a... Frogman is not a villain, he's a hero. Okay. So it's not just going to be people with powers getting into legal trouble. It's going to be heroes fucking up. I bet Frogman causes some collateral damage or does something stupid. Because he's a bad hero. He's probably clumsy. And irresponsible. And does something that gets in legal trouble. I want there better be a whole Frogman episode. Complete with Matt Murdock as the prosecutor. Matt Murdock versus She-Hulk in the court. Over Frogman. Fantastic. Oh, that was a good shot. She looked decent there. I like the idea of there being like a cousin rivalry banter between the two of them. It's nice that he's training her even though it's going to go nowhere, because she's just going to go back to being a lawyer. That's sad. That's sad for Bruce. This is a really cute moment. Where she says her best friend's name is whatever. Oh, look at it. Look at that woman. Look at that adorable little She-Hulk. I say little, but she would step on me. Yeah, in this scene, she actually looks better than Mark Ruffalo. Like, she looks more like a real human there than he looks like one there. He's got like 1,000-yard stare going on. I guess it's all in the acting sometimes. The acting of this really pulled that up, that moment up. Fuck, she's hot. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Done with She-Hulk. Back to panel. Back to Comic-Con. Get out of here. Oh, they're all hugging.
Thank you, everybody. This team has done such an amazing job on this. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming out here. Thanks so much.
Tell us about Daredevil.
With a very unique pick. Thank you. Let's give it up, She-Hulk, everybody.
So She-Hulk looks fun, funny, lighthearted.
As Jessica said, and I don't know how many of you know Jessica Gao, she wrote on Rick and Morty. Anybody familiar with Pickle Rick? That was her. And this show is irreverent.
One of the writers on She-Hulk is from Rick and Morty.
The other thing the MCU
That's
can
a
do very
weird
well is
connection.
make a tonal shift into something darker, something gritty, political, conspiracy thrillers, which brings us to our next series for Disney Plus, which is Secret Invasion.
Oh shit.
Please welcome Maria Hill herself, Kobe Smulders.
I love the title treatment for it. Just the right air of mystery and seriousness. Blah, blah, blah. Hi, Colby. We haven't seen you in ages. And when we did, you barely did anything. You fired a rocket launcher to randomly save Nick Fury. I think that's the last time I saw you.
Maria and Nick Fury for quite some time.
Yes.
Love these characters.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. What are you excited to expand upon in Secret Invasion?
Well, like Kevin was saying, this is a darker
My bank
show,
balance.
you guys, and we're going to get deeper into the characters.
Amongst other
We're
things.
going to see them in new ways, and it's going to be an exciting thriller, and you're never really going to know who people are. Are they a Skrull? Are they human? And it's going to be a bit of a guessing game, but it's been so much fun to shoot.
That's all we really know about Secret Invasion. I'm pretty sure they're not
and
going to tell us
cannot
anything
wait to
else.
see it.
We have some incredible returning casts and some newcomers as well. Can you tell me
Is
a
she
little
the
bit
only
about
one here?
that?
Where's
And who you're
Samuel
excited
Jackson?
or what makes you so excited about this team that's come together?
I mean, I'm living the dream, you guys. I get to work with Sam on all of these projects, and being in the show with him has just been, and I mean, yeah, let's applaud him, because he's the greatest human.
Yeah.
Ben Mendelsohn and Olivia Colman and Amelia Clark and Kingsley Benadir. I mean, what's my life? My life is pretty great.
What is my
and
life?
They're all so talented and the kindest humans, so it's been an awesome experience.
Her dress is cool.
Speaking of Secret Invasion,
yes,
my segue. Any more secrets?
That's good. It's solid.
Any more secrets?
I mean, my boss is like right here. Like he's standing.
Kevin, come on.
Right here.
We might have brought something that no one else is going to see except all of you in this room right now.
No! Stop rolling secret trailers. God damn you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Even if I could find a leak of that, I wouldn't be able to watch it on stream anyway. I'll get the description. Secret Invasion. Exclusive trailer description. Aha. Ooh. All right, there's a couple. There's a couple of pop-ups here. All right, let's grab one. Let's grab one. What do we got here? Wait, let me spin this screen around because this is tiny. For those not lucky enough to make it into Hall H, put together a brief summary of exclusive footage. Wait, how many? Oh, wait. Here's one. This has actually got the leak? No, it's just another description. Oh well. Where's the description? The outline of the primary Secret Invasion trailer additionally leaked after Comic-Con. You may even discover the audio model, as some individuals might need recorded it on the occasion. What language was this translated from? The level is that the primary teaser trailer offers us and thought of what occurs in one of the crucial, thrilling MCU fate. What the fuck is this writing? Secret Invasion will premiere subsequent spring and will probably be the primary MCU present of Phase 5. I think the person who wrote this is an alien. Oh, here's the trailer description. Secret Invasion is an action-packed spy thriller with Nick Fury enjoying the principal character. What the fuck does that mean? Enjoying the principal character, but the what? But the presence unimaginable forged additional underscores how important secret... Oh, fuck, I just think I just had a brain freeze. Wait, let me start that again. Let me do this really slow. But the presence unimaginable forged additional underscores how important Secret Invasion might be for the MCU. Jesus. The writer of this is having a stroke repeatedly throughout multiple paragraphs. Colby Smulders and Ben Mendelsohn return as Maria Hill and Talos respectively. We then have Olivia Colman, Christopher McDonald, Kingsley Ben-Adir. Wait, and Kingsley Ben-Adir becoming a member of the star-studded forged of this TV present. Oh my god. My eyes start to twitch. Furthermore, Martin Freeman's Everett OK Ross? Wait. Furthermore, Martin Freeman's Everett OK, full stop, Ross and Don Cheadle's War Machine will cameo in Secret Invasion. So Everett would be Everett Ross that Martin Freeman played in Black Panther. The latter was included within the Secret Invasion teaser trailer proven at Comic-Con. This collection may turn into a pivotal occasion within the MCU. This collection. Because the present will doubtless reveal that numerous Avengers aren't who they are saying they are. They are, with the apostrophe. Instead of human superheroes, there'll be Skrulls who've been infiltrating the planet for years. These could be unhealthy Skrulls unhealthy Skrulls who are part of Talos' faction we met in Captain Marvel. Talos, in fact, is an efficient man who's buddies with Fury. We noticed him in Far From Home pretending to be Fury, whereas serving to Peter Parker. Wait. We noticed him in Far From Home pretending to be Fury, whereas serving to Peter Parker. Tom Holland. This is insane. This is not English. Here's a heading that says, "The motion within the leaked teaser trailer. No Way Home advised us, and Spider-Man, that Nick Fury has been off-world for fairly some time, and the Secret Invasion Comic-Con trailer picks up on that. Fury has been in area, which is one thing we all know from the Far From Home credit scenes. Fury is one of the hot mothers in your area that want to talk to you. He's a catfish. The Comic-Con trailer reveals us Fury assembled Maria Hill in a bar. She tells him she's been attempting to achieve him for years, however was unsuccessful. Does that mean Maria Hill was trying to fuck Nick Fury? Is that what that's trying to get across? We discover out that Fury has returned to Earth as a result of there's a difficulty that wants his consideration. I'm gonna check to see if this maybe is like an Asian website that got translated to English after this. This is his battle, apparently. Apparently, as Fury could be the one that is aware of what the unhealthy Skrulls need. The trailer additionally reveals Olivia Colman, who seems to be some type of agent, or perhaps she's very superior, telling him he's in no form for what's about to occur. War Machine additionally reveals up within the trailer, confirming the actor's function in Secret Invasion. His function, no less. That mentioned, the trailer solely supplies small tidbits of knowledge. It's not sufficient to allow us to guess what occurs. Alright. The present is without a doubt one of the most enjoyable MCU Phase 5 titles. And it must be a lot darker story than lots of the Phase 4. Why does it say it must be a lot darker story? Jesus Christ. Oh, that was so hard to read. I'm having an aneurysm. All right, get rid of that. Does anyone do better than that? This looks brief. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Description of the trailer. Nick Fury emerges from the light of a ship. He's returning to Earth and has not answered Maria Hill's calls for help. He tells her this is different. War Machine is questioned about his security detail. Talos encounters evil Skrulls who suddenly emerge. Fury is ready to fight, but Olivia Colman tells him he is in no shape. Fury wants to take them on. A motorcade is flipped. A look at Emilia Clarke. I doesn't say what she's doing or what she looks like, just we look at her. Talos wants to know what the Skrulls want from Nick Fury, and it is not revealed in the trailer. Okay. So not much happens in this teaser is what I'm gathering. Just a couple of appearances of actors' faces saying cryptic things to each other. Here's another description. Trailer begins with a static shot of a field where a beam of light opens on the horizon and a silhouetted figure resembling a grey alien emerges, walking towards the foreground. As the figure gets closer, it takes on a less abstract shape, and we see that it's Nick Fury, returning to Earth after a stint in space. The following trailer feels like a cross between X-Files and a McCarthy-era Red Scare thriller. It's kind of what I expected. Espionage, mystery, invasion of the body snatchers. Who is real? Who is secretly the Thing? John Carpenter's The Thing. Returning faces of Maria Hill, James Rhodes, Talos, as well as Emilia Clarke, Olivia Colman, blah, blah, blah. The central conflict of the show becomes clear. Are you who you say you are, or are you a secret Skrull invader? So the whole show will be based on nobody knowing who to trust, because anyone could be a Skrull. That's pretty much all we've ever known about this show. And even the teaser description makes it sound like the teaser really didn't tell us anything more than that. Any more? It's got more details. A lot of these kind of give up on describing the trailer properly. Returns to Earth. We see all these characters. Martin Freeman's there. Seems incredibly dark toned. Are they Skrull? Are they human? It's going to be a bit of a guessing game. My guess is Maria Hill is going to be a Skrull. When he gets back to Earth, the first person he confides in is going to be Maria Hill. She's going to be a Skrull. Maybe we only find that out much, much later, though. Deep cover Skrull. Now they're just talking about the... who is making Secret Invasion? That's a good question. Kyle Bradstreet, both a writer and producer on the highly successful Mr. Robot. Interesting. Interesting grab. People from Black Mirror, Lost in Space. Directed by Thomas Buzacha from Let Him Go and The Looming Tower. Cool. Haven't seen either of those, but he sounds European. They must have faith in his directing ability. So I shall too. Why not? Olivia Colman and Emilia Clarke join the cast. We don't know who they're playing, but many fans have theorized at least one of them may be the Skrull Queen from the Secret Invasion comics. Dope. Better be Olivia Colman. It'd be great if they build it up to be Emilia Clarke as the most suspicious one, the one that seems most likely to be the Skrull Queen. And then it turns out to be Olivia Colman. I can see them doing that. Flipping it like that. I've opened way too many of these. Oh, this one's got actually a better description. Maria Hill brings a stressed-looking Nick Fury back to Earth. Skrulls are calling issues. Talos is trying to get to the bottom of it. He goes for a meeting with Kingsley's Ben-Adur character. Kingsley Ben-Adur's character. Who's backed by a bunch of goons who suddenly shapeshift into versions of Ben-Adur. And he's seemingly the villain of the piece. Olivia Colman talks to Nick Fury in a scene. Emilia Clarke's seen holding a gun while looking for someone. Don Cheadle's Rhodey is seen wearing a decorated suit, though it's unclear how he fits in the story. I bet he's going to be a Skrull too. Rhodey's a Skrull for sure. Comes back to Earth. Maria Hill meets her at a bar. Been avoiding Earth for years. Situation has warranted his attention. And the rest is pretty much what we already know. Oh. A shot where Fury is sitting down with Don Cheadle's James Rhodes, who is surrounded by men in black suits. How much do you know about your security detail? So members of his security are going to be Skrull, but then I bet he's going to turn out to be one as well. I would imagine the Skrulls would sacrifice one of their own in order to let another Skrull posing as Rhodey go unnoticed. Let Nick Fury catch a Skrull as one of Rhodey's bodyguards, and Rhodey can act surprised as a misdirect. So he doesn't realize that Rhodey is one as well. Damn, it's a shame we don't get to see that footage. I wonder why. It's probably not... From the sounds of it, it's not much of a teaser. There's not much that goes on here or is told. So it's probably not really that exciting for Marvel to put out yet until they have more to actually put in the teaser. That's fine. I think I can accept that decision.
Thank you, Coach. Coach has been our world for so long and finally starting the show. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Two incredible looking Disney Plus series.
Who wants to hear about the first film in Phase 5? The film that kicks off Phase 5, as I said before, is Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Please welcome our director, Mr. Peyton Reed.
Is Paul Rudd here? No one wants to talk to Peyton Reed. Actually, no, wait, I liked his movie Down with Love. That was a good movie.
How are you? I'm going to quickly say I've been coming to Comic-Con since 1994. That's before most of you were born, I understand.
Who here was born since then? Okay, yes.
I brought a few cast members with me today who I'd like to
Paul Rudd.
Our Cassie Lang, Catherine Newton.
Oh, Cassie Lang. All grown up. Is she the same actress we saw in Avengers when he comes back from the quantum realm and hugs her? What is she wearing?
I'm Catherine, and I play Cassie.
Thank you, Catherine Newton.
Thank you so much.
She's adorable. And also blonde. I thought she was a brunette.
I would like to introduce you to Hope Van Dyne, Evangeline Lilly.
Wow, Evangeline Lilly looks very, very different. Does she wear a wig when she's doing Marvel?
We brought someone else with us today.
She doesn't look
Mr.
like
Scott Lang
Evangeline Lilly at all. I would not recognize her in the street. Hey, Paul, you still look like Paul. You always look like Paul. Please age someday. I'm worried about you. You are the most handsome vampire?
Thank you so much.
Is that what that guy yelled?
Hey,
It makes so much sense.
Phase 5. No big deal.
No big deal at all. We've got big plans for this group.
As Scott Lang would say, do you guys just put quantum in front of everything?
Yes.
Pretty much, yep.
This is the
Essentially,
third.
yes.
This is the third Ant-Man movie. What does this mean for this franchise?
Well, what it means is we finally
Their
get to
characters are
spend
pretty much a
some
family
time
now,
in
right?
the quantum realm. We have a lot in store for these characters.
Because
for this
Hope is
movie,
dating
and we're
Scott,
gonna meet a lot of new
and that's his
characters in
daughter,
this
so they're
movie,
pretty much a family now.
And explore the quantum realm, which is not always what you think it is. So we're really, really excited to finally bring it to life.
Oh, Mr. Scott Lang. We have not seen Scott Lang in a minute. We haven't seen him.
Right.
What has he been up to?
'cause he's
Where
been
do we
tiny.
find him at the beginning of the events of Quantum Mania?
Well, Scott is pretty pleased with himself and his role in saving the universe.
Yes, I don't think Scott would be terribly humble about all that stuff.
You'll just have to wait and see. He wanted to know if we got the van fixed. So Scott's been kind of cooling out. He's been busy at work, ish,
Work?
with a little book.
What does Scott Lang do for work?
And I don't know what else I'm supposed to say.
I won't get you in trouble. Evangeline, as mentioned, this is the third Ant-Man film. What do you feel like that's allowed for you to explore with Wasp
She
and
is
Van Dyne this time around?
the daughter. The girl playing Cassie
it's
is
really
like
fun
so
about
dolled up
having her on
for this
screen
panel.
in the suit for the
She looks
second
like she's
film
about to break out
is
into
the first
into a
film,
tap
I think,
dance
is all
routine
about
for a
how
school play.
powerful and capable and formidable she is, and so now we get to explore her vulnerabilities and her fragilities and the ways that she has to face those things and how she deals with those things. And I think being a powerful woman is only impressive if you do it against very difficult odds, right? So that's gonna be really fun.
Yay! Does your hair look like that in the movie?
Miss Cassie Lang, welcome to the Marvel Hall H stage.
Thank you so much. This is a big deal for me. So,
Amazing. Ooh, thanks. Hi, doing? We've seen Cassie Lang over the years. Ask her dad, please let me get in on the action. What can you say that Cassie is up to this time?
what can I say? I think that Cassie is just becoming who she is supposed to be.
I don't know if I'm supposed to recognize her from something.
Like we all are. We're just figuring it out. So you get to see that in this. And that's why I don't want to say anything.
I just want to see it.
I want to see it. Can we see it?
We did bring something, Kevin.
Oh, they're gonna show a trailer that we can't see again.
I didn't, but I can't wait to see it.
We put together a little thing. It's not going to go out wide. It's actually just for you here in the room. Does anybody want to see this?
Damn it!
Do you guys want to see it?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Yep. Damn it. Alright, we missed it again. Let's do the old Google magic. Ant-Man and the Wasp. Quantumania? Exclusive trailer description. You son of a bitch. Yep, there's a few. Alright, wait. Here we go. Here's one. I heard earlier. Not really. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Trailer opens with Scott Lang pretty pleased with having saved the universe, doing a book tour for his autobiography, Look Out for the Little Guy. It's pretty funny. The crowd is riveted and features a child dressed up as Ant-Man. Did we know that from somewhere? Wasn't there a reference in a previous thing that Scott Lang had been doing like a tour or writing books or had put out some kind of biography? I think maybe that was already referenced. Or he had a TV show produced about, I don't know. I'll remember later. We see the dichotomy of Scott's superhero life with his family life as he gets a call that his daughter Cassie has been arrested. We cut to the Pym family having dinner and Scott struggling with parenting as Cassie comes into her own as a young adult. Hank and Janet Van Dyne waste no time dunking on Scott about his book along with Hope Van... Everyone always dunks on Scott Lang. He's a bit of the Marvel punching bag. But in a nice way. Whereas Star-Lord has become a bit of a punching bag in a mean, people actually hating him way. Which, I'm sad for Chris Pratt. Wise ears will then recognize a voice... Wise ears? Fucking weird way to say that. Wise ears will then recognize a voiceover from Loki's Kang the Conqueror saying, "You're an interesting man, Scott Lang. You've lost a lot of time, but time isn't what you think." God, we're actually, unlike the Secret Invasion trailer that we didn't get to see, this one's actually got some meat. We actually get to meet Kang the Conqueror, and he speaks. The trailer, wait, what did he say? You've lost a lot of time, but time isn't what you think. It's not a straight line. This trailer really dives into the quantum realm, as any trailer for a film featuring the word quantum mania should. We get a look at Scott's time there during the snap, and his life since then before coming back to Pym's lab. When an experiment causes gravity in the room to warp and bend, Scott tries to keep Cassie from being pulled into the quantum realm at the center, but the entire Lang Pym Van Dyne family is yanked inside. Once inside, we get a bunch of quick cuts featuring appearances of Bill Murray saying, "Janet Van Dyne, I thought you were dead." Cool. I want to see Bill Murray. Where's the leak of that? Janet fighting off quantum monsters. Also cool. What the hell's a quantum monster? That could be literally anything. Scott fighting to save Cassie. An emotional moment between Scott and Hope. We get another moment, a voiceover from Kang saying, "When you can see time the way I do, you can see everything. Everything you're holding on to, everything you call life. I know how it ends." Finally, Kang is revealed. Scott confidently tells him he's made a huge mistake because he's an Avenger. But Kang strikes terror into the size-shifting superhero and the audience by replying, "You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?" I don't know. I mean, it's kind of chilling. I guess you had to be there. Fair enough. That actually doesn't sound like much happens in the Secret Invasion trailer, but it sounds like heaps happens in this one. I actually do want to see all that. Especially the Kang stuff. More Jonathan Majors, please. Can't go wrong. Oh, and they got a poster. Cool. I guess Cassie's going to get her own shrinking suit. With sneakers? Why sneakers? I like the purple, though. So she's stature in the comics, which she kind of focuses mostly on growing large, rather than her dad, who mostly grows small. Hopefully they keep that similar dynamic. I don't know why part of her suit is made of sneakers, though. The Vans? That's not exactly quantum armor, is it? I don't know how that helps her. Okay, I almost got lost on Twitter for a second. Never mind.
Kang the Conqueror.
Hello, Jonathan Majors. They kept him until after the trailer to bring him out. That was well
I
timed.
hear this is actually your first time at Comic-Con. What an entrance.
What's he doing?
Yes, yes it is.
He's doing his best Foghorn impression. Hey, Sham.
We met he
I don't have any bread.
in Loki. This is a bit of a different variant, one that fans are very, very, very highly anticipating.
It's finally the actual Kang the Conqueror villain, that's why.
There will be conquering.
Oh, you got some bread to spare? Thanks,
And
dude.
I want to point one more thing out.
Too kind.
Peyton, Kevin.
Can you slice it up for me before you drop it in the chat?
There might have been a shot at MODOK. Yeah.
There was a shot of MODOK in the trailer?
Confirm.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Thank you so much to Peyton Reed and the cast
Hold up.
of Ant-Man.
That trailer description that I just read didn't say anything about MODOK.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No. No. You don't just walk away like that. Wait a minute. Quantum Mania MODOK. I've spelt that poorly. Hang on. Is this the shot of MODOK in the trailer? That doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all. What about this one? That looks weird. I don't know about that. Well, there's a shot of Jonathan Majors in the trailer. You don't have a knife. You use your mouth to cut it. I do not know how you're going to pull that off. Good luck with that. Post it on YouTube when you're done. I want to see how that works. There's a city in a bubble in the quantum realm in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Oh yeah, I remember that. Is that supposed to be where that realm in Loki is located? Interesting. So is that the shot of MODOK? Oh, I don't know about that. That's weird. It looks like that concept art was correct. This one. That looks very similar to the screenshot. I don't think I like how he's all fully robotic like a droid. Everyone's going to expect this kind of shit. The big mutant head thing. Which I guess is harder to CG. A lot more effort, but still. His grown-up daughter is so adorable. She's pretty. Alright, I'm getting distracted again.
This one is special, and there's a very particular reason it's kicking off Phase 5. And you just met him there. His name's Jonathan Majors. So that's awesome. You know, believe it or not, this is not the only movie in Phase 5. We have a movie coming out in May called Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is...
Damn, they're just plowing through this. Holy shit. It's kind of exhausting. And James Gunn's here.
What's up, Kevin?
Silver Fox James Gunn.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing, my friend?
I think that's natural or bleached. I think he might have bleached it.
Hey, guys.
Just lean into it.
Weird? I was going through I was trying to figure out when I started working on Guardians of the Galaxy. I didn't tell you this backstage because I was saving it for this very real Guardians 1 right now. Guardians. Okay. Exactly 10 years ago this week, I flew to Wilmington, North Carolina to pitch Guardians of the Galaxy. Where we were shooting Iron Man 3. Where you were shooting Iron Man 3. Exactly 10 years ago this week, I went and I pitched the movie to Kevin and Lou. And then had a very uncomfortable... I'd say it's been a good 10 years, James. What? Good 10 years.
Aww. Except for the part where they fired you after Guardians 2, and then rehired you for Guardians 3.
It was the beginning of this journey.
That's Disney's fault. Disney executive level. I'm sure Feige had nothing to do with
They're
that.
sort of outer space adventures, but really they're just a bunch of oddballs and outcasts and weirdos like a lot of us. They save the universe a couple times, but really what they do is they save each other. And when I started telling that story, I had sort of an end in sight. Not perfectly, I didn't have it all mapped out perfectly, but I knew where we were going with Rocket, with Quill, even with Nebula and Mantis and the other characters that hadn't quite shown up yet. And this is the end of that story. I'm sorry.
Someone gonna die in Guardians 3.
Some stories have an end. Doesn't mean
Maybe
everybody
most of them. At least half of the Guardians.
Anyway, I want to share with you guys a little glimpse of what we have. You know, we wrapped something
God damn it.
2 months ago. So let's just show you a little bit of something. Pat's backstage watching it, and let's watch it right now. Out of few of the Guardians.
No Guardians of the Galaxy coming out to join us right now. I have to look up more trailer descriptions for this fucking unleaked shit. Guardians 3 exclusive trailer description. Blah, 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 blah. The direct comic book collider. Oh, there's a couple. Let's try comicbook.com. Here we go. Better be good. Or it better be not good. It better not be good because we didn't get to see it. We have to read about it. Here we go. Guardians 3 footage sees the Guardians captured by Ravagers and Nebula, revealing they have an appointment with Gamora. Peter Quill is caught all the way off guard. Peter reflects on their time together. You were everything to me, he says. I thought you were gone, but here you are and I miss you. Gamora tells him that that person was not her. We get our first look at Adam Warlock. A grown Groot fights back-to-back with Quill. Can we circle back to the Adam Warlock thing? High Evolutionary shows up. The Guardians float on a space planet. Gamora caps the trailer by calling Quill by the wrong name and turning him down. Well, this is depressing. Maybe I'm glad we didn't see the trailer. This is tragic. The Guardians joke on Quill for talking to her so intimately on an open communication line, and they've all been listening all along. Wow, this has got more tragic. It ends with Mantis asking what we know about Rocket. A shot of a very young Rocket Raccoon takes the screen. Most of the trailer is set to "Do You Realize" by the Flaming Lips. I did hear about that. The movie's going to have a baby Rocket in it. And much like the baby Yoda in Star Wars, it's probably going to make them an absolute fortune in merch. People are going to be buying that baby Rocket plushie like it was oxygen. I want one. I haven't even seen it yet, and I want one. So Will Poulter as Adam Warlock. We know about that. That's about it, really. I mean, that sounds kind of cool. The only thing I wish I could see for myself out of that trailer is the Adam Warlock reveal of Will Poulter. That's just Adam Warlock Will Poulter. Images. These are all concept art and fan photoshops. He looks a bit goofy in the fan stuff, though. Not bad. Not bad side by side. There it is. So that's the leak there. Here we go. Someone's flattened it out. So you can see a bit of the costume and the gem in his forehead. He does look so much like a really clean, smooth android. Completely unblemished, shiny skin. Pretty cool. There's a lot of places they can go with that Adam Warlock character. Complicated character. I like that side by side as well. What the fuck? That looks nothing alike. Although they're both doing the fist thing. They're both doing the finger thing. What is this picture of Adam Poulter? What is this photo shoot from? That's a thespian pose, if ever I've seen one. Thespian photo shoot. He looks like a bit of a psycho sometimes when you got him in the wrong frame. Holy shit. He buffed up. He chunked up for the role. Look at those fucking arms. I've never seen Will Poulter look like this. Wait, he's about to come out on stage, isn't he? Oh shit. Wait. We need to go back. Yeah, Chris Pratt. We love Chris Pratt, but I want to see Adam Poulter's guns. Adam Poulter? I want to see Will Poulter's guns. Who? Oh, there's Mantis. Nebula, I can never recognize in real life. She looks so different when she's Nebula than when she's just a regular lady. Look at fucking Will Poulter's arms! What the fuck? He's clapping his shoulder. Cool. Literally, he was trying to pat himself on the back. Yes, I'm Adam Warlock.
James, you mentioned
I got
this
fit
at
for the
start,
role.
that this is the third and potentially final Guardians film, as we know them. How did that guide your process going in?
Well, I think it's really been about telling one story between the three films with, a couple of, sideways adventures into some of the other...
What I love about
But I think
Will
it really
Poulter
is
as
about
a
one story. This is about,
character, as a personality archetype, is he could be a Chad jock, or he could be like a dorky nerd. If he like got a little chubby and had like messy, not slick hair, you'd buy him as a dork. But you put some muscle on him, nice slick hair, good outfit, you can buy him as a jock. He's a chameleon.
When I started, I don't mean to talk too much, but when I first talked about doing Guardians of the Galaxy and they talked to me about it, I was like, I don't know, it sounds a little goofy. I mean, I had known them, but I thought it was going to end up looking like Bugs Bunny joins the Avengers. And as I was driving home from that meeting, it suddenly hit me, well, okay, if there is a talking raccoon, how is he real? Where does he come from? What makes him real? And I realized he was the saddest creature in the universe, and that's what this story is about to a great extent.
I'm not ready for that.
It's a Rocket Raccoon tragedy. That's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 in a nutshell.
Star-Lord is back.
I'm scared.
Is this on? Hello, everybody.
Hi, Chris.
We saw him a little in Thor. We kind of got an idea, I think, of where his head's at. What can you talk about what he's up to in this Volume 3?
Well, I think you were able to see from this trailer, which is that's the first time we've seen that footage cut together, and we're all kind of having a moment to ourselves back there. It's very, very beautiful. It's very moving, and we love you, buddy. And we're so grateful to do this with you, all three movies. Thank you.
Where's the rest of the cast? Where's Batista and Zoe Saldana and Vin Diesel
You find Peter Quill, and he's obviously
and Bradley
from the
Cooper?
events of Endgame and from having lost Gamora.
They're missing a lot of pretty main characters here.
And so the pain of that is a big part of his journey.
They're probably
And,
like, you know what, Comic-Con? We've done it a couple of times now, fuck that.
Figure out what
We're out.
I can't say, of course, but
No more.
I guess it's safe to say it opens up a vulnerability to the Guardians of the Galaxy, to danger, and so he spends the movie trying to make up for the mistake of being kind of checked out, buried under this, enormous amount of pain.
Karen, we initially knew Nebula kind of as the blue meanie she's been described as. But
The
her
blue
evolution
meanie.
has been
No
so
one has ever
interesting. What
described
do you feel
Nebula
that's
like that.
allowed for you to do this time around?
I don't know where she got that from.
I'm trying not to cry after watching that trailer. That was so beautiful and amazing. Anyway,
Don't rub it in. We didn't get to see
I
it.
think maybe we're going to see a little bit of levity
That's
from
rude.
Nebula this time around. Like maybe she's going to be a little funnier. Can I say that? Well, hopefully.
Rude.
Find that funny. But, she had a very cathartic experience with Thanos being eliminated from her life. And
Thanos.
so I think she can
She says Thanos in
begin
an
to
odd
form
way.
the personality that maybe she was meant to have.
Oh, but she does have a
while
pretty heavy accent.
Still maintaining a little bit of the meanie because we can't fully lose the meanie. You always need a little bit.
Always need a little meanie.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of the opposite. Mantis must be protected at all costs. She's so sweet. I love her. Yeah. What is her journey in this film?
Yeah, same. I was like almost crying backstage. I was so moved. To
Her
see the
accent is
images.
interesting.
And James, I love you so much. You know it. But guys, I love you so much. I'm so happy to be.
What is her accent?
To be here, and it's very. I don't know. what
She's
a
about to
journey.
have a
It's just.
Emotional breakdown.
So about Mantis,
She's gonna
I guess
faint.
I have to talk about Mantis, right? So she's still quirky and
Hello,
weird,
dummy.
and but at the same time she gains more
Saying
confidence.
your name makes it sound like I'm
And
insulting you.
she's pissed
How
off
gay am I?
sometimes, and
Not
she
very.
shows different colors that you haven't seen. She's
Pretty straight, except for the wearing of the Space Jam hoodie. That's a little gay,
skills, maybe.
admittedly. But I love my Space Jam hoodie.
Anyway, yeah.
Sean,
I'm actually fascinated by
someone who's
this chick. Hang on. What nationality is she? What's her name? Pom Clementif? I don't even understand what nationality that name is. French. Pom Alexandra Clementif is a French actress and model. Trained at the Cours of Florent Drama School in Paris. Appeared in French films such as Easy Way, Sleepless Night, before making her American debut in Old Boy. Old Boy? The remake? Ew. Insult me, it's fine. No, your own name makes it impossible not to. Because every time someone talks to you, they have to go, hello, dummy. It's a degradation fetish, isn't it? Bom Moncleef. Bom Moncleef. Clementif. I keep calling her Moncleef. Hang on. Actress. Mission Impossible 8? Wait, didn't we just do 6? Oh no, we just did 7, didn't we? Fuck, I'm like way off. Suicide Squad, yeah. Thor, yeah. Guardians, yeah. I'm shocked by this Mission Impossible thing. I don't know what she's going to be in that. Hopefully a villain, that'd be fun. Westworld, I can see. She actually looks like an android in real life. That's kind of dope. Addams Family. Oh, the 3D one, the animated one. She's a voice. Uncut Gems. I don't remember seeing her in that movie. Hang on. Whoop. Uncut Gems. Pom Clementif. Uncut Gems. Just need to know what she looks like in the movie so I could put a face to it. Huh? Ah, she's a hoe. She's a hoe being chased by fucking Adam Sandler. Interesting. Adam Sandler dressed like from Star Wars. Oh shit. What's Han Solo's friend called that he wins the Millennium Falcon from in the poker game? Colt 45 guy. You know what I'm talking about? Solo. Lando Calrissian. How can I forget that shit? Yeah, that's Lando Calrissian's outfit that Adam Sandler's wearing in that movie. I don't remember who she was in the movie, though. Clearly some kind of hooker that gets chased. Oh my god, hot. Okay. Never mind. Distracted. That's her in Black Mirror. I remember when this was a thing. She's a video game Street Fighter character in VR. Small role, but cool. There's Old Boy. So everything before this is all French movies, I guess. She plays Huang Bok. Huang Bok. What's she look like in that? Oh, that's... Okay, that's what that footage is from. That's her there. In Old Boy. Well, that's 1 point towards Old Boy, I guess. Pom Moncleef looks hot in that movie. I'm just not a big fan of remakes of these Korean thrillers like this, because Old Boy is like a great movie. Who needs a remake of Old Boy? Oh, I didn't know. Is that Sharlto Copley? Sharlto Copley banging Pom Moncleef in the Old Boy remake. Maybe I should go back to this. Interesting. Is she dead? She dead in the forest. Poor Pom. Okay. No more distracting.
been a part of Guardians since the beginning. Kraglin, even some very important mocap. What's been the most rewarding part of being a part of this trilogy?
Well, the truth is that the most rewarding
Sean
part
Gunn
of
looks
it
like a
has been
CG
working
animated
with my
character.
brother.
He's so weird and alien looking.
You know, and then it's the honest to God truth. But it expands, you know, over the course of 3 movies, and it's come to a point where it's not just about the joy of working with him, it's about the joy of working with these other people, you know, who are up here with us, and you see them. We're
Tom is actually crying for real.
choked up backstage watching
That was real
what we
tears.
did.
That was real tears from Pommy.
It's because
I shouldn't call it
we
Pommy.
fucking care. I'm sorry, but like we do. And like,
That's an insult in some countries against English people. Pommy.
it extends to all of us.
Don't do it.
And it is
Unless you
the
really
most
hate the
beautiful
English, in
thing
which
to
case
be
go
able
nuts.
To work on something creatively where your colleagues are all on the same page, where let's make something beautiful that people will respond to. I can't ever ask for anything more in my career, and it's just been
Except for
absolutely
maybe a little more money.
and I love all of you guys.
I'm sure he doesn't make as much as the others because he's the brother of the director. I'm sure his brother overworks him
James,
for
how long have
way
you been being
too
asked
little
about Adam Warlock?
what his roles are worth.
Since the beginning.
Yeah.
And he was almost in volume 2, and I'm glad he wasn't because I think Will was only 11. So, so I'm glad now that we finally got the chance to introduce the true, real, only person that could be Adam Warlock, which is Will.
I wouldn't say the only person. I can imagine a couple of actors that could be
to
Adam
take on
Warlock.
Adam Warlock and stand on this stage today.
Sure.
Whoa. He is a fangirl in the audience. She went nuts.
I'm truly grateful.
She wants those arms.
Pretty surreal to have ever even stepped on the Guardian set. Huge admirer of everybody on this stage, genuinely, and the franchise from the outside looking in, I was absolutely terrified.
Who is she playing, standing next to
But I
Adam
was kind
Warlock?
of welcomed into the family and couldn't have been treated better by these folks. They are such wonderful people. They're every bit as nice as they are talented. And I'm also really grateful that there was an appetite for Adam from the fans, you know, and James and Kevin and everyone at Marvel gave me the opportunity, and I'm super grateful to be here.
Get the woman on the right to explain herself.
Maria, we can now confirm that you are Cosmo, sure to be fans' favorite space dog.
She's the Russian dog? What?
How does it feel to take on that role?
What?
next to you?
Whew, exciting, scary, a little bit.
Is that gonna be the
shaking
dog's
and nervous,
voice?
And I couldn't be more flattered to enter the
That's
MCU
adorable.
with Guardians of the Galaxy because I really met.
She's actually pretty attractive for someone who's just going to be the voice of a
really
dog
had a great time. I
in the
felt,
Marvel, in the
I don't know,
MCU.
like I'm doing something meaningful because it's beautiful and it's heartwarming and I don't know, I just love it and I hope you.
She's like, at least I didn't have to hit the gym like
because
poor
she's gonna
Will
bring
Poulter
lots of
did.
loves
I'm sure he
and
worked
love
himself ragged to get in
and
shape for a Marvel
strength,
movie.
I think.
She just had to like walk into a studio one day and do a couple of dog lines.
And we love Maria for that. She, not only was she Cosmo and played Cosmo on set the whole time, she also hung out with me during the entire shoot, next to the camera, hanging out, just watching the whole thing. And it was just, oh, wait a second. There's somebody else here.
Who's there?
Holy. Wait, what? The High Evolutionary!
Don't do this to me. Wait, who's that?
The High Evolutionary is here!
What the fuck's happening? Are they doing a bit? Man, don't do bits. Just tell us interesting information and show us trailers. The High Evolutionary has a lot of bodyguards. Doesn't look angry at all. You just did that to make James Gunn look like an idiot. That's a cool makeup job. Just for Comic-Con though. His face looks pasted onto his skull. She's gonna sell that footage on eBay. Is he just gonna walk through and then leave? Where's he going?
Wow, what an honor. I know you're one of the most powerful beings in the universe. High evolutionary, it's great that you're...
Call me Sire.
Oh, he's in character. That is so disturbing, that effect of his face being pulled onto that. Holy shit.
I'm pleased to be here. As I gaze out at this crowd, I am reminded of my sole purpose in the universe. To take
Nebula is actually in character as well. She's freaked.
disgusting, low-life scum such as yourself.
Okay, now she's enjoying it
And
now.
enhance
She looked a little worried at first. Sean Gunn wants to roll him. He's ready to throw hands. Look at Sean Gunn greasing him up.
Thank you for inspiring me with how vomitous you all are.
All the other actors are cracking up at this performance, but Sean Gunn is like in it.
The motivation I need
He's ready to roll.
to move forward and create the perfect species.
Okay, thanks. High evolution.
I can't wait to dissect all of you and see what I can learn.
They're all pretty into it. This is Comic-Con, man. You do anything to those nerds and they lap it up. It's Marvel.
That's a meaning.
Sorry about that, guys. Rude.
Hell, if I was there, I'd let him dissect
He
me.
was not very nice.
In the name of Disney, my corporate overlord, I bow before Mickey, the true High
Before
Evolutionary.
we bid you all adieu, any parting words for Hull H?
Guys, I haven't been here for 6 years. I've had a lot of crazy stuff happen between that 6 years and now. And you guys have been so supportive and lovely to me online, seeing the movies. That's the reason. And I know there's some of you in here because you guys tweeted at me today. I love you sincerely. I can't
What
wait
is this
to share
shirt
this
from?
movie with you. I think it's just been incredible.
Rainbow Bitey Mouth?
All of our hearts, and we put everything into it. And
What
I
is
can't
that
wait for you
shirt?
guys to see it, and I love you all. Thank you.
Yay! That one went on for kind of a long time. Now Feige's gonna have to speed the shit.
You can see that cast as a family and getting choked up at seeing that footage on a third movie. That's the great, amazing thing about the MCU, about all these different ensembles we have. It occurs to me, we have a little bit of time left, and there are a couple of ensembles we haven't mentioned yet, and I wonder if you guys wouldn't mind looking ahead a little bit with me to Phase 6. Phase 6.
Everyone's like, what the fuck, dude?
Fantastic Four.
We're still in Phase 4.
24. Now there's a lot of
That's
dates
hilarious.
there, and there'll be plenty of time to have more surprises to take you through.
He's probably gonna announce most of those at the next Disney event.
Want to know how Phase 6 ends. And there are 2 films that bring Phase 6 to a close.
Oh, are we gonna get to actually see the teaser? No. Oh, the end of it.
Oh my god.
Cool, I don't think we get to see the tail end of the teaser. They never usually show that to us. So is that gonna be the end of this? Ooh. Yeah, that's the one that's gonna rock people. They knew that like people would be like, yeah, Kang Dynasty. We kind of assumed it'd be
Now it's time to talk
Avengers
about
versus Kang movie. But the Secret Wars. Wait, what was that? Now it's time for what?
We've talked about the future. Now it's time to talk about forever.
Oh, Wakanda. It's amazing how quickly they barreled through that Avengers reveal. Oh, by the way, Phase 6, 2 Avengers movies, Fantastic Four. You know, cheer, clap a little bit, and fucking Black Panther. Secret Wars is a big deal for people. That is a huge comic event, and there's a lot of things that go on in that. That's like a whole space war. That's like Spider-Man in space, getting the Venom symbiote. That's Doctor Doom. That's like everyone. That's everyone going at it in a giant space battle. That's kind of nuts. And they just kind of blast through it there. But I mean, what is there else to say or show at this point? You can show the logo, but there's nothing else that exists, literally. So it's just like, yeah, whatever, that was it. Cool. Moving on, I guess. If you didn't know this is Black Panther coming up next, you sure do now. It sure ain't Quantum Mania. Still better than Kanye. How is that drum making that sound? That is such a bizarre noise. Oh, he's getting into it. He's getting way too much into it. He's feeling that little tambourine drum. I don't know what to call it. Armpit bongo. Oh yeah, he's feeling that armpit bongo. Play that shit with your soul, brother. I wish they had subtitles so I could know what he's singing about. From the bottom to the top, that's some wet-ass pussy. Just translate to African. And then there's the WAP dance. Damn, Disney. They know how to put on a party. Hopefully all the geeks that are just here to see Kang the Conqueror appreciate this culture. Oh, good timing, Sham. Coming in with the cultured remark. Just as I said it. We're on the same page. We all cultured now. Gobble me, swallow me, fit down the side of me. I'm gonna tell them how I ought to be. Now get your boots and your coats, this some wet ass pussy. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the director of Black Panther, Mr. Ryan Coogler.
Which one? No, he wasn't. Oh, there he is. He was introducing him. I thought he was saying the band was the director, Ryan Coogler. I was like, what the fuck? What a man of many talents. He's a multi-piece African band as well as a multi-million-dollar movie director.
Our vocalist, Baba Ma. Talking drummer, Muhammad Yap.
guy's so into his instrument, it's wild.
And our lead
He
drummer,
actually
my guest
inspires
show.
me.
And the
I really
rest
hope
of
the
these
song they
incredible
played isn't
musicians and
copyright.
performers, thank you.
I want to get DMC done by the African drum band.
It's going to be hard to follow that up, but we'll try. We'll try. What up, Paul H?
Hey Ryan. I liked your
Been
Rocky
5 years
movie.
since I was here. And 5 years ago, sat about right there, and we premiered the first footage from Black Panther 1. And
It's a good trailer.
Sitting next to me, right to my left.
The teaser trailer for Black Panther 1 was pretty dope.
Was R. T'Challa, the late great Chadwick Boseman.
Applause for Chadwick Boseman. That was gonna get sad, isn't it? Yeah, lose your mind. Chadwick's worth it. He deserves it.
And the cast, including Chad, they hadn't seen the footage yet. So when we played it, you know, he was right next to me and he was excited, and he grabbed my left shoulder with his hand. And if you ever saw Chad in person, he had these enormous hands. It was just gigantic. It was part of the reason why he filled out the Panther suit so well. And, he was
I never noticed
strong,
that.
And he was getting excited as a clip went
Yeah,
on.
absolute
on,
legend,
on. He was just
100%.
squeezing down on my shoulder the whole time, and when it went off, he was like, oh,
He was
man,
making
amazing. Congratulations.
movies
I
and
couldn't
visiting
lift my arm, you know
kids
what I
with
mean?
terminal cancer in hospital while he was going through cancer
I felt
himself.
his hand the rest of that day for a few
That guy
hours,
couldn't
you
be
know what I
stopped.
mean? And standing here with y'all right now, listening to that music from those artists and thinking about it all, I promise you I can feel his hand on me right now. So thank you all for that.
Nice.
Chad is no longer with us physically, but his spirit, his passion, his genius, his pride in his culture, and the impact that he made on this industry will be felt forever.
Hell yeah. I wish you could have done more.
We put our love for Chadwick.
There's so much more we could have seen from Chadwick. He would have just got better, I
We
reckon.
also put, you know, our passion. This film has a ton of action. It has humor. It's a roller coaster of a movie, and it goes to new places in Wakanda that we haven't seen before, but it also goes to new corners of the MCU. And I'm so excited that we'll get to share it with you all in November. And in the spirit of that, I brought some of the incredible artists that are helping us tell this story right now. So Nakia, daughter of Yah, played by Lupita Nyong'o.
Yes. I wouldn't be mad if she became the new Black Panther, to be honest. She's a badass. Let her put on the suit for just one movie. Or at least one scene in like the third act of one movie. Shuri's probably going to get to because she does it in the comics. It's probably a given.
Her second in command, Ayo of the Dora Milaje, played by Florence Kasumba.
I think Io is the one that shows up in Falcon and the Winter Soldier to deal with Bucky. The girl with the yellow shoes that just walked in.
Lord M'Baku, leader of the Jabari tribe.
M'Baku! You can't not like M'Baku.
In a few years since we've seen you all,
He's such a great character.
our family has
And a great
expanded.
actor too. Perfect combo.
I'd love to introduce our Namora, played by Maybelle Cadena.
Who? Namura? Don't know her.
Our Atuma, played by Alex Libanali.
You almost flubbed the pronunciation of that guy's name. Oh, this is people from Namor's side.
Our Aneka, played by Michaela Cole.
You loved him in Us? Yeah, I haven't seen a movie with him that he wasn't hella entertaining. Wow, she's got a look.
Our Riri Williams.
Riri! Ironheart? What a do?
And last but definitely,
I've never seen that hairdo in my life before.
for the first time on the big screen, Namor the Submariner.
Hey! Namor the Submariner. A lot of comic geeks have been waiting for this for a long, long time. His character goes back to some old comics. I think I read somewhere that he was like the first villain in the Avengers 4.
Phenomenon. Lupita, how does it feel to return to Wakanda?
It feels
Villain, you know.
monumental to be back
He's
in
both,
Wakanda
technically.
and to be ready to invite you guys
He's both
back to
protagonist and
Wakanda.
antagonist, depending on the story.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, we get to see more. That's all I'm gonna say without getting in trouble. You know, you just get to see more of Wakanda. The universe of Wakanda is expanding, and you guys have a lot to look forward to.
Letitia, same question. How does it feel to return?
Oh man, it's a blessing.
It is a blessing, because she said some, like,
as
dodgy
a
shit
family,
about anti-vax stuff
characters,
on the internet, and
we're
everyone
just
thought
so
that Disney
honored
was gonna
to bring this
let her
meeting to
go.
you guys and
Surprised they didn't.
grow at the same time.
She might have chilled out and pulled back a little bit on all that stuff she was on about, just so she can keep her job.
Denai, what has it been like to see the impact that Black Panther has made on so many?
You know, I mean, I think one of the biggest moments I can really name very recently is watching these amazing artists just now.
That purple outfit is
You know,
cool. I don't know about Shuri's outfit.
I was raised in southern Africa, where my parents are from, in Zimbabwe, and I was
This
always
like
looking up
glittery,
to America
diamondy,
and how it did
silver
things
polka
and how
dot
it
thing
made
she's got going on.
superheroes on the stage and on the big screen.
That's tripping me out, man.
So to see that merging happen, you know, even amongst this astounding Hall H crowd, okay? Seeing all your cameras up, and you're taking in that culture, and you're celebrating it, that to me is everything, and that's what I've got to be a part of.
She's a good emotional actress. She can really turn on the waterworks easy.
Florence, I'm so glad we've got
Like,
to catch up with you here and there, but returning to Wakanda,
The actress that
tell me how
plays
that feels.
It feels like coming home because
the chick in
we
charge in
spent so
Suicide
much
Squad.
time together, we
The black
trained
woman.
together.
What's her name?
We just spent such a long time working on Panther 2, so it's a very safe space for us, and I'm just excited for you guys to find out what we filmed.
You're standing on the Hall H stage. The
Viola
love in
Davis.
this room is palpable.
Amanda Waller.
What is going through your mind right now?
Viola Davis is an
I am
incredible
just
actress
filled
when it
with
comes to
so
turning on
much
the waterworks.
gratitude. I'm filled with so much gratitude to be here with everyone. I'm filled with so much gratitude to be here with my chosen family. To be standing with a project that came from so much love. Every single day on set, from every single participant, behind the camera, in front of the camera, with the words, with everything. It's a labor of love. And I have so much gratitude to be able to be a part of it and share it with all of you. So, love.
His outfit is pimping too. I love that texture.
Mybelle and Alex, it has to be so exciting to get the call.
He
to
controls
join
the audience
MCU
so
and also
well.
Wakanda Forever. Can you tell me about that moment and who was the first person you told?
Oh, it was crazy. I made a call with all my family. And I shared this amazing news. And I don't know, I can't believe I'm part of this. I don't know, I'm really excited to be here.
I don't understand what any of the right-hand side's characters are in the movie except for
Same question.
Namor.
How did it feel to get that call?
I'm guessing they're all henchmen of Namor's.
Very exciting. I was nervous, and I called
mama. She didn't answer. So I called my girlfriend. She didn't answer. Then I called my mom again, and then she answered. It was a very exciting moment to share the news. And, you know, those were the only two people that knew that I was involved in this. And it's been, what, like 14 months? So I am so happy that everybody knows her.
They're so likable, but in the movie they're probably going to be like
Michaela and Dominique.
jerks.
You're finally able
They're all going to be villains.
to stand on the stage to talk
That we have to
about
hate.
it. How does this moment feel?
I don't know. This is kind of like the first moment to kind of process the entire making of the movie. And seeing this audience is reminding me of the times I went to see Black Panther. I saw it 3 or 4 times in Ghana. I saw it in
She looks like
America,
someone
I
who
saw
would
it
be in
England,
Wakanda.
And there's something very unique that the movie
But she's on the
does
side of the stage
to
that's like the Namor crew.
the energy.
So I'm not sure what to make of that.
Unfamiliar to me, and I think it's got something to do with a black superhero padded out by a clan of black superheroes and what that kind of does for black people. So for me, it's really special. And seeing the drummers and the dancers just reminds me of what an honor it was to support this cast in the second, iteration of Black Panther, to be a supporting role to a very sensitive and beautiful and delicate process. Yeah.
Dominique, making your debut in Wakanda Forever.
Riri,
Likewise. I mean,
the new Iron Woman, right?
impact, obviously, that BP1 had on the world is indelible.
They all call Black Panther, the first Black Panther movie, BP1.
Physical, emotional,
I just picked up on that.
mental, and most of all, spiritual.
It's a little awkward.
I think to be able to be a
Just
part
call it
of
Black Panther.
it returning to the screen and to be a part of showcasing this beautiful new young mind, and to also do all of that in the midst of highlighting, like you said, these beautiful, beautiful stories from
She
this
seems super
very
nervous.
necessary perspective.
Compared to some of the other
It's a
people that spoke.
blessing. It's a gift, and I'm reminded of that standing here in front of all of you, feeling just how important and how
She's actually one of the only characters here that's about to get her own show as well. She's going to be the lead in Ironheart. Hopefully this little speech was just nerves.
So, Noach, before
It'd be
you
awkward if the
took
only
the
person with
stage,
their
you
own
could hear
show
people shouting Namor.
was
And
the
now
most
you
wooden
can
one out of
say
all
it
of them.
out loud. How does that feel, and what does this moment feel like for you?
Well, I'm excited and I'm so happy to be here. It's an honor. I want to say something really fast about inclusion.
Okay.
I come from the hood. Seriously.
What did he say? He comes from the
Thanks to
hood?
Inclusion. I'm here. I wouldn't be here without inclusion. And a lot of kids are there in their hoods, looking at us, dreaming to be here.
Oh, that's sweet. I wonder what hood he's referring to when he says he's from the hood. There's quite a few hoods depending on the location that you're from. If you're from Chicago, it's probably a really bad hood.
Gracias a todos los paisanos, todos los latinoamericanos. Ustedes cruzaron el río y dejaron todo lo que amaban atrás.
Cool.
Gracias a eso yo estoy aquí.
I agree. That is also my favorite Subway sandwich. We have so much in common, me and the Namor the Set Mariner.
Thank you. We brought something for you guys today.
Hey! Is it a Subway sandwich?
You guys are gonna be the first audience audience
Namor got
see
me hungry.
the trailer for Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Of course they did. We know that's out. Are they about to cut to black? Yeah. Okay. So that should be easy to find. Because that's been out already. And that kind of went off on the internet. Hang on. Ba-ba-ba. Wakanda forever. God, can you imagine the electricity in the air? In Hall H? After all that, and then they dropped the Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer? Good lord. Ah, there you are. There you are. Black Panther. Wakanda for they didn't even have to call it Black Panther Wakanda Forever. They could have just called it Wakanda Forever. That's a powerful statement. After everything that the first film meant and everything that Chadwick meant to people. Just Wakanda Forever says it all, really. More than any speech from Chadwick in his final days ever could, I think. It's kind of perfect in a way. Okay. God damn it. This has kind of been a sad... It's kind of been a sad panel. What's got to the Black Panther? Listening to Ryan Coogler talk about Chadwick kind of gets a bit of a lump in your throat. And then you have to, like, see this again without Chadwick. Ugh. Wait. Why do I feel... Why can I feel cobwebs in my hair? What is going on here? Alright. Never mind. I felt like loose hairs dangling on my forehead. It always makes me paranoid they're going to get in my eyes. Let's go. Fucking Bob Marley. They had to do this Bob Marley song.
Don't shed no tear. No woman, no cry. Good friends we have, and good friends we've lost.
It's probably a T'Challa funeral. With all the white.
Along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I said.
Oh, they went straight for the balls with this. Riri.
I am queen of the most powerful nation in the world, and my entire family is gone. Have I not given everything?
Ironheart. There's so much Namor in this. Ooh, shit. God damn. Punctuate the title with a brass section? Just go for the balls a second time. Why is it making my eyes water so much? Ah, shit. Ah. Doesn't help them a little bit tired from being here for 9.5 hours already. Jesus Christ. Oh, that might be one of the best Marvel trailers they've done ever. By far. Like, it's a two-pronged thing. It's the emotions of what Black Panther means, especially after the loss of T'Challa, coupled with the emotions of what it means to have lost Chadwick himself. Plus exceptional audio design. The whole Kendrick Bob Marley song and how it escalates towards the end. Jesus Christ. Kind of hurt my chest a little bit. Not gonna lie. I can feel it in there. I was like actually like swallowing. I had that lump in my throat. And I was holding that down. And I was like, oh fuck. Just see it through, damn it, just see it through. That's a hard trailer to watch. Oh god, please, why did it go straight to the picture of T'Challa? But I happened to click right there. Him looking directly into your soul. Her performance, but in the trailer alone, talking about her family, as that orchestral music builds. Oof. Oof. Heavy, heavy, heavy oof. This must be the Asian girl that was on stage with them. All very Na'vi looking, but, you know. Gotta differentiate the Atlanteans so we can tell people apart. As visually interesting as possible. So there's Riri starting her Ironheart journey. Very cool. Fuck, Namor looks awesome. Really traditional too. The winged feet. They didn't update it much. It just has a bit of an Aztec flavor. Which is pretty neat to give it like a iconography all of its own. There's that Asian girl again, I think. Is that her? About to beat the shit out of something underwater? The only thing you could really extrapolate from this trailer is Namor and his Atlanteans are waging war against Wakanda for some reason, towards some end. And that's about... There's Namor. Why has he got a little nose thing? That's either some kind of Aztec costuming thing, or it's actually like a rebreather. Maybe he can't breathe underwater like an Aquaman. Needs the assistance, who knows. He's so melodramatic, holy shit. All the posing. Hi, Tremon. Yeah, Comic-Con. I'm 9.5 hours into Comic-Con. And just past the Black Panther trailer. You can see a lot of the Aztec stuff going on. I just love how much of a drama queen Namor seems to be, the Submariner. He's always basking in his own glory. You wish to go there someday? Yeah, same, man, same. I don't think I can handle it, though. Like, I was, like, on the verge of tearing up during this trailer. Can you imagine being there, witnessing this live, with the actual actors there, also getting emotional? Like, that shit could fuck you up, man. So far from here? Yeah, San Diego. Same, because I'm in Australia. So, takes a bit. I wonder who... I guess the big question of the whole trailer is going to be who's in the Black Panther suit here. I know a lot of people want Killmonger to come back, and they're still talking about it because of the gold trim on the outfit, which was so Killmonger's thing. Australia, cool. It is cool in Australia. Not gonna lie. We got awesome animals, even though a lot of them can kill us. It's definitely not M'Baku. M'Baku's too big and chunky to fit in that suit. This is a very slender Black Panther. I have a feeling that's a chick. Maybe Shuri. Probably Shuri. If they follow the comics. You're in South Korea? It's not too far away from Australia, really. We're both as far away from Comic-Con as we could be. Kangaroos? Kangaroos can kill you. They're a bit like the deer in America. Except kangaroos are more likely to get territorial and kick you in the head. Knock your head clean off. Have I seen kangaroos in person? Yeah. Pretty random circumstances, though. I was walking through a suburb after midnight once, just like walking home from a club we were at. And there were just like random kangaroos crossing the street and jumping through people's yards in the middle of the darkness. It's kind of freaky seeing a kangaroo like explode out of the darkness in the middle of the night and just like bolt down the street. Lit only by street lamps. It's like a horror movie. They're quick too. They move fast. There's Namor again. Wait. There he is. Is he about to get stabbed by M'Baku? Probably not. Sounds dangerous. Oh, they can be. They would mostly avoid you. But if you come across a group of them and there's a male that feels territorial about a family of kangaroos nearby, it might try to kick you. And you don't want to get kicked by a kangaroo. Their legs are powerful. They can break your neck with a kick if you're not careful. Because they lean back on their tail. Their long tail is kind of a platform. They can lean back on it so they can lift both their feet completely off the ground, just supporting their weight on the back of the tail. And then they can kick forward with both legs with like full power. You don't want to get hit by that. That is kangaroo ultimate destruction right there. Ooh, sick. Little Namor. There's Riri. About to build her Iron Man suit. You seem to beat kangaroos. I avoid kangaroos. I don't need to go anywhere near them. I don't want to start that fight. I can't kick as hard as a kangaroo, unfortunately. I don't think I'd win. It's kind of neat seeing them ride the whale. Like barnacles. Wonder how the whales feel about that. How do they control the whales? Like, how do they tell the whales which direction to go? Someone at the front's probably got a harness. Steering a whole ass blue whale through the ocean. There's fucking Namor being a drama queen again. Just tickets in himself. Posing in front of the sun sphere. Is that baby Namor? He's got little baby wings on his feet. Hang on. Yep, those are definitely wings. Definitely wings on his feet. What's your favorite comics and game? I've got a lot of Deadpool comics. I've had them for like 15 to 20 years, I think. I had a pretty big Deadpool collection. I remember when they first announced that there might be a Deadpool movie when they first wrote the script. It was like 10 years before they actually made the movie. And I already had like a pretty big Deadpool comic collection, so I was pretty stoked. And then they took like 1,000 years to actually make the damn movie. You know how annoying it is to be a fan of a character and have all the comics, and then for people to go, hey, we're going to make a movie, and then the movie takes 10 years to make? That was infuriating. in the middle of those 10 years, I think about 5 years before the movie got made, someone leaked the whole script online in PDF form. And I actually went and like read the whole script in PDF. It's maybe only half the same as what the movie turned out. They rewrote it a couple of times since then, but there were a lot of different stuff. Quite a different fight at the end of the movie as well. In a skyscraper. There's a scene where Deadpool gets an automatic shotgun and uses it to just push a cop car along the ground with shotgun shots. It's pretty cool. But they never ended up making that version. They had to pull the action back a little bit because they didn't have the budget. See, this is where it started to first kill me. Once it started to once the trailer got to the point where it started showing all the characters crying about Chadwick Boseman being dead, that's where I got the lump in my throat. That was harsh. I love how mysterious this teaser is. This trailer doesn't really give away anything. All it gives away is that Namor is in this and the Atlanteans at war with Wakanda. We know nothing about the plot. At all. Which is probably for the best. We don't really need to know. Just, like, bring the movie out. Alright, nah. I can't hear that again. I can't hear that music again. Oh, it hurts my feelings. Oh, thanks, Traymon. Too kind of you. I'll try to spare us the pain of the Black Panther trailer again. Too many tears. I have a feeling there's about to be tears on stage with the cast here. Oh. They're all actually crying from it. The Shuri actress got hit hard by that. That's a standing ovation, too.
That's the show, guys. Thank you so much.
That is going to go down as one of the best trailers that Marvel's ever made. I'm telling you now.
I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it once again for our friends from Marvel Studios and all our special guest panelists.
Damn. Don't play it again. What are you doing? Please. I can't handle it. I can't take the pain anymore. Oh, God. I held it together pretty good in the trailer. It was a little rough, but it's just hard seeing the actors reacting to the trailer. Seeing the actual tears from the actors. Because they actually worked with Chadwick Boseman on the first film. They, like, knew him as close friends. So seeing that must have destroyed them. Because none of them, except for the director, had seen that trailer yet. Fuck, imagine seeing that for the first time. It's like, that whole trailer is like a tribute to Chadwick Boseman's life. Like one of their best friends. And they had to watch it on stage in front of all those people. I forget the name of the actress that plays Shuri, but she fell to pieces. Whew! I need water. I could see why they left that one to last. Oh, fuck. Don't cry. Oh, it's so hard not to. It really is. It's it's really not. It's really hard not to. Thankfully, I got through most of it with just the lump in my throat. It's really hard to clear it out once it's in there. Good lord. Just makes you want to weep. Oh, all right. That's the Marvel Comic-Con panel down. It's sweaty. Air this thing out. My Udi was so nice and warm and comfy before, and now it's too toasty. Wakanda Forever has heated up my Udi. Too much emotions coming out every pore. All right.